Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Avatar Incarnation. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Long ago, the four elements lived in harmony, but all of that changed when the Fire Nation attacked. The only person capable of putting a stop to them was the Avatar Master of all four elements. The Avatar that was chosen from that time was a young airbender. At first, he rejected his fate and vanished, but reappeared. After accepting his destiny, and with strong bonds and will, the Fire Lord was defeated, as was the Fire Nation. Peace had finally been restored. Years passed after the Fire Lord's defeat, and a new Avatar was born. A fierce, but determined waterbender who brought not only peace, but harmony to the world. And now, a new legend begins, in the form of a boy who will bring about a new era. Somewhere out in Muzastafu Forest were two women, both had different colored robes on. One representing fire, while the other represented earth. These two were known as the elemental nomads, and have been hiding from the world for a very long time. The world has changed dramatically from what it was once before. Before, normal civilians did not possess abilities of their own, but as the world changed so did they. Abilities known as Quirks came to be passed down by their ancestors and onto a new generation. As a testament to how much this world has changed, the term benders was now a lost art that was no longer performed save for a few who chose to uphold the sacred art. The elemental nomads of the four temples were no exception. As for why both the women were out here in the woods in this specific area, it was very simple really. The oracle had proclaimed that the Avatar was here. For centuries they have waited for the birth of the new Avatar. But after Avatar Korra.no new Avatar had been brought into the world, it was a sign that things were truly at peace, and that the Avatar was no longer needed in the world. But the harsh reality is this, that the Avatar will always be needed. There were those that theorized the reason as to why there wasn't a new incarnation of the Avatar. Because a new threat hadn't arisen yet, and that's why a new Avatar was not born into the world. But things are different now. A new Avatar is now born into the world, and they were tasked with finding the new Avatar. Strange that the new Avatar would be all the way out here in the forest all alone. Had something happened? Hien. The second woman speaks up. What is it, June? Sister Hien questioned. June looked hesitant in speaking up again, but did so anyway. Well, it's just why would the Avatar be all the way out here in such a quiet and isolated forest? Hien didn't hesitate to answer, who can say? Perhaps the newly born Avatar came out here in hopes of seeking isolation or sanctuary from the modern world, she theorizes. No one can truly understand how the Avatar thinks or feels, but I can understand why you're concerned for their well-being. I am. June doesn't bother to deny it. The Avatar is the true bringer of peace, unlike All Might. Yes? June frowned. Perhaps it's just me feeling some kind of way, but the thought of some man with a quirk like his claiming to be the symbol of peace is just ludicrous, she wanted to say. In all of the ancient textbooks it had been recorded that the one to bring peace amongst the world would be the Avatar, not a man with a quirk that wouldn't be able to stand up against true evil. Compared to the Avatar, this All Might character was not looked at greatly in their eyes. Not one bit. Wait. Hien halted her movements along with her companion. What is it? The sister would only react in such a way if she sensed something, and judging by her reaction just now that she most definitely sensed something. Is it? She didn't finish her sentence as her eyes opted to focus on something else. Before their very eyes was a giant tree with a human-size hole in the center of it. She's not sure what it was, but something was telling her that this tree was important, as was that hole in the center of it. Hien understood that as well and moved towards the giant tree, but didn't get that far as vines shot out at her, prompting her to defend herself. She creates 4 earth walls to protect her from the vines by just stomping her foot on the ground. Sister Hien. June saw some vines come at her and she was forced to defend by using fire bending. How she hates having to hurt nature, but if it's trying to hurt her first, then she will defend herself by retaliating. Meanwhile, Hien could sense that the vines weren't being hostile towards her or June. If anything, they were trying to protect the individual that was currently hiding inside the tree. With that in mind, she put down the 4 walls she put up around her. Just as she did that, the vines came at her again, but she was not worried. "Please calm yourself." Saying those words may have just saved her life as the vines stopped just inches from her face. Her expression was a calm one, not at all bothered by the fact that she could have been seriously hurt by the vines had she not stopped them with her voice. "I am Hien Beifong Hien." June's eyes widened as the woman used her full name. Never have the elemental nomads given out their full names, but Hien did so without hesitation. But why? Hien slowly raises her arm, her fingers touching the tip of one of the vines. "I'm sorry if we scared you, but please believe me when I say that we aren't here to hurt you, but to help you." Her tone was soft and gentle, like a mother talking to a scared child and trying to assure them that everything will be all right. Slowly, the vines move away from both her and June. Hien didn't move from her spot as she sensed the person from inside the hole was slowly coming out. June looked up and was taken by surprise when she saw the person coming out of the tree was just a child. A young boy with short green hair, but could tell that the lower half was starting to grow, matching green eyes and wearing only pants. He had no shirt on and looked a little dirty, but healthy. So young. What is he doing out here all by himself? Where are his parents? June was starting to really worry now. Hien smiled at him. "Would you like to come down from there?" The boy looked unsure at first, but felt he was in no real danger and slowly came down from the tree by using air bending. June was gaping like a fish. She couldn't believe what she was seeing and turned her attention to Hien, who didn't look at all fazed. "Then not this boy is?" Safely landing on the ground, the boy just stood there as Hien approached him slowly. Bending down just a few feet away, she held out her handkerchief before him. "You have some dirt on your face, let's get that cleaned up, shall we?" She was waiting for the boy to give her permission to touch him. With a hesitant nod, the boy let her wipe the dirt from his cheek, doing soft and gentle motions as she wipes the dirt off. The boy standing still the whole time. When she was done, she smiled and put her handkerchief back in her pocket. "I'm sorry if we scared you, but we're not here to hurt you. Can you tell me your name?" Again, he looked hesitant to answer, but with the gentle look from the woman before him, not being annoyed or angry because of his hesitancy, answered. "Izuku." His voice was so soft and quiet that they barely heard him. But they did. "Izuku is a really nice name." Hien tells him, still with a gentle tone, "Do you have a last name?" At her innocent question, tears began to gather in his eyes. Hien's heart broke at the very sight of this small child crying in front of her like this. Having 6 children of her own, the last thing she wants is to see them cry, regardless of how old they get. Mommy didn't want me anymore." Izuku's shoulders were shaking as he fought to keep himself from crying, but failed as the tears fell. June stood there behind Hien with a look of horror and sadness for the boy, as it was painfully obvious to them that his mother had either abandoned him or given him up for adoption for whatever reason. Feeling her heart give out to the boy, Hien gives him a hug without hesitation. Izuku, stilled by the sudden action, but hugged the woman back as her hug reminded him of his. He couldn't even say it without crying. "Don't waste your tears on someone who would abandon such a kind and special child like you." Hien gently tells him. "That being said, would you like to live with me?" Izuku wasn't expecting the woman to ask him that. Pulling away from the hug, Hien smiles. "Come live with me, Izuku. You may not understand right now, but you are a very special child. Not only that, but no one deserves to be alone or think they're alone." Placing her hands on either side of his cheek, she continues to smile at him. "So I'll ask you again, will you come live with me?" If this was a dream, then Izuku didn't want to wake up. He nodded his head with budding eagerness as this woman wanted him to live with her and not push him away. Great! June had to smile herself. This boy may possibly be the next Avatar, but in this moment right here that he looked like just any ordinary child. They left the forest, Izuku holding Hien's hand the whole time. Both were radiating happiness as they found a complete piece that was missing from their lives. While Hien loved her children, she was devastated when she found out that she couldn't have any more children, but made sure to give the children she had all the love and attention they deserved. In the back of her mind, however, she was still distraught by not being able to have any more children, but hid her sadness well. Now she has a chance to become a mother to another child that she may not have given birth to, but will raise with love, kindness, and support. Giving him a side glance, she feels the grip of his tiny hand and makes a vow. I may not know what the future has planned for you, but I swear that no matter what happens, you will not be alone. And so, a new story is about to unfold. Chapter 1. Mountain Avatar Bayong Izuku Mountain. Location Bayong Family Estate. Somewhere near the mountains in Japan was a large estate that could be large enough to hold more than one house on the property. Outside the estate were two large gates that had the flying boar insignia etched on it. This symbol has been with the Bayong for many generations. It is their very symbol of identity. Even in this era, the Bayong family is still very much influential, with their very name holding power and influence as part of the great families. Despite the family originating in China, they have connections in Japan, Taiwan, and other parts of Asia. One member of the family was a member of the Hero Commission, another family member was a lieutenant of the police force, teacher, etc. Oddly enough though, not one member of the family was a hero. They had no interest as they don't see heroes in a good light, i.e. when Grandma Bayong explained that there was more to endeavor that meets the eye, no one refuted her claim. Grandma Bayong's words were absolute. In one of the backyards of the estate was a teenage boy about 177 centimeters tall, short, curly green hair with the lower half tied into a low ponytail that was braided and slung over his shoulder. This boy was Bayong Izuku, formerly Midoriya Izuku. Currently, he was practicing his form every morning like blues. He had changed from that small, scared, abandoned child to a capable teenager who can protect himself and hold his own in a fight. So much had changed for him that even till this day wonders if this is all just a dream. But it's not. This has become his new reality. The reality of him being told that he's the Avatar, and that like his predecessors before him, or previous lives, he was to restore balance and bring peace. Naturally, finding all this out scared him, for he felt like he wasn't ready. His mother assured him that he was not alone, and that their family will be with him all the step of the way. And they were. He thinks of his life before becoming an official member of the Bayong family. When he told his family about everything before coming to live with them, he learned firsthand just how powerful and influential his family really are. Since he couldn't remember the name of the orphanage he had escaped from, he decided to take them there instead, having remembered the landscape at least. Not sooner had he brought them there, his newest adopted mother barged right into the place. June kept him outside and waited for his mother Hien to come back out. It didn't take her very long as she came walking out with poised grace, while the matron of the orphanage was reduced to begging on her knees and pleading for forgiveness. Too late. The Bayongs had spread to the media about the condition of the orphanage, and the head matron's abusive and prejudiced behavior towards one of the children who was quirkless, that child being him. She was arrested, her reputation in tatters, and the orphanage shut down permanently. All of the children there either went to better homes, or were adopted by families that were personally screened by social workers and given thorough background checks. After that whole fiasco was over and done with, Izuku was officially adopted into the Bayong family. Back then he was too young to fully understand the politics of the situation and doesn't remember much. What he does remember is his adoptive mother telling the authorities that should Midoriya Izuku ask about him in any way, let her know so she can deal with her personally. And that was the end of that. When he was brought to his new home to meet his new family, a part of him was worried that his siblings might not like him. His fears were unnecessary, however, as the moment they saw him, they welcomed him with open arms. His brothers, sister, mother and grandmother made him feel so loved and accepted. There was nothing else he needed in life but them. Being the Avatar is something he still had a hard time wrapping his head around. But with the loving support of his family, he knows he'll be okay. Having finished, he got in a resting stance and breathed deeply before exhaling. The sound of clapping made him open his eyes to see who it was. To his delight, it was his sister, Bu. He greets with happiness. Bu is the same age as Izuku. It was hard to tell who was the older one between them, but she was determined to keep calling him Izukune-sama. She's the spitting image of Opal, who many people in the family have compared her to many times. Light brown skin, soft green eyes, she has long mint green hair that reaches her middle back. Your form is looking good as always, Bayu said with a smile. Of course, I learned from the best. And he was being honest when he said that. His mother, father, grandmother, and siblings had beat their different styles of earthbending into his head, and he took each lesson to heart. Bayu did some stretches. Can't believe we're starting middle school today. I'm a little nervous. Izuku nods. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll be fine. Yes. She smiled. How about a little warm-up spar before we leave? Smirking, she got into an earthbending stance. Don't go easy on me. Izuku responds in kind, wouldn't dream of it. Spring location, Nabu Middle School. So this is where we'll be going to school. Bayu stared at the unknown building of their middle school. The two may be from a prestigious family that goes back decades, but they weren't pampered by any means. They went to public school and were surrounded by many children their age, but when they gave their last names, let's just say making friends was no longer possible. Throughout their primary school days, the only people they could rely on were each other. Hopefully things will be different here, but Lan wasn't holding her breath. She felt her brother hold her hand and had to smile. Izuku was truly a kind soul in spite of the bad hand life dealt him at the beginning, but things are different now. Ready? Izuku says gently to her. Giving him a half-hearted shrug, she smiled, as ready as I'll ever be. If anything, hearing her say that made Izuku squeeze her hand. I'm here. So am I. Together, the two siblings walk through the gate and step inside the building to start their new school life. Who knows what sort of experience and encounters they'll discover here? Only time will tell. The siblings were seated next to each other and just sat there as everyone chatted around them. Bayu had prided herself as being a very observant person, along with her brother, so when her eyes landed on a certain boy with tall purple hair and tired eyes, she was intrigued. Judging by the look on her brother's face, he also noticed but didn't say anything. She's not sure what it is, but there's something about him that interests her. Izuku probably has the same feeling as she does too. To be that far away and isolated, that how lonely he must really feel inside. Hello class. As of today, you are all no longer in primary school. Now, you are junior high school students on your way to deciding what sort of future you choose. The teacher said to them. Bayu already knew what she wanted to do. And so did her brother. Izuku may be the avatar master of all elements and keeper of balance, but he was still a normal kid. Okay, maybe he wasn't like all other normal kids, but he told them that he no longer wanted to be a hero. And they all supported his decision. They all knew the reason for his change of heart was because of how both he was treated before he came to live with them, and him as the avatar feeling that heroes have many flaws that some refuse to accept or understand. Sometimes she had the urge to hunt down Bakugo Katsuki and punish him. Izuku doesn't like talking about his past, and they don't try to force him. Before we begin, let's introduce ourselves. Starting with, he trailed off. Bayu tuned out some of the introductions. Opting to look out the window, same as her brother was doing. She only started paying back attention when the purple-haired boy stood up out of the corner of her eye. Shinso, Hitoshi. She could feel it. The atmosphere suddenly shifted the second he said his name. There were some students that didn't bother to hide their sneers when they looked at him. Even when he sat back down, they were still looking at him with hostility. That wasn't good. She saw it was Izuku's turn next. He stood tall and proud. Bayong Izuku. Once again the atmosphere changed. Instead of hostility, it was replaced with astonishment and fear. The whole class turned their heads to look at Izuku when he said his full name. Even that boy Shinso looked astonished, probably thinking that it was surprising that two rich kids like them would be in a school full of commoners. That was what they were thinking anyway. Izuku sat down and it finally became her turn. Copying her brother, she stood tall and unafraid. Bayong Bayu. Now they looked like they were about to have multiple heart attacks. Two members of the prestigious Bayong family were attending their school. She sat back down with a sigh. Talk about a sure way to start off the first day. Izuku wasn't surprised when some of the students either avoid them out of nervousness or wanting to approach in hopes of gaining fame by being friends with two members of the famous Bayong family. And here he was hoping middle school would be different. But he doesn't give up hope just yet. From what he can sense, there's one person who was different from the rest. Shinso Hitoshi. The boy who held his head high even when faced with hostility by some students, who probably knew him from his previous school. Probably biased towards him because of his quirk. Shinso, not the first person to be discriminated against because they have a seemingly weak quirk, or villainous one. Society has truly changed, and not for the better in his opinion. Humans may have seemingly evolved over the years, but have they really? He's all alone. Byu said, standing next to his desk. I know, they don't want to be anywhere near him probably because of some rumors currently being spread around by people who went to the same elementary school with him. Izuku deduced. Byu frowned. That would explain the whispering and glances thrown in his direction. People will place false labels on anyone for the most simple things, like appearance or their quirk, or lack thereof. Isolating and treating someone different just because they can, or because they aren't like everyone else. Treating them as though they were nothing but unwanted pests that had no business mingling with them in society. That's how her brother was treated before. But that won't happen ever again, not if she had anything to say about it. Ah, he's leaving. Izuku points out. The two watch him leave, but unfortunately his departure got the attention of 4 guys who followed after him. Izuku frowned, giving his sister a look. Looks like there will be bullies everywhere no matter where you go. Finding them wasn't all that hard, not with Izuku able to sense people both with his seismic sense, and his connection to the world. He can find anyone so long as they are within his range. They found them at the back of the school building, but what they saw made Izuku's blood boil. Shinso was on the ground, curled up in a ball and covering his head with his arms as a way of protecting himself. Izuku was on the ground, covering his head and begging for another boy to stop hurting him as all the other children around them simply watched. It hurts. Someone save me. He didn't hesitate to earthbend the 4 Jrks away from his classmate, sending them all flying away from him. Byu ran over by the purple-haired boy's side, not even bothering to ask if he was okay because it's clear that he wasn't. Izuku didn't hesitate to stand in front of them, acting as an unmovable rock that won't be moved by anything. His eyes bore holes into the 4 boys who were picking themselves off the ground before glaring at him, only to freeze at the person they were glaring at. Beifeng. One of the boys gasped. Humans are cruel. Izuku understands this, and knows very well just how cruel they can really be. He experienced it before coming to live with the Beifeng clan, but just because he was saved from the pain of the past doesn't mean everybody else was. Leave. Byu had already helped Shinso up off the ground and just stood there watching them. Shinso didn't speak a word, but judging by the look on his face, he was surprised that he was being helped. What? Another boy spoke. Irritated, Izuku stomps his foot on the ground, causing the earth to move underneath the 4 bullying Jrks, making them let out pathetic yelps as the earth moves underneath them. This is your last warning. Izuku frowned at them this time. Leave. Now. They didn't need to be told twice as they scrambled to get up before running away like the frightened little children that they are. Izuku watched them leave. They won't try to attack them, but he just wanted to make sure. After they turned around a corner and were no longer in sight, he finally turned his attention over towards his classmate. Byu had one of his arms over her shoulder while looking at his visible injuries. Izuku approached them. Your injuries don't look serious, but we should still take you to the infirmary. Can we? He didn't want to be demanding about it for the simple fact that his classmate was just beat up, then saved by 2 classmates who didn't want to hurt him, but instead helped him. The purple-haired teen was quiet for a moment before finally speaking. With his permission, they brought him to the infirmary where the nurse there was kind enough to look over Shinso's injuries. Luckily they were only bruises, but the fact remains he still needed to be looked over. After the woman left, it was just them. It was a little awkward with just the 3 of them in the room. Byu looked like she wanted to say something, but ended up staying quiet and simply opted to wait for their classmate to say something. Why did you do that? He finally spoke. Izuku was relieved to hear the boy's voice, even though the first words that came out of his mouth were a question about their motives for helping him. Better than nothing. Because it's wrong. Izuku responded. Byu nodded her head in agreement. 4 against 1 isn't how a fight should be. No matter how you look at it, it was an unfair fight with Shinso being on the other end, defenseless and unable to protect himself against 4 opponents. Bullying JRKS. She muttered, but both boys still heard her. A bitter snort was heard after, telling them that Shinso had experienced this before. And unlike today, no one probably helped him back then. I'm surprised, Shinso said. Who would have thought I'd be helped out by you guys of all people? Izuku wasn't offended by his words as they were used to it. You'll find that me and my sister aren't like most rich kids. Quite the opposite really. Beifongs, they may be their whole family, were far from the typical quiet, poised, and polite rich kids you see nowadays. Most people don't know that we Beifongs are more than meets the eye. Biu added. The dumbfounded look on Shinso's told them that he was really expecting them to be like most kids from rich families. But to see them so down to earth like this was a surprise. He rubbed the back of his neck suddenly as he started to get nervous all of a sudden. So, hey, I'm not really good at this whole conversation thing, so thanks. You're welcome. Izuku responded. Don't worry, they won't bother you again. Biu hopes they wouldn't at least, but she wasn't getting her hopes up. Shinso let out another bitter snort. Those guys aren't gonna stop just because you interfered. There was a story behind that, but they didn't want to pressure him about it. They might not, but that doesn't mean we're just gonna sit here and let them do as they please either. Izuku said firmly. Right. Biu agreed. While the 2 siblings were having a moment, Shinso meanwhile was sitting there, confused as to why these 2 would even help him when they didn't know him. Are all rich kids like this, or is it just them? If not, then these 2 were an exception. We should head back to class. Izuku suggested. As much as Shinso didn't want to, he knew the other boy was right. Back in elementary school, he used to dread the thought of going back to class because his classmates would either pretend he wasn't there or give him scared looks. But now, for some reason, he feels like today will be different. And he was right. When they got back to class, the other kids avoided looking at him. But he knew why that was. Not because they were afraid or weary of him, but because of Izuku and Biu. Everybody knew the Beifongs had some influence, but this was scary. The students around them were nervously looking in their direction, but made no attempt to say something to them. Like he said, truly terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, the school day was finally over, and Shinso couldn't wait to get home. But apparently fate had other plans for him in the form of the 2 siblings that helped him. Target, Izuku said, grabbing the right arm. Captured, Biu said, grabbing the left. Shinso was too busy being stunned to react properly by the sudden rough handling by the 2 siblings. Next thing he knew, the 2 were dragging him off in a black vehicle. The car taking off with him inside, possibly having just been kidnapped by these 2 siblings without warning. We're here, Biu announced with her trademark smile. Instead of saying a retort of some sort, Shinso was too busy gaping like an idiot. Why the reaction, you ask? Simple. Because he was brought to the freaking house of the Beifong family. What person in his situation wouldn't be freaking out right now? Just how rich are these guys? He didn't have time to stand there and process everything as he was pushed out of the car and dragged through the giant gate. His jaw actually dropped when he saw how big the place was on the inside. 2DMN big in his opinion. You guys are 2DMN rich, he said with an exasperated sigh. Biu chuckled, finding his reaction to everything to be hilarious. Izuku was equally amused. They drag him inside the house where they were greeted by someone at the door. Probably a butler or something. Shinso thinks. Welcome back, young mistress, master. The person to greet them was a tall man with short platinum blonde hair, clear blue eyes, and fair skin. He was also dressed in green robes, which Shinso guesses must be the theme here. We're back, FAI. Izuku greeted the man. FAI nods to them before turning his attention towards the purple-haired teen. And who may this young man be? Shinso took that as his cue to introduce himself. Nice to meet you, I'm Shinso Hitoshi. He bowed after saying his full name. A kind smile appears on the man's face. Likewise, young Master Shinso. Huh? Shinso said dumbly. He could understand the man saying that to Izuku or Biu, but not him. There's no need to look so confused, FAI's just naturally polite. Byu assures him with a light pat on the back. Shinso lets his eyes wander around the halls as Fai leads them somewhere. He was only paying half attention to what they were saying, but from what he managed to hear, Fai was taking them to the family room where everyone was waiting for them. While walking down the halls, he let his eyes look at all the portraits that are hanging on the walls. In the portraits were the faces of members of the family. Impressive was the word that came to mind when looking at the portraits. Not only were they impressive, but it also showed just how much the family value and are about each other, too. One big happy family. And here we are, Byu announced, sliding the door open. Sitting inside was the matriarch of the Bayong clan, and both Izuku and Byu's mother Hien. At the sight of her two children, she smiled. "Welcome home, you two." The woman was greeted with hugs from them both, chuckling at their display of affection that hasn't changed since they were young. Her gaze shifts from her children over toward Shinso. "Hello there, young man." Nervous, he bows his head in greeting. "And nice to meet you, I'm Shinso Hitoshi." "Pleasure to meet you as well, Shinso-kun." Hien greeted back. "Would you like to stay over and have dinner with us? I'm sure my children would very much appreciate it if you would." Many thoughts went through Shinso's mind as he never would have expected the famous Bayong to be so normal. Anyone on the street can tell you that out of all the powerful families residing here in Japan, the Bayongs hold the most power out of all of them. Shinso was expecting a typical stick-up rich family, but this isn't what he was expecting at all. I'd have to call my parents to let them know." Before he could finish, the matriarch cut him off. "Don't worry about that. Be sure to contact them myself and let them know," Hien said with a smile. If this were a different situation, then he'd swear that he was being forced to eat with some kind of mobster family. "Okay. Zhen, you little thief. That's my meat," a young man with short black hair and green eyes accused, pointing a finger at the boy across from him. "What are you talking about, Shun? Don't you know it's first come, first serve?" Zhen responded with a smirk. "We never made up such a rule." "Well, now we have." "You." An annoyed sigh cut them both off. "That's enough from both of you. Can't we for once have a peaceful dinner without the two of you doing this every time?" The annoyed male had long brown hair that was tied in a low ponytail, and the same green eyes as the other two. "It's not me that always starts it, but him, Shen." Shun defends himself. "You're the one losing his mind over some little piece of meat," Zhen stated. "Shut up, you little punk. Make me." Shen just sighed once again at their childishness. "Just another family dinner." A soft, kind voice chuckled at his sibling's silliness. He also had long hair, but didn't tie it up and preferred to leave it down with the same green eyes. "There's nothing amusing about them acting like morons, Renshu." Shen counters. Now. What the hell?" was the current thought going through Shinso's head as he stared at the chaos that was the infamous family. When thinking of family dinners, this was not what he had in mind. Instead of eating like he expected a typical rich family, would they instead acted the complete opposite. Not stuck-up stuff, but a real loving family. Surprised? The question was directed at him. He looks to the side of him, looking into the viridian eyes of Bayong Izuku. Call him crazy, but he could have sworn the other boy was amused because of Shinso's confused expression. And honestly, that he couldn't blame the green-haired teen for it. If their roles were reversed, he would also find this amusing in a way. That I don't know if I'd say that. He finally answered. Hell yeah, was he surprised, and rightfully so. He had so many expectations of the famous family that he could hardly believe that this is what he's met with. But it wasn't really all that bad, to be honest. Not to mention the food was really good. After dinner was over, it was time for him to head back home. Strangely, he wanted to stay here a bit longer, but knew that it was time for him to go. The head matron didn't want him to go back on foot and decided it would be safer if he was driven home. She really is a kind person. Just like his own mom. Thanks for inviting me over for dinner, the food was really good. Shinso politely thanked. Glad you like the food, my mom is an amazing cook, isn't she? Izuku smiled. Wait, your mom made all that food? For real? He figured they had some cooks that made the food, but never would have guessed that Hien-san made it all herself. That's right, I sometimes help her, but today she wanted to make everything herself because today was a special occasion. Izuku explained. Special occasion? What special occasion? Today was the first time we brought a classmate home and introduced them to the family. Izuku said. That say what? You're kidding. He was the first classmate of theirs to be brought here? That was rather hard to believe. No, actually it wasn't. Their classmates from elementary school probably only got close to them so they could brag about being in the same class as two members of a powerful family. Trusting others didn't come easy to them, and that's something Shinso understands very well, for it was the same for him. Trust is a fragile thing. Once it's lost, getting it back can sometimes be impossible. Thanks for agreeing to stay over for dinner. Having you over was really fun. My brothers and mom enjoyed your company. Izuku was sincere in his thanks. Feeling a little embarrassed, Shinso rubs the back of his head. Seriously, don't mention it. You'll have dinner with us again, won't you? Eagerness with a hint of hopefulness was heard. Obviously the other boy was hinting at wanting Shinso to come back over for dinner again. Oh, what the hell? Why not? Sure. Seeing the huge grin on his face was worth it. By tomorrow morning, it had been established that he was officially friends with the two siblings. No one tried messing with him, being too afraid to get on the bad side of the two siblings that acted like his own personal bodyguards. If he hadn't been invited to their house for dinner that one time, then he would feel offended by their actions. But he had to remind himself that he was their very first friend ever. That word felt foreign to him because all his so-called friends abandoned him when his quirk manifested. Would these two have the same reaction and abandon him when they find out about his quirk? Nah, these two aren't like everyone else. But the fear of their reaction was still there, and he could only hope they won't see him differently. He decided that when lunch was over he'd tell them about his quirk. The three decided to have lunch on the rooftop where no one will come up here and bother them. Luckily no one tried to follow them or stop them from coming up here. This was something he needed to say without anyone here interrupting him. So, hey, there's something I need to tell you guys. Damn, he was getting nervous. What is it? Byu asked. Izuku was giving him a questioning look, but otherwise said nothing. Lowering his chopsticks, he looks them right in the eye. You guys already know I'm not the most popular person, but I haven't told you why. He trailed off. Damn it, why the hell is this so hard? The reason why I'm not all that liked is because of my quirk. Your quirk? Izuku inquired. Shinso nodded. My quirk is brainwashing. There, he said it. And? Izuku said. Huh? Was Shinso's dumbfounded response. That was all they had to say? Nothing else? Were you perhaps expecting us to view you in a negative light? Byu questioned, hitting the nail on the head. Well, no, but he was expecting them to have a bigger reaction than this. Izuku lets out a small sigh. Shinso-kun, I don't blame you for wanting to keep the subject of your quirk personal. You've been through a lot because of it, looked at as evil, called a villain, and dealt with bullying. Just like him. We will never judge you simply because your quirk isn't up to society's standards. Izuku smiles this time. You are you, and that will never change. Honest words that he's never heard before. Pierced his heart. He could actually feel the tears trying to gather inside his eyes, but wiped them away quickly. Byu chuckled at him. There's no need to cry, Shinso-kun. Shut up, I'm not crying. He denied. Oh, if not, then what's that gathering inside your eyes? Nothing. Really? Leave me alone already, will you? Izuku looks up at the sky with a smile. What a nice breeze. From that point on, the three teens were inseparable. They were always seen together at school and outside of it. Their classmates didn't try to harass Shinso anymore. It would be stupid of them to try, not after the first time when Izuku used his earthbending to make a point. So no one tried to bully Shinso anymore, and for once in his life he felt like he could breathe. After school, he would hang out over at their place and went to their family dojo. Izuku explained to him that it would be good to learn some hand-to-hand combat and protect himself. There was logic behind that, as using your quirk a lot can make you vulnerable to villains, so it's best not to be a one-trick pony and just relying on your quirk. Shinso didn't seem to mind this as he believed it would be helpful to him in the near future. he would soon start to rethink that maybe he shouldn't have been so eager to learn hand-to-hand combat from their dojo. Being tossed around like a rag doll and being sore all over to the point of not being able to move can make one rethink their choice. But not him. No pain, no gain, right? A few more weeks had passed before everything finally seemed to click. Groups were formed and no one stepped out of line, nor was there any attempt at bullying. Not like anyone was stupid enough to try it. Within those weeks, Shinso found some things out about Izuku. 1. Izuku likes to meditate a lot. 2. He can't feel when someone is trying to sneak up on him. And 3. He's a natural-born hero even though he denies it. A good example of this would be when he tried sneaking up behind him during a random sparring session at their dojo and promptly found himself flipped over on his back. Yeah, he'll ever do that again. Back to the point, Izuku is definitely the hero type, yet for some reason he denies it with a passion. Seriously, how can one deny that helping get cats out of a tree, stopping random muggings, rescuing a kidnapped child, and other heroic acts? It made no sense to him, so he asked his sister what's up. Biu gave him an unreadable expression that revealed nothing. It's because of his scars. Scars? She elaborated. Before, he used worshipped heroes and looked up to them like any other child would. But that when faced with constant rejection and cruelty of the world around you, one starts to think that is it really worth being a hero for these kinds of people? Oh, so that's what it is. So he had to go through the same thing as Shinso, possibly even had it worse off than him. Come to think of it, Izuku was vicious towards those bullies and looked like he was about to bury them alive with his quirk. Not just any scars, but emotional ones that never fully healed. It was after another sparring session that the two of them decided to just sit and relax, but the air around them reflected something else. He's not the pushy type. In fact, he's the complete opposite and would rather avoid confrontations. But this was different, and he had to prepare himself for what they were going to talk about. Izuku sat lotus-style before facing him, looking him dead in the eye with conviction that he's never seen before. That alone tells him that this was serious and that he should be prepared for what was about to be revealed. Hitoshi-kun, I see you as my best friend, so I want to tell you about my past and about the kind of person I am. Izuku started off saying. Hitoshi nods. I'm adopted. Wait, that what? Before he could even try to say anything, Izuku keeps talking. I'm not related to Biu, siblings, and other members of the family. My name wasn't Bayong Izuku either but Midoriya Izuku. Hitoshi stared, like really stared at the boy sitting in front of him. Not only did he just reveal that he was adopted, but he's doing so with a calm demeanor and holding his head up with pride, not at all ashamed that he's not a blood relative, but someone adopted into the family. He decides to keep quiet as he knows there's more Izuku wants to tell him. Before coming to live here at MY, life wasn't great, he continued. In fact, it was awful. I was diagnosed quirkless, and from then on everything changed. My best friend no longer saw me as a friend, my mother treated me like glass, and everyone shunned me. Hitoshi had to calm himself before he went out there and track everyone from his past down and tell them off. Izuku had a harder life than him growing up, but what saved him from despair was being adopted by a powerful, influential family. Sometimes that I would cry myself to sleep at night as I couldn't understand why they all treated me so cruelly just because I didn't have a quirk. One day on my way home from school, something happened. What was it? Hitoshi inquired. I was passing by a nearby lake and suddenly felt something flow through me. The next thing I knew, the earth below me moved. He explained. So you awakened your quirk late? Hitoshi stated. That's right. Naturally, I was excited and told my birth mother. Her reaction wasn't pleasant. What did she do? Izuku closed his eyes. She pleaded with me to stop being delusional and accept that I will never gain a quirk. His tone was neutral, but Hitoshi could only wonder what his child self's reaction was when his own mother said something so harsh to him. Naturally, I argued with her and was about to show her outside when she slapped me. Was? Slapped you? That's right. What kind of mother does something like that? What the hell? He could literally feel his anger begin to rise, but had to rein it in. My heart hurt when she did that. Not only that, but my former best friend would call me a liar and use his quirk on me and bully me. No one defended me, and no one was on my side. I was alone. Hearing this hurt Hitoshi. To make matters worse, unable to deal with everything, my birth mother decided to send me away to an orphanage and never look back. The place was horrible and the head matron always singled me out naturally. The other kids followed her example. The memories of his past were dull now, but it still hurts. I couldn't take it anymore and fled while seeking refuge in a forest nearby. Did you meet your adopted mother there? Nodded. I did. She explained to me that I was a special child and told me of who I really was. Who are you? At his inquiry, the sun from the outside beamed over Izuku's frame. I am the Avatar. Of all the things he was prepared for his friend to say, it certainly wasn't that. Avatar? Yes, the Avatar is the human embodiment of light and peace. Long ago, only the Avatar could master all four elements: water, earth, fire, and air. By mastering these elements, the Avatar would use them to keep the balance of the world, that includes both mankind and the spirits of the spirit world. This was something his mother told him years ago, but the information stuck with him. In other words, instead of All Might being the symbol of peace, the real symbol is you. Hitoshi theorized. A huff of amusement escaped Izuku. Don't let the others in the house hear you say that. They'll start agreeing with you. Anyway, my past life left the spirit portals open and renounced being the bridge between the two worlds to let humans and spirits live in harmony. He said, Wait, spirits? As in actual spirits? Hitoshi exclaimed. That's right, but at some point in time, humans had lost the ability to see spirits and their guardian spirit. Izuku said, Guardian spirit? From what my predecessor learned before her passing, spirits and humans had gotten along so well, in fact, that some spirits decided to watch over and protect them by acting as guardians, hence they were called guardian spirits. He explained. I see, so does everyone have them? Hitoshi asked. They do. I can see them because I'm connected to the spirit world. As a matter of fact, I can see yours clear as day. Really? What does it look like? Hitoshi leaned forward in eagerness. Izuku gave him a teasing smirk, not telling. Why? Hitoshi pouted. A good-hearted chuckle was what he got in response. After the confession of his past, the relationship between Izuku and Hitoshi had grown. Their friendship was of complete trust and understanding, and Hitoshi vowed to never betray that trust. In truth, the two of them had a lot in common. Both experienced the sting of rejection for different reasons, but they were still rejected. The pain of their pasts have made them stronger as they grew. The connections they forge will only grow stronger with time. Hitoshi only grew closer to the siblings, with Izuku being the one he was closer with. The other boy's past still made him angry because of all the people who treated him badly, but knew that Izuku had moved on from it. Some of the memories were probably still there, however, but something told him that Izuku would be okay. For he will always be right by his side. Water wave, torrent of waves, water wave. Time rolled on as their second year of middle school started. There hasn't been any major changes except for the fact that Hitoshi was still very close to the siblings. Izuku and Bida became somewhat celebrities during their time at the school, but no one tried to approach them. Hitoshi had changed the most compared to his first year. Spending his time at the dojo has made him rely more on hand-to-hand combat than just relying on his quirk. Now if he were to ever go up against a villain, he could go toe-to-toe with them while chatting their ears off in an attempt to catch them off guard. There's also his secret weapon to account for, but he'll keep that to himself. Izuku cherishes Hitoshi's friendship greatly and feels relieved that telling him about his past didn't change anything between them. If anything, Hitoshi felt anger for him because unlike Hitoshi, who had the support of his parents during hard times, Izuku had no one. Rejected by his birth mother, best friend, and others. Sometimes it amazed him just how cruel humans can be towards their fellow man. All men are created equal, huh? Yeah. Currently, Izuku was practicing his kata in preparation for the International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament. The tournament is held every year, with the purpose of it being for promising youths to show off their physical skills. That's how it looks on the surface anyway. But that's nothing more than a cover. The true purpose of holding the tournament every year was for other countries, Japan included, to send their strongest fighters and show them off to other countries. These strong fighters represent their countries by showing off not only their fighting prowess, but to send a message. Start any sort of conflict, and we will retaliate by using our strongest. Hitoshi had no idea of this, but some influential families and government officials did. As wrong as it sounds, and it is that these countries were using children to represent them and showcase them as human weapons. It made him sick to his stomach honestly, as he couldn't understand why the tournament was even necessary. Luckily, Izuku explained to him why. Peace never lasts long, for there's always a trigger, and once it's set off, chaos will descend. In other words, the tournament was necessary to express goodwill and peace, lest it leads to another world war. And that's something everyone wants to avoid, hence the tournament and peace talks with the representatives of various countries. This actually helps him understand why Izuku is needed more than the heroes, for he's the one that can actually bring peace and restore balance should things go straight to hell. A calm sigh brings him back to reality as he looks up to see that Izuku was done with his kata forms. He's been practicing since early this morning according to Biyu. That's some dedication. Hitoshi thinks, done for the day? Yeah. Izuku chugs down some water before wiping his face. The tournament is in a few days, so it's best to be prepared for it. Still can't believe it though, Hitoshi said, that the tournament was actually a way for different countries to send in their best fighters to represent them and as a show of peace. Technically, it's no different from the tournaments of the past before Quirks became a normal thing. A tournament would be held and fighters all over the world would come to compete. The only difference now is that the tournament isn't just for fun like it was in days past. Izuku explained. Yeah, now it feels more like an actual death match, except you guys aren't actually going to kill each other. Hitoshi grimaced at the thought. Izuku smiles, don't be ridiculous. They won't let it go that far. So you say, so where's it being held this year anyway? Hitoshi asked. Here. Izuku replies, putting his shirt back on. This made Hitoshi raise brow. So they're going to be holding it here this year, huh? That means all of Japan will be watching. Izuku nods. That's right, you should be prepared to get up early in the morning at that time. Huh, why? A smirk appeared on the greenette's face. Because you're going to ride there early with my family. Each represented fighter is allowed to bring a guest of honor with them, and this year we'll be bringing you. Are you serious? He felt honored just to be training here in their dojo, but to go as far as to invite him to something important as the International Juniors Tournament? One couldn't help but feel honored and privileged to be invited to such an important event. I am. Don't forget that you're an honorary guest of the Bayong house. Izuku reminds him, no one will say anything to deny that fact. Feeling his cheeks warm up a little, Hitoshi hides his face in his hands out of embarrassment. Damn it, does he have to be like this? But still, for you to be selected to fight this year, are you nervous? Hitoshi asked. No, Izuku responds, looking outside to stare up at the clear blue sky. I've been selected to represent the Bayong family and I intend to dominate my opponents no matter who they are. Such fierce determination shook Hitoshi to his very core. That alone told him just how serious Izuku was about winning this tournament and proving something to the world that rejected him and tossed him aside like garbage. Almost feels sorry for the poor BSRD that has to go up against him. Hitoshi thought with a small grimace. Elsewhere Todoroki abode, 10:30 a.m. Meanwhile at the Todoroki household, Fuyumi Todoroki was currently waiting for her little brother to come home from private school. She couldn't help but feel a little excited as they were going to watch the International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament together. She had no idea her brother was even interested in something like that, but guess he does. The sound of a slide door being opened alerted her that someone was home and tensed a little, but soon relaxed when she heard her little brother's voice. Welcome home, Shoto. She greeted him happily, approaching the door. How was school? Shoto takes his shoes off at the entrance before turning to her. Fine. The same reply every time. It was obvious he was finding going to school, or should he say the school his old man forced him to go to was very tedious and a waste of time. Fuyumi gave him a sympathetic smile. Cheer up, when the tournament starts we can watch it together like we promised. Unfortunately, Natsu won't be watching with us. That's to be expected, Shoto thought. Natsu had nothing against them, just their rotten old man who cares for nothing else except his goal. If he had his choice, then he wouldn't be living in this house, but he couldn't leave Fuyumi here all alone with him, and she didn't want to leave because of Shoto. Did he say if he was going to watch the tournament too? He inquired. Fuyumi nodded. He'll text us to let us know what he thought about it this year. Just as he was about to say something, the front door opened again, alerting them that their father had come home. The atmosphere changed in an instant. Fuyumi tensed a little, but he held firm. His fear of the old man had been replaced with hate, so there was no longer any fear of him. The two siblings were in the family room, but of course their father found them there. Patriarch of the Todoroki family, Todoroki Enji, and number 2 hero in all of Japan. Enji didn't even bother to greet them and simply got to the point. I'm sure you two are aware that the International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament is in 2 days. He said it as a statement, not a question. Yes. Fuyumi wondered why he was bringing it up. Of course she and Shoto were planning on watching it together, but their father found the tournament to be a waste of his time, so why is he so interested? Every year countries from around the world pick one individual to represent them in the tournament, Enji explained. Naturally, I nominated Shoto to participate this year and represent Japan. A dark look appeared on the boy's face at that. But Enji wasn't done. However, they've already chosen someone to represent Japan, a member of the Bayong clan, he said with annoyance. Fuyumi suppressed her urge to gasp at the mention of the famous clan. From what she understands, the most powerful quirk users are from powerful families with strong bloodlines that dates back years, decades even. There was the oldest out of all of them, the Bayongs, then the Todorokis, Idas, and finally the Yayaroses. 4 influential families, but only one of them has been around far longer than the others, and that was the Bayongs. From what Fuyumi understands, the Bayongs seem to be a rather kind family as they donate to charity and care about citizens, despite not being heroes. We will be going to observe the tournament firsthand. Enji said it in a way that left no room for argument or discussion. Shoto, you will go and observe the person that was chosen over you. To be passed over for someone else, a Bayong no less, is unacceptable. Shoto resisted the urge to sneer at him. All you ever think about is your pointless ambitions. I'll go to the tournament and do things my way, not yours. Current location: International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament. The stadium was jam-packed. There was no seat that wasn't filled with anticipated, eager visitors to see who would come out on top. This tournament is the biggest anticipated fighting competition. The only thing coming close was the UA Sports Festival. Heh, it's really packed in here, huh? Hitoshi comments, eyeing the many people that came here to see a bunch of preteens fight. Well, that's to be expected, Bayu said, sitting next to him with a smile. This is the most anticipated fighting tournament, with UA's Sports Festival coming in second. Huh, I didn't know that, Hitoshi hums in thought. Have you watched the UA Sports Festival? Bayu tensed in her chair before a look of disgust showed in both her eyes and expression. Yes, that I've had the misfortune of witnessing the 3rd year's sports festival. Hitoshi couldn't keep the grimace from showing on his face. What the hell happened during the 3rd year's sports festival? Before he could even think to question her about it, there was the sound of a gong before all at once the fighters that were personally selected by their elected leaders, or their country in general, came walking towards the center stage. This is it. He found himself leaning forward in either anticipation or excitement, as his eyes wandered over to the faces of each fighter and instantly spotted Izuku. His best friend was dressed in all dark green with gold trimmings on the robes and black boots. He was sporting a dark green shirt with long sleeves, along with dark green pants. The symbol of the Bayong clan was plastered on the back of the shirt. Wow, that the rest of the fighters are sizing him up already. Not like it was all that surprising, but it had to be uncomfortable. Having all those eyes on you would be enough to make anyone feel isolated and targeted. But then again, this was Izuku, and he wasn't about to let his fellow fighters make him like prey. Oh. HM? What is it? Hitoshi questioned, looking in her direction. Bayu was looking straight ahead. Endeavor is here with his children. She states. Endeavor is here. Hitoshi casually looked in the same direction she was, and sure enough, sitting in the front row was none other than the number 2 hero, Sitting to his right were a girl with white hair with red streaks and a boy who looked to be about their age with white hair on one side and red on the other. What the hell was Endeavor doing here? It isn't all that rare to see pro heroes here, Bayong explained. If I recall, Mother told us that All Might himself came here and caused quite the commotion. All Might did. Hitoshi couldn't see the number one hero causing any sort of commotion. He didn't cause it on purpose, she elaborated. The crowd was acting erratically because the number one hero came to support the fighters. In other words, he unintentionally caused such a commotion that no one could focus on the tournament. He thought dryly. The Fei, who was sitting next to them, spoke up. It would appear the announcer is about to start. Just as he said, a man came up to the stage and stood in the middle, microphone in hand. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament. Many of you have come here to see such promising youths fight and compete against one another. Let us all give our competitors a round of applause, shall we? Everyone in the audience clapped their hands, anticipated to see the fight that will soon happen. I'm sure you're all eager to get this started, so let's do that. Let the tournament begin. As he said that, the screen behind him lit up and two names were selected. United States Kai Rider United States vs. United Kingdom Baker Anemone United Kingdom. The first fight will be against the two fighters selected to represent America and England. Both fighters gave each other a look as the rest of the fighters left the stage and went to the waiting room. Are they allowed to use their quirks? Hitoshi questioned. Yes, they are. Bayong answered. Okay then. He watches as the gong goes off, signaling the start of the match. Ryder was the first to make a move. Both his hands were encased in a glowing ball of light as he charged towards Anemone. But she wasn't about to let him get in the first hit as she responded with her legs. Both were encased in black armor. Fist met foot as the two engaged in fierce combat. Hitoshi gulped, a bead of sweat pouring down the side of his face. I can see why this is different from the normal martial arts tournament. 'Cause this is insane. Forget fight, these guys look like they're gonna kill each other. To see something like this can be overwhelming at first, but remember the fighters gathered here were personally chosen by their leaders to display their strength. Bayong reminds. And he can see why. The way these guys fight, he's nowhere near their level, nor should he try to be. It felt as though this fight had dragged on for a while, but finally Ryder got in a good hit that sent Anemone out of the ring and practically crashing to the ground. That's enough. The referee announced, winner, Kai Ryder. Hitoshi leaned back against his seat. That was intense. And it'll get even more intense as it goes on. Bayong states. And he knows that, but it was still nerve-wracking. Wonder how Izuku's doing in the break room? Hitoshi wondered. Impressive was what Izuku thought as he watched the first fight. No one else was watching, but him, which in his mind was probably because they believed there was no point in analyzing their potential opponents. Having seen enough, he sits down on the bench before closing his eyes and opting to clear his mind. Unfortunately, the universe had other plans. The bench next to him practically exploded, but he kept calm and eyes still closed. Such a fierce aura the person who destroyed the bench was exuding. That aura was directed only at him though. Expanding his senses, he could feel the rest of the competitors were only slightly nervous at the sudden move, but didn't dare move to intervene. This is who Japan picked to be their representative? The voice mocked, can't say I'm impressed. Provocation, huh? Well, it's not like this wasn't bound to happen. Stick a bunch of capable fighters that were personally chosen by the leaders of their country in the same room together, of course egos are going to clash. But unfortunately for his aggressor, Izuku is no longer someone who gives into intimidation. Not anymore. Oi, you hear me, Bayong? Instead of answering, Izuku merely opened his eyes. Looks like the next match is about to be announced. The next fighters to compete are from our very own nation, Bayong Izuku. Hearing his name be called, he stands up and walks away, not even bothering to acknowledge his aggressor. Oi! Izuku ignores him, walking down the tunnel and out on stage to meet his opponent. He wasn't even surprised when his opponent turned out to be none other than the aggressor. A brawny fighter from South Korea. His name is something Izuku doesn't bother to remember, not because he's arrogant, but because knowing it wouldn't be all that important right now. His opponent smirks at him. Looks like this'll be an easy victory for me, and here I thought Japan was supposed to bring their strongest. And now he's resorted to trying to taunt him in order to get a reaction. South Korea really decided to pick this person to represent them? How disappointing. Hitoshi would rather be down there with the fighters right now. Anything would be better than dealing with Byu right now, as the girl was shaking in utter fury, trying to rein in her temper lest she does something she'll regret. All because some muscle-brained idiot insulted her brother. He thinks with a small sigh, sibling love can be truly terrifying. Looking over at FAI, he saw the man was just smiling away and not trying to help him at all. JRK. Fuyumi looked down sadly at the arena. Her eyes were on Izuku and not his opponent. She couldn't help but feel sad as the other boy looked to be around the same age as her brother. Speaking of which, Shoto's eyes were also focused on this Izuku boy. Reading emotions is something she's gotten rather good at over the years, not like she can help it, with a father-like endeavor, meaning she could instantly tell the emotional state of her siblings. Her younger brother had taken his own special interest in Bayong Izuku. As to whether this was good or bad she had yet to know. Hopefully good. Trying to taunt a member of the Bayong clan, NG scoffed, arms crossed. And this is the fool South Korea sent to represent them? Pathetic. Fuyumi decides to tune him out and turn her attention back down to the arena in worry. Will the boy be okay? Don't get her wrong, she's not doubting his fighting abilities, it's just that his opponent looks really buff and strong. Are you both ready? The referee asked them both. Izuku's opponent cracked his neck with a grin. Let's get started already. As for Izuku himself, he simply nodded as he waited for the match to start. Second match. Begin. The referee quickly took a step back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The unnamed opponent grinned before stomping one foot on the ground, but that proved to be a fatal mistake, which was unknown to him. Izuku sensed and anticipated the man's next move very easily. Calmly, he took a step forward before moving his foot across the arena ground and waited. Once he sensed his opponent was about to slam his other foot down, he made his move. Stomping down first, a trail of the earth below his feet headed towards his opponent with everyone watching in anticipation to see what would happen. And they weren't disappointed. The moment his other foot touched the ground, it stepped on the trail of earth Izuku sent in his direction, making the man do the splits. His back was towards Izuku as his legs were forcefully spread apart. Hitoshi winced. Ouch. Byu pleasantly smiled, as expected of Ni-sama. This fight is already over, FAI said with a smile. Ignoring his opponent's painful squeal, Izuku made a motion with his hand, sending 5 earth pillars at his opponent back, slamming the man into the stadium walls. A ruthless, yet flawless victory. Winner, Bayong Izuku. In response to the crowd going wild over his victory, he simply walks away to head back to the waiting room. How did he do that? Fuyumi wasn't expecting that to happen, and neither was anyone else in the audience. Compared to the last match, this one was swift and brutal. Izuku's opponent had more muscle and looked like he could cause some serious damage. That didn't seem to matter as Bayong Izuku took his opponent down quickly and efficiently. NG had no words as he didn't want to admit that he didn't understand what just happened. His dumbfounded expression didn't last long as a smirk appeared. There were many rumors about the positions members of the Bayong clan would take up in the near future, but unfortunately none of them were heroics. Disappointing, but it looks like this boy will be different. This boy will be the one to challenge his son, and there was no doubt in his mind Bayong Izuku will be the one to challenge his son and bring him to the top. Shoto wasn't focused on the cheers of the crowd, or anyone else's thoughts but his own. What happened just now took him by surprise, mostly because he was expecting something different from this fight. However, what he saw blew up his expectations completely. There was no intense hand-to-hand combat like the previous fight, instead it was a one-hit knockout that was both swift and brutal. His eyes lingered on the green-haired boy's back for a little while longer, his mind deep in thought. The matches went on after that, some were intense while others were swift. And the one fighter who took down his opponents with swift movements was the famous Bayong Izuku. No matter what moves his opponents tried to use against him, they were all useless. They were all quickly defeated, and to add insult to injury, Izuku looked like he barely worked up a sweat. There was no sign of fatigue or anything of the sort. He was calm and composed whenever he was called to fight and didn't look tired in the least when defeating his opponent. Truly a prodigy. Just as the tournament was getting to its climax. Ring, ring, ring. A blaring alarm went off, scaring the crap out of everyone. People surged up from their seats out of both fear and panic. No one knew what was going on but didn't want to stick around to find out as they practically gathered around the exit. Warning! This is an emergency. Please get in a single file line and head to the stadium shelter. What's going on? Fuyumi exclaimed, looking around nervously. Was there a villain attack going on? A villain attack? Shoto wondered aloud in his usual monotone tone of voice. How he can remain calm in this current situation was beyond her understanding. No, their father said as he put his cell phone away. It's a tsunami evacuation. But even knowing that, their father didn't look all that concerned, only annoyed. Fuyumi felt frustrated at her father for not caring about civilians at this time. He's a hero and it was his job to protect others, and yet, please evacuate to the stadium shelter in a single file line. Still slightly annoyed with their father, she and her brother moved towards the shelter while he went off to look as though he were going to help deal with the tsunami problem. Is your ambition really that important? She angrily thinks. Hitoshi was sitting with BU and FAI in the evacuation area, along with both the civilians and fighters. What were the odds of a tsunami appearing out of nowhere? And it wasn't a normal one from what he was seeing on the news. This one was bigger than any other that was recorded in Japan. He could already see some heroes were at the scene, ready to see if there was anything they could do against the massive water. What do you think? Hitoshi asked BU. Her response was to smile. Izuku can handle it. The heroes don't need to do anything. Hitoshi didn't even bother to suppress a smile when he thought about the expression on the heroes' faces when Izuku shows up to take care of the tsunami instead of them. This should be interesting to see, he thought, staring at the screen that was in the shelter area. In case of natural disasters, it was up to the heroes to deal with it. For some had quirks that were perfectly suited, while others who didn't were in charge of keeping people away and getting them someplace safe. So, how do you purpose we deal with this? Kamui Woods questioned. Right now our job is to make sure no civilians come near the water, Backdraft explained. Gang Orca is on his way. Hopefully, he might be able to do something about some of the water with his quirk. Gang Orca's quirk allows him to utilize hypersonic waves that'll be extremely useful right now. If Gang Orca can somehow get in the water and use his quirk from within, then maybe. Wait, what is that kid doing? Both heroes snapped their attention towards a green-haired boy wearing familiar clothing. They recognized him instantly. It was the same boy who was fighting in the tournament not too long ago. Is that Bayong Izuku? What is he even doing here? Backdraft exclaimed. Izuku ignored the sounds around him as he continued walking towards the giant wave of water heading right for the city and by proxy, him. The wave was indeed a big one. If something isn't done, then many people will lose their lives. He won't allow that to happen. Deeming that he was close enough, he closed his eyes then opened them again as they were pure white. Legend of Korra OST Greatest Change. All of the heroes present starred as the boy levitated in the air, both arms outstretched. At once, the giant wave stopped in its tracks, much to their astonishment. They watched on as the boy made fluid movements while still in the air. The giant wave following this told them that the boy was controlling the wave as though it were no big deal. As they were watching on, two new, but familiar heroes arrived at the scene. We're here, All Might announced, setting Gang Orca down as he insisted on giving the man a lift. What's wrong? Why are all of you just standing there? Gang Orca demanded. None of them said a word, but one hero opted to point at the levitated Izuku, making All Might and Gang Orca look up. They both saw him make such fluid movements when controlling the giant water wave, which seemed to have dwindled. What in the world? All Might openly gaped like a fish. Gang Orca was clearly impressed by such a display, as he had never seen any hero control a water wave as big as this one. Such amazing control and power for someone so young. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Izuku had finally made the giant water wave cease. It was no longer a giant torrent of water threatening to destroy the city and take many lives. With the looming threat of the giant wave over, Izuku floated back down to the ground, his eyes returning to their normal green hue. Legend of Korra OST, Greatest Change Indie. All was silent for a moment as the surrounding civilians and heroes could not believe what they just witnessed. Was this real? Was what they saw really real? Did this boy really just do all that? A clap broke the silence before more clapping was heard before cheers began to be heard from all the civilians who witnessed such a spectacle. The gathered heroes couldn't help but feel impressed, and some even clapped themselves. Truly magnificent. To walk right into danger without any consequences to his own person, he has the makings of a great hero. All Might said, his trademark grin in place. Gang Orca was inclined to agree. The sound of a helicopter was heard above them, but no one thought much of it because they assumed it was a news helicopter. As you can see, the giant tsunami has been contained, but not by the heroes. It was done by Bayong Izuku of the Bayong clan. Today the civilians know that they owe their lives to this brave young man as he walked right up to the wave without any fear before containing the tsunami easily. As you can see, the giant tsunami has been contained, but not by the heroes. It was done by Bayong Izuku of the Bayong clan. Today the civilians know that they owe their lives to this brave young man as he walked right up to the wave without any fear before containing the tsunami easily. In one city of Japan was a woman with green hair and matching green eyes. Both hands were covering her mouth, eyes watering as she couldn't believe her eyes. "Izuku," she said, voice wavering as she looked at her son's face on the TV. She was not the only one who recognized the familiar face. One family with ash blonde hair, with two members having matching red eyes, all stared at the screen in complete and utter shock. The husband and wife were happy to see the boy's face on the screen and expressed it, but the same could not be said for the boy. His expression was one of anger as he glared hard daggers at the green-haired boy. "Deku." Everything is calmer now, Izuku muses as he merely stands there and watches the waves move in a gentle fluid manner compared to its once chaotic energy. Looks like he managed to calm the waves for now, good. Turning around, he walks away at a calm pace, not even bothering to acknowledge the various heroes around him. He didn't even react to All Might's presence, and there was no need to. "Excuse me, young man. Young man, can we get an interview from you?" A news reporter tried waving him over, but he ignored her and headed right for the family car that just pulled up. "Thank you, FAI. Izuku didn't bother to question how the man got here so fast as the door was opened for him and spotted both his sister and Hitoshi already in the back seat. "Welcome back, Izuku Nai-sama." "Be greeted." "Yo, so how does it feel to move a whole bunch of water?" Hitoshi teased. Izuku huffs in amusement. FAI closes the door before getting in the driver's seat and driving off, leaving behind flabbergasted civilians and heroes. Not one for the spotlight, it seems. Gang Orca comments, coming to stand next to All Might. "I admit I'm surprised, a member of the Bayong clan displaying such a powerful water quirk, but..." All Might trails off. "Go on." Gang Orca urges him to continue what he was saying. All Might's expression was a serious one as he decides to speak up once more. "No, it's probably nothing. I should get going." With those departing words, the number one hero took to the skies, leaving a confused Gang Orca behind. Unknown to the other hero, however, All Might was in deep thought. "This could probably be nothing but my thoughts running wild, but from my general understanding the Bayong clan are prominent earth quirk users. And yet that boy used two quirks, both earth and water." Shaking his head, the hero decides not to think too much about it. Back at the stadium shelter, everyone else had been cheering as they saw what Izuku did to stop the tsunami wave. To think a young boy could stop a tsunami like it was nothing really surprised them, but they were happy that he did something to stop it. Fuyumi was both impressed and relieved by the display. She saw the boy walk towards it before levitating in the air and actually moving the wave like it was nothing. Amazing! So he was just like her younger brother, a dual quirk user. Shoto's thoughts were different from his sister's. He couldn't believe that someone around his age would have such display of power. After witnessing what he just did, the dual-haired boy was even more convinced that Bayong Izuku was more powerful than he was letting on. "Just who are you really, Bayong Izuku? Due to the sudden tsunami and emergency evacuation, the tournament ended with Bayong Izuku declared as the winner of the whole thing. No country disputed that claim, nor did the fighters. After seeing what the boy could do, they believed the right course of action would be to let it go. Gang Orca gave an interview and praised Izuku for his courage and dedication to protecting the people by controlling the wave with such proficiency. He also commented that he would make an excellent hero in the near future. Unfortunately for him and the rest of the heroes though, the Bayong family will have something to say about that. Fire Agni Kai Fire. News of Bayong Izuku's heroic feats spread throughout Japan. You couldn't turn on a news channel and not hear about it. Every news broadcast talked about it for weeks on end, with some praising Izuku for his heroic action. Sure, some criticized him for doing something so reckless, mostly from heroes and those haters that claimed he was just showing off. The haters' comments were called out by some heroes who were there, as well as civilians voicing their own opinions. Izuku quickly became a celebrity, garnering both a lot of fame and fans. Some heroes wanted him for an intern at some point, but whether Izuku would accept was anyone's guess. As for the boy in question, Izuku was currently practicing his katas outside the Bayong residence. Doing this every day helps clear his mind of unnecessary things, for example controlling the tsunami. When he returned home that day he was expecting to be scolded, but his mother merely smiled and praised him for his fine water control and ensuring no one was hurt. When it was announced he was the winner of the tournament there was no reaction on his part. Izuku had already vowed he would win for the honor of the Bayong family and showcase his strength. Part of him had felt a little excitement when he was at the tournament, a small childish part of him that he believed wasn't there anymore still lingered. Thoughts of his childhood sometimes brought him painful memories that he wished to forget. At his weakest moment he knows there are times when it will happen. One night when the moon was its fullest he had a horrible nightmare that shook him to his core. His bed sheets were covered in sweat with himself also covered in it. That night, he made some warm tea to help calm his nerves and help him get back to sleep. They say the human mind can betray you, then the same should be said of memories. There are some memories better off left forgotten, but even that isn't always easy. So instead of trying to forget all that happened to him in the past, Izuku decided to live with his pain and accept what has already happened. Allowing the past to control him was something he was not willing to do. Izuku can honestly say he is forever changed, and that's okay. Coming to a cool-down stance, Izuku listens to the sounds of the earth. Times like these are precious and shouldn't be taken for granted. What will happen today, he wonders. Before he could contemplate on it, the feeling of something wet was felt against his cheek. Smiling, he opens his eyes and sees his friend. Hello to you too, Nyo. Izuku greets his friend with a warm smile, rubbing his friend's snout. Nyo is an enormous, blind mammal. He was enormous in size with brown fur with one white stripe between two black ones running down their backs and white, mask-like patches on his face. They have long tails and 5 claws on each paw. His friend is known as a badger mole. He's gotten so big now compared to the size he was back then. When he went to China to study and stay with extended family, he met Nyo when he was just a small little thing. Despite being surrounded by the warmth and love of a new family, he still felt lonely. As he was walking around the manor's forest, the pitiful sound of a whimper reached his ears. Locating the source was easy as all he had to do was listen to the whimper sounds. Moving some bushes out of the way, he finally arrived to see a baby animal. Such a small little thing that barely had any meat on its bones. Izuku didn't hesitate to bring the little one home in order to nurse it back to health. Next thing he knew, he gained a new friend and companion. Their first meeting felt like ages ago. How time flies. Today is a quiet day, Izuku tells Nyo, still gently petting his snout. Staying home to just relax sounds nice. Nyo lets out a strange noise, but agrees with his master that today was a good day to stay home and do nothing. That was the plan anyway. Izuku-sama. Izuku turns his head around to see Fai standing there. Fai, what is it? He questioned. Fai answered, Lady Bayong requests your presence in the family room. This made Izuku raise a brow. The family room was only reserved for important events, such as the tournament or other important functions. Could it be about another family gathering? No, that doesn't appear to be the case. Okay. Izuku stands up, but not before patting his friend's snout again before following behind FAI. Location Imperial Gala, current time, 6:30 p.m. Imperial Gala was quite the place to hold a charity function. It isn't just wealthy families that come to attend, but also heroes. Only a few actually come to events such as these. All might can be used as an example. Instead of coming in person, he sends a proxy via his secretary. No one knows what the man looks like, either due to him being shy and not wanting to draw attention to himself. Understandable. The only hero here that seems to take pleasure in the attention is Endeavor. For being ranked the number 2 hero in all of Japan, the man's ego was seriously a problem. Izuku makes it clear in his intention to avoid the flaming man at all cost. Speaking of which, Izuku was also here at this charity function. Being here was the important discussion his mother discussed with not just him, but also BU. The two were sent formal invitations to attend by the head of the Ida family. Naturally, the two were surprised and confused as they haven't had any contact with anyone from the Ida family. Their mother assured them they had nothing to worry about and told them to wear something comfortable. The siblings decided to appear in formal robes and so far were having a decent time. Some heroes came over to have a chat with them and out of politeness conversed back. When the topic of Izuku becoming an amazing hero in the near future came up several times, an irritated BU politely excused them before grabbing her brother's hand and walking away. BU, Izuku began to say. No, Izune-sama. BU was having none of it though. You have made it very clear you have no interest in being a hero, and yet they don't know that, Izuku countered, gently, so you can't really be upset with them over something trivial. BU pouts at him, but Izuku has long become accustomed to it. While the compliments were appreciated, he was firm in his belief that being a hero is not something he should be taught anymore. Part of him wonders that if the heroes gathered here would say those same complimentary words to him if he were still quirkless. He doubts it. Ah, Hien-san. Their attention shifted in the direction of their mother, who was talking to the head of the Ida family. Standing next to him was his son, who was a pro-hero. Seeing their mother gesture for them to come over, they obliged, giving the two their own greetings. This was their first time meeting the family head, and so far he has been nothing but pleasant. Their family are known to keep to themselves and don't try to associate with anyone outside the family unless necessary. Not that they're stuck up, but because being sociable isn't exactly what their family does. Ida-san is a very kind man, evident when he greets them with an honest smile. His son was also kind, exuding the aura of the kind older brother that fits him perfectly. I hear your son has been doing well in his hero work. Hien comments. Yes, Tensei has shown what a capable hero he is. Ida-san compliments his son's accomplishments. I'm very proud of him, but sometimes I worry he might be overworking himself. Tensei sighed. How many times do I have to say that I'm taking care of myself just fine, father? You can tell me that as many times as you like, but that doesn't mean I believe you, Tensei. Ida-san countered. I do take times off, mind you. Tensei clapped back. Not as much as you should. Ida-san shot back. Already feeling tired, Tensei massages his temples. Are we really having this conversation now? That depends on you. Ida-san teased. Their banter amused the 3 members of the Beifong family greatly. Turns out the Ida clan have quite the family dynamic. You have another son, correct? How is he doing? He asked. Tenya? He's doing great, already knows what high school he wants to attend. Ida-san responded. Already? So young and already ambitious. Hien said. That he is. Ida-san let out an exasperated sigh. He wants to carry on the family legacy by becoming a hero. I'm proud he already knows what he wants to do, but I don't want him to feel as though he's obligated to be a hero just because he thinks he needs to be. Hien smiles at him. You really love your sons. He speaks of them with such fondness and pride in his tone of voice that makes it obvious of his love for them. Of course. Ida-san beamed. They're my pride and joy. Tensei rubs the back of his head, cheeks tinted pink and eyes looking away. Izuku and BU gave the older man knowing smiles. Such a kind and loving father he is. Ah, so you are here. Biu suppressed the urge to shiver in utter disgust at the sight of Todoroki Enji walking towards them. The pro-hero knew how to dress to impress, but that only showed just how proud this flamed obsessed fool was. Next to him was his own son Todoroki Shoto. Poor boy looked absolutely miserable, and it isn't hard to see why. How is it this man became the number 2 hero she'll never understand? "Oh, Todoroki-san. What a surprise to see you here," Ida-san said. "You normally don't attend such functions. Did something change?" The confusion in his tone expressed that was really surprised and confused to see the pro-hero here. Enji stands a few feet away from Hien and her children, but they were able to catch his gaze flash briefly over towards Izuku before shifting and responding to Ida-san's inquiry. "It isn't anything special. Your intentions are clear as day, you parasite." Biu sneers inside her head. She prides herself on being observant of the smallest detail of anything and anyone. Todoroki Enji had eyed Izuku briefly before answering Ida-san's question as to why he was here. The answer was simple. He came because they were here. Or specifically, her brother. Eyeing her mother out of the corner of her eye, Biu sees she knows his real intentions and isn't impressed. She then shifts her gaze over towards her brother, and even he can see right through the flaming fool. "Hello, Todoroki-sen." Trust their mother to be the calm, stoic one. "Was there something you needed?" She was being courteous as she spoke, but both children knew right away that the woman was not amused to see him here. And if Todoroki Enji picked up on her non-impressed tone, he either didn't notice or ignored it. "I've simply come here to inquire about your son's performance in the tournament." Hien expressed neither annoyance nor did she think to say anything snarky. "Have you come to say something to my son about his performance? If so, there's no need." "No, after seeing what he can really do during the tsunami incident, it seems there is something to discuss." Enji insisted, eyes boring right into her own eyes. His comment greatly upset Hien as she didn't appreciate this man judging her son just because he didn't feel the need to show what he was truly capable of. How dare this foolish, ignorant man question her or her son? If it wasn't for the people gathered here, then Hien would show this man just who he was dealing with. "Mother," Izuku's gentle voice brought her back to reality and preventing from doing something she'll regret. "I'm going outside for a bit to get some fresh air." Leave it to Izuku to be the voice of reason in the family and break the tension. The dark aura around Hien vanished in an instant as she found herself calm. "Of course, dear," Hien said, smiling. Bowing to both Ida-san and Enji, Izuku leaves them to head outside to get some fresh air. Though the part of him said that in order to calm his mother's rising anger, and another part really wanted to go outside. Despite all the noise going around behind him, the night was quiet and calm. Spotting a small pond, he used his finger to move the water. He created a small water ball and just lazily moved it around. Really, they were having such a good time until Todoroki Enji showed up and decided to converse with them. Him showing up was his choice, but to say those words to his mother was an entirely different manner. What their family does is none of his business, nor concern. Izuku felt a little irritated with Enji, but he was more worried about his son. They looked to be around the same age, or maybe the other boy was younger than him, but he couldn't be too sure. The aura around the boy had him concerned. Such intense hatred and anger directed towards his own father. Izuku didn't know what Enji could have done to make his son hate him so much, but had a feeling it was justified. As for Enji, whatever sin he could have possibly committed would soon come back on him. He can feel it. So water really is your dual quirk. A normal person would be startled by suddenly being taken off guard like that, but Izuku was no ordinary person. Somehow he had a feeling Todoroki would come out here too. Izuku faces him calmly, something like that, he said, seeing the water ball back into the small pond. Todoroki stands next to him as they both gaze down at the pond, the moon's light illuminating the water and making it appear to be glowing in the cool, dark night. "Did you come out here for some fresh air too?" Izuku asked. After that disastrous conversation in there, he figured the boy would want to get away from there. Gray and turquoise eyes peer into his green ones, yet I couldn't tolerate being in there any longer than necessary. What a cold response. I figured. My mother was just about to lose her patience. Hopefully Biu is able to keep her calm while I'm out here. Izuku let out a small chuckle as the thought of his mother losing her cool. Would she have done something? Todoroki inquired, curiously. Yes, she most certainly would, Izuku smiled. This isn't well known, but some of us Beifongs can be a little short-tempered sometimes. The memory of his grandmother nearly bringing a building down on a man back when he was visiting relatives in China was a good example. Thankfully he was able to calm her down and stop her from doing something she'll regret. Though he knows she wouldn't have apologized for it. Todoroki gives him a bewildered look mixed with disbelief. Really? Even his tone expressed disbelief. Hard to believe, I understand. But it's true. Izuku said, amused by his expression. The bicolored boy seemed to take this information in now. Izuku doesn't blame him for not believing him at first. Here in Japan, the Beifongs display an air of professionalism well to the public anyway. But it's a different story when it's just them together. By the way, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Izuku faces him fully. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Beifong Izuku. He bowed to the boy as a show of respect. Taken back by the sudden introduction, it took Todoroki a while to reciprocate, but he did. Todoroki Shoto likewise. Shoto responded. Having gotten their introductions out of the way, the two boys decide to enjoy the silence. Izuku didn't mind the other boys' company. In fact, it was a welcomed presence. Beifong. Shoto interrupted the silence by saying his last name. What is it? Izuku could feel those eyes boring into him, and part of him could only wonder what he wanted to say. Are you going to UA once you graduate, or any other hero school? Shoto asked. Izuku's eyes dimmed a little. No, being a hero is something I no longer wish to be. He looks away when Todoroki swiftly turns his head to him. No longer wish to be? Why is that? Todoroki was reasonably confused as he believed Izuku to be perfect hero material. So to hear him say the exact opposite was surprising. Green eyes look up at the night sky. Back then, being a hero and saving people was all I wanted. It was my dream. Such childish dreams he held close to his heart in spite of all the cruelty he faced as a child, but now that innocent dream is nothing more than that. Turning to face Todoroki, the other boy sees the pained, sorrowful expression on Izuku's face. And it struck a chord with him. Todoroki has seen that expression a long time ago, and those eyes. Then there were those eyes. Eyes that harbored so much sadness and pain. Those eyes remind him too much of his mother before she. Todoroki doesn't know what compelled him to reach his hand out to Izuku, but he does. Seeing this prompts Izuku to wipe his eyes with the back of his hand. Sorry, Izuku apologized. His tone was still a little sad and melancholic. Sometimes memories can sneak up on you if you let your guard down. The hand just inches from touching his shoulder halts as Todoroki continues to stare at him. That was all he could say. What more could one say to that? He had no words. As the night dragged on, the two boys stood there in silence, simply enjoying the quiet and cool night air. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. For some reason after their talk that night, Todoroki suggested exchanging contact information. This action puzzled Izuku, but he didn't deny wanting to keep in touch since he enjoyed their conversation. As he was enjoying the warm breeze against his skin, he had a sudden feeling. Frowning, he got in a meditative pose before closing his eyes. Being connected to the world allows him to see things more clearly than others. He can see his siblings, mother, Todoroki, Hitoshi, and all of Japan. Izuku can see everything. And right now he can see a conflict about to unfold. Getting involved in the affairs of others is not something he likes doing, but in this case he has no choice. His senses are telling him to intervene, and so he will. Standing up, he frowns in a certain direction before walking inside the house. Something about this was wrong. He can feel it. Elsewhere in Hosu, there indeed was an incident that was about to unfold. All was quiet at the moment. However, the calm before the storm is always something to be wary of. And it was proven right when a loud explosion rocked the streets and sidewalk as a building exploded, nearly killing those who were walking in front of it at the time. Their lives were spared, however, as red feathers appeared out of nowhere and got them to safety just after the building blew up. Stepping out of the burning building was a tall, bald man, wearing a long black shirt and pants, facial expression looking gleeful at what he'd just done. He takes a deep breath before exhaling. Gotta love the smell of fire burning everything in sight. The wide grin on his face expressed just how much fun he was having. Just as he was basking in the glow of destruction around him, something grazes his cheek, annoying him and causing a scowl to appear. Looking behind him to see what hit him, he saw it was a red feather. Keeping the scowl, the man turned his attention to the sky and saw a man with red wings looking down at him. Staring down at him was a man of average height with a slim and narrow build. He has feathery ash blonde hair swept messily backward with some of the front tufts sticking up in arcs above his head, notably thick eyelashes, and some faint stubble on his chin. His eyes are gold brown and rather triangular in shape, with two little black triangles just below his tear ducts, making his eyes somewhat resemble those of a bird. The marks around his eyes are naturally innate. The well-known man also has large bright red wings with feathers that gradually lengthen the further down they go. The winged individual was wearing a black shirt with a wavy golden pattern like a ripple in a pond, over which he has a tan jacket with a high collar, the insides and cuffs of the sleeves lined with white fur, and black gloves. He has a red square-shaped lobe piercing in each ear, although these are rarely visible as he usually wears a pair of yellow headphones over them. His headphones most likely have protection purposes, since the velocities in which he moves are capable of damaging eardrums beyond repair. A rounded, yellow-tinted visor protects his eyes, presumably from UV radiation above the clouds and dirt particles at high speed. His jacket is specially modified, with two large slits over his shoulder blades to accommodate his wings. This man was a well-known hero known for his speed and easygoing personality, Keiko Takami, or better known as Pro-Hero Hawks. Something told me that if I patrolled around here in Hosu I'd run into something interesting. Hawks was the first one to speak and break the silence during the stare down. Guess this counts. The villain sneers up at him. What the hell? You're not the one I wanted to see. Scram. Flames licked around his arms and legs as his hateful gaze stared right into the pro-hero's calm eyes. Oh, and just which hero were you hoping to lure here? Endeavor, perhaps? Hawks didn't need to take a wild guess as to who this villain was hoping would show up. That being said, he knew exactly who this villain was. A well-known A-class villain, Firestarter. He first appeared out of nowhere 2 years ago with a powerful fire quirk capable of burning everything in sight. Him wanting Endeavor to be here must have some deeper meaning to it. Obviously, dumbass. Firestarter hurled a torrent of flames at Hawks, but the pro-hero wasn't known as the fastest for nothing as he easily dodged out of the way. Oops, man, talk about a nasty temper. Hawks comments, his face completely serious and no longer joking. Flapping his wings, he sends them hurling at the villain, but Firestarter proved to be just as adequate as he used his flames to burn the incoming wings. Firestarter smirked, like hell, those weak wings of yours can do anything to me. He started hurling fireballs at the hero this time, but once again Hawks managed to easily avoid getting burned as he kept flying around, while also throwing some sharp wings blades at the villain. For the next few minutes they kept hurling attacks at each other, hoping one would manage to land the hit on the other, with no success so far. Around them were civilians watching the fight go down, with a news crew within the crowd, having just gotten there. Firestarter was starting to get annoyed at the winged hero because he keeps flying around. He suddenly gets an idea and goes through with it. Spotting a pair of civilians, he throws a fireball at them, which in turn gets Hawk's attention. Thinking fast, he shoots towards them quickly, not seeing Firestarter smirking or the bigger fireball being hurled at him from behind. At this moment, it looked like the end of the pro-hero, or he'd at least get severe burns. Only that didn't happen. A chunk of an earth wall blocked the fireball before it could even touch Hawks. Standing behind it was Izuku himself, much to the shock of those around him. "Are you unhurt, Hawk-san?" Izuku asked the winged hero. He didn't turn his head around to see the winged hero's expression, for there was no need to. Right now he needed to focus on the enemy before him. Hawks blinked, surprised to see Izuku here. "No, I'm good. But what are you doing here?" That was the million-dollar question now, wasn't it? Why in the world would Beifong Izuku be here of all places? A coincidence? Not likely. Izuku's back was still facing the hero as the green-haired boy kept his gaze forward. I saw what was happening and came. That was all he said before he removed the earth wall and stepped forward. I suggest you stand back, Hawkson. It'll be a problem if your wings get permanently burned. Firestarter sneered at Izuku as he approached the villain. Who the hell are you, you little sheet? A sidekick or something? He cracked his fingers as he prepared to set the boy on fire. Who I am is of no concern of yours, Izuku states, standing proud before him. Since your quirk is fire-based, we'll settle this by dueling. His eyes narrowed. Agni Kai. Huh? Agni? What the hell is that? Firestarter was startled, however, when Izuku created earth walls around them so none of the civilians would get hurt. If by some chance something does happen, then Hawks will handle it. The hell? Firestarter saw Izuku get in a stance, irritating the villain. So you want to get burned that badly, huh? Fine. Like what he did with Hawks, he sends a torrent of fire at Izuku. Instead of feeling any nervousness or fear, Izuku calmly dispels the flames by canceling them out with his own. Firestarter was startled to see this, but was deterred as shot out another torrent of flames. Once again, Izuku calmly cancels out the villain's flames with his own by spreading both arms out and splitting the flame in the middle. How? Firestarter was so taken back by his flames being cancelled by this kid that it allowed his momentary distraction. And Izuku used this to his advantage. Moving his arm out, hand balled into a fist, he released his own flames at the villain. Firestarter remembered he was currently in a fight and snapped out of it. But it was too late. Using the villain's momentary distraction to his advantage, Izuku moves his fist downwards and sends a larger torrent of flames at the fire villain. Firestarter may have come back to reality, but it was too late for him to defend himself as the large, bright flame came at him quickly and before he could even blink. It was over. Water wave mountain fire tornado. Kigo had seen many things in his early hero career. But to say he was flabbergasted for the very first time of his life was an understatement. Not only was he a pro-hero told to stay back for the very first time, but a civilian took down the villain themselves. And not just any normal civilian, but a Bayong no less. The very same one that dealt with the tsunami a while back. As he was watching Firestarter get pulled into the ambulance with minor injuries, he witnessed Bayong Izuku being praised for subduing the villain. Now he prides himself on being able to read emotions on people's faces, and from what he can see, Bayong Izuku was uncomfortable. Normally you'd think being praised and being called a hero would make anyone happy, but not in this case. The kid didn't like being praised or called a hero. What a strange kid. Hey, thanks for the help back there. He thanked the kid. Too bad I couldn't see what you did exactly, but nice work. Izuku looked at the hero blankly before bowing. I'm sorry for just stepping in, but something compelled me to come here. Wow, talk about a down-to-honest kid. Don't worry about it. Kigo waved off his apology with a smile. No one got hurt, and you even saved me from getting seriously burned. You'll be a pretty impressive hero in the near future. Izuku gives the winged hero a look, something the hero noticed. Ah, there's that look again. How could a kid, who should be displaying eagerness and joy, look so haunted and hurt? Call him curious, but he really wants to know. What could have happened to this kid in the past? Bowing to the hero one last time, Izuku walked away, possibly to head back home. Kigo watched him leave for a bit, ignoring people who were praising him before going over to speak with the police. Ah, Hawk-san. Good work. The officer congratulated the hero. Nah, the one you should be thanking is that kid who just left. Kigo shrugged off the praise. Anyway, I caught a glimpse of Firestarter and saw he had a couple of burn marks on him. Did he burn himself? No, we managed to get a statement from him before he was taken inside the ambulance, but according to Firestarter, the burn marks he received were from Bayong Izuku. The officer reported. Kigo blinked a few times. Seriously? Was he hearing that right? Yes. Okay then. So the kid has a fire quirk, huh? And a powerful one from what he can see with Firestarter. Wait a minute. Fire? But from what he saw, the kid created an earth wall to block the fireball, controlled the tsunami, so he has a water quirk. And now that used fire just now. Earth, water, and fire. Kigo was in a thinking pose, finger underneath his chin. Could he have multiple quirks that are elemental? He let a smile show on his face. Interesting. Tornado lighter than air tornado. Izuku sighed when more news outlets kept talking about how he took down the A-class villain. No sooner had he arrived home his cell phone had gone off. Obviously startled, he calmed down when he saw an incoming call come in from Shoto. The first thing he does is tell him that he's okay, and no one was hurt, including him. Shoto tells him that he saw him fight Firestarter on the news, and apparently the fight was captured on a newscast helicopter. He saw Izuku use fire and inquired about it. Amused, Izuku tells Shoto that there was more to his quirk that meets the eye. The two went back and forth on the subject of his quirk, and Izuku decides to confess that he has more than one quirk. He explains that he has elemental quirks, and that because it was such a rarity nowadays he was trying to keep it a secret. Obviously he failed, but there's nothing he can do about it now. Thankfully for him, Shoto wasn't upset by the secrecy and understood where he was coming from. After they were done talking, Izuku decided to contact Hitoshi. Naturally, his best friend was a little irked that his friend didn't bother to call him first to let him know he was okay. Izuku apologized profusely and promised to let him know the next time he sees another incident. Hitoshi threatened that he better before saying he was coming over. Taking a bite out of the rice cake, Hitoshi addressed him. So you see what's happening even though you aren't physically there? The two were sitting on the porch, with Nyo sleeping not too far from them. Pretty much, Izuku shrugged. I remember my grandmother telling me that our ancestor Bayong Toph spent some of her elder years living in a swamp. While living there, she was able to see and feel what was going on in the world through the vines, that she was more connected to the world than even the Avatar at the time. Hitoshi whistled. Then how are you able to see and feel what goes on then? Izuku takes on a whimsical look. Do you remember when I told you how I ran away from the orphanage and lived out in the forest? Seeing Hitoshi wince, but nod his head, he continued, living out in that forest allowed me to connect to the world because I detached from it, he explained. The more I lived out there, isolated and away from humanity, I was able to become more connected to the world than my predecessors. Hitoshi's mouth was gaping like a fish, and Izuku had the urge to laugh, but decided to snort instead. If you leave your mouth hanging open like that, you'll catch flies. He teased, earning a light smack upside the head for it. Izuku just smiled as he felt it was worth it. Water wave mountain fire tornado. You appear to be gaining more popularity, Izuku and I-sama. Byu teased in a light-hearted manner. Izuku didn't find it very humorous if the sigh he released was any indication. Just why was everyone so obsessed with him all of a sudden? The only answer to his question was because he had been active as of late. First it was the tsunami, then the villain Firestarter. What's next? So much for trying not to stand out. Izuku muttered under his breath. Hitoshi bumped his arm with his elbow. Nothing you can do about it now. Face it, you've now become infamous. Taking out his cell phone, he smirked. Would you look at that, you've officially become a meme. Really? Let me see. Byu gushed, leaning towards Hitoshi, who blushed a little at the close contact. She looks at his phone and giggles. Oh my, you have become a meme. Those are a lot of hashtags too. Yup, this one's my favorite. Hitoshi grinned. Hashtag Elemental Prince. It fits you perfectly. Oh, shut it. Izuku's eyebrow twitched in slight annoyance at the ridiculous meme. He was not the Elemental Prince, and he doesn't understand why anyone would make a meme of him in the first place. And you two seem to be enjoying this a little too much. He was cut off mid-sentence when someone unintentionally bumped into him. Sorry. The person who bumped into him apologized. Izuku got a good look at them. His eyes instantly locked onto the blue arrow etched on the boy's forehead. An air nomad? In Japan? How rare to find one here in Japan instead of China. They were all over the place there, but you rarely see one here. The boy still had some hair on his head that hid the blue line, with the arrow present for all to see, and pale blue eyes. No, it's fine. Izuku assured the mysterious boy. Are you hurt? Oh no, I'm fine. The boy waved his hands in front of him, looking a little nervous. Izuku's curiosity finally got the better of him. I hope you don't take offense to this, but the arrow on your head, are you by chance an air nomad? He asked. The other boy's eyes widened. You know about the air nomads? As expected of someone from the Bayong family. Seeing the excitement in the boy's eyes made him smile. Since you already know who I am, can you tell me your name? Izuku asked. Oh right. Pleasure to meet you, my name is Nakamura Daigi. Daigi places his fist in the center of his palm and bows to Izuku. Likewise. Izuku copies the action. Daigi looked like he wanted to say something else, but he checked his cell phone and gasped, Not good, I'm almost late for school. What school do you go to? Izuku asked. Aldra Junior High, Daigi replied. And you? Nabu Junior High. Izuku answered. I see, well I better go. Until next time. Daigi smiled before taking off in a sprint to school. Hitoshi watched him go. That's some speed. He sweat dropped. Forget running, the guy looks like he's practically flying. How rare to see an air nomad all the way here in Japan, BU comments. Why is seeing one here so rare? Hitoshi questioned. Long ago, air nomads disconnected from the world so their souls could be free. Izuku answered, though a few generations later, they decided to be more connected with the world by involving themselves in their affairs. Oh, Hitoshi said in awe. They've been around for a long time now, and the ones we've seen live in the remote mountains in China. BU decided to add her own 2 cents, so to see one of them living inside a city that's bustling with so many people is a rarity. You think it's because they wanted a change of scenery? Hitoshi inquired. It's not that uncommon for some families to move elsewhere just to be in a new environment. Possibly, but one thing's for sure, Izuku's gaze was on the boy's back. I wouldn't mind seeing him again. In fact, I know we'll meet again. Everything in Izuku's bones told him so, and when that time comes when they see each other again, he'll know for sure that the winds of change have truly blown. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. Turns out their reunion was sooner than he thought, but the next time he saw Daigi that the boy's skin was discolored. Well, actually it was his face, but that's not the point. The three were headed towards the cake shop to just hang out and eat, while also planning on bringing some back home. Unlike the last time they met, Daigi didn't bump into Izuku and instead greeted them with the exact same smile. The problem with that was the bruise on his face. Daigi, your face? BU was horrified by how large the bruise on his cheek was. Daigi just kept smiling as he waved his hand, brushing off her worry. Oh, this? It's actually not that big of a deal. I get bruised up a little while training, so this is nothing. What disturbed them the most about what he said was the fact that it sounded like he was already used to this. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed. You didn't get that bruise on your cheek during training. And he would know. For as many times he was tossed around the dojo by Izuku like a rag doll, he knows the difference between getting a bruise through training and getting one while being used as a punching bag. And he's all too familiar with abuse. Eyeing his best friend out of the corner of his eye, he instantly recognized anger swirling within those green eyes of his. Izuku was angry on Daiji's behalf and can also relate, for the two of them have something in common. Daigi, Izuku sounded like he was trying to contain his anger and obviously failing. There's really no need to look so concerned, but I appreciate you guys worrying about me. Daigi said, smiling as he was touched by their worry for him. Izuku didn't agree with that sentiment, for he brought them all to a cafe where he healed the bruise with his healing water technique. A technique he learned from one of his past lives. Daigi seemed to pick up on something he hadn't noticed before. Wait a minute, you can earthbend, but also waterbend? He looked at Izuku right in the eye as he said this. Hitoshi tensed, but eased up when BU placed a hand on his arm, shaking her head. That was a signal telling him things were fine, but he was still a little worried. To his surprise though, Daigi lowered his head towards Izuku in respect. I am honored to be in the presence of the Avatar. The sudden respect was disturbing to say the least, but Hitoshi reasoned Izuku was used to receiving such treatment because he was the Avatar. But that didn't mean he liked it, though. Please don't bow like that, Izuku pleaded to Daigi. It makes me a little uncomfortable. One of his past lives had to go through the same treatment and wasn't very comfortable with it. Sorry. It's just that the Avatar has finally returned again after so long. The look of hope and awe in his eyes was another thing Izuku had already experienced. When he was small and brought to China for the very first time, The White Lotus were already there waiting for them. After they confirmed for themselves that he was indeed the Avatar, they prostrated before him. And he didn't like it when they did that. You make it sound like the world has been waiting for Izuku. Hitoshi was observant and paid attention to the words of others. So when Daigi said, "The Avatar has finally returned again," he found himself curious. Unlike the rest of the people in the world, there were a few individuals who were waiting for Izuku to be born. That's because we have, Daigi confirmed Hayachi's thoughts. For so long we've waited for any sign of the Avatar to appear. In every era the White Lotus have patiently waited, as have those of us who grew up hearing stories of the many different avatars of the past and their journeys. So, unlike the rest of the world, the air nomads, White Lotus, and some civilians in China know about the Avatar and shared what they know with the new generation. One thing I've noticed about his story, though, is that he failed to mention how the rest of the world is unaware of Izuku's real identity. That was actually smart on their part. Having too many people know about someone as powerful as the Avatar could spell disaster, not to mention some kidnapping or assassination attempts. They talked some more until it was time for Daigi to go home. Before he left, though, he made sure to tell them he couldn't wait to let his family know he met the Avatar. "You're worried?" Hitoshi spoke up when Daigi was finally out of sight. "That obvious?" Izuku wouldn't say he has a poker face, but he'd at least believed no one could sense how he was feeling with the exception of family and Hitoshi. "What has you worried?" Byu had a hunch, but wanted to ask anyway. "Is it Daigi?" He nodded. He's clearly being bullied, but acts like it doesn't bother him. "If I were to guess, the person bullying him is popular, has a quirk that's considered to be heroic. Teachers turn a blind eye to someone who they deem won't amount to anything and has no future and simply write off the bullying, seeing it as nothing but child's play." "That's horrible." Byu frowned at the thought of Daigi going through such harsh treatment. Her frown deepened when remembering how her brother was forced to go through the same mistreatment in the past. Hitoshi scowled in disgust. "He's enduring it. That's not good. There's only so much a person can tolerate before it gets to be too much." And he would know from personal experience. Izuku noticed a necklace on the table. Picking it up, he examined it carefully before deducing the object belonged to Daigi. "What's that?" Hitoshi asked, eyeing the necklace in Izuku's hand. Byu was also looking at it. "That looks like one of those medallions the air nomads make, but this one's design is different. Unlike most of the air nomad necklaces that are carved with the symbol of air on it, this medallion has not only the symbol, but has the trademark arrow as well. Someone took great time and care to craft this special necklace. This belongs to Daigi. We have some time to return this to him at his school." Izuku turned to Hitoshi. "Do you know where Aldra Junior High is? I can find it easily by looking it up on my phone." Hitoshi was already scrolling through his device and easily found where the school was located. The three wasted no time in heading off towards the direction of the school with the sole purpose of returning the boy's medallion. They weren't expecting what happened once they arrived there. Aldra Junior High. The building was normal, but shaped differently than their junior high school. Not only that, but the atmosphere here was also different, more unpleasant and sickening. There was something really wrong with this school and he didn't like it. "The atmosphere here feels sickening." Izuku frowned. "Yeah, I'm getting that vibe too." Hitoshi doesn't know what it is, but the air here just feels off and makes his skin crawl. He can imagine how Izuku feels. "We should find Daigi and return his necklace, then leave this horrible place," Byu suggested. The two agreed and went inside the school, and were taken by surprise by what they saw. Two boys were harassing Daigi, calling him names and everything. What irritated Hitoshi the most about the situation was that no one was helping him and were just walking on by or being amused by his plight. What the hell? What kind of school is this? Hitoshi was starting to feel even more sick with this place. And apparently so was Izuku. Walking right up to them, the green-haired teen grabbed both bullies by their collars before proceeding to yank them away. Unbothered by their indigent yelps, he bent down to inspect Daigi to see if he had any injuries. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked. Daigi blinked a couple of times in confusion before gathering his wits and responding, "Yes, I'm okay, but what are you doing here?" He then corrected himself. "Don't take that as a not happy to see you, but more so confused about why you're here." You left your necklace behind, Izuku said, lifting it in front of his face. My necklace. Daiji's face lit up with joy as he grabbed it and placed it around his neck. Thank goodness you had it. This necklace is precious and means the world to me, thank you. You're welcome. Izuku smiled. It was worth coming here after all. Hey, what gives? One of the bullies complained behind him. You friends with that weirdo or something? The other added. Ignoring the two, Izuku helped Daigi up before dusting off his uniform here facing the two bullies. He saw the color drain from both of their faces as they probably recognized him. Oh shit. That's Bayong Izuku. Holy. What the hell is he doing here? Is Monk Boy friends with him? At their irritating shocked voices, the rest of the students that were mulling around the hall began whispering about how the famous Bayong Izuku came to their school and knows the resident weirdo monk. His name isn't Monk Boy, it's Daigi. Byu said, getting in the two bullies' faces, making them jerk back a little. How utterly disgusting of you to treat him in such a way. Maybe someone should give you the same treatment. Let's see how you feel about bullying someone then. Hitoshi whistled, impressed by her attitude, but then again he shouldn't really be all that surprised. Classic Bayong attitude. Izuku let out a small sigh but didn't make a move to stop her. Daigi looked a little worried though. Shouldn't we stop her? They might get hurt. As he said this, Izuku's lips twitched in amusement. Typical of an airbender to show concern for others and wanting to keep the peace. Oi, what the hell are you? Extras doing? Everything in him stilled. The voice. Another boy appeared on the scene. He had ash-colored spiky hair, crimson-red eyes, and face settled into a scowl. He thought he'd never hear it again, but fate had other plans. Stopping in front of the two bullies and Byu, his scowl settled on the three who were causing the ruckus to begin with. A face and voice that hasn't changed in the least after all this time. And why would it? Bakugo! The two bullies exclaimed at his appearance. Hearing his name got a reaction from both Byu and Hitoshi. The green-eyed girl almost glared at him but decided to keep her emotions in check. And she wasn't the only one. Hitoshi gave him an icy look, but said nothing. Bakugo eyed the two. What the hell are you two extras doing? He demanded, looking irritated and not in the mood to deal with what was going on. Bakugo, listen, we were just dealing with Monk Boy here when these guys came out of nowhere. Yeah, and Bayong's with them too. Unimpressed, Bakugo sneered at them. Huh, Bayong? Who cares about those wimps? He said, disrespecting the Bayong family name. Byu narrowed her eyes. Watch your words, tyrant. She addressed him neutrally. Huh? What makes you think some extra like you can tell me what to do? Bakugo sneered in her direction. The students around them were shifting nervously, just standing there to see what would happen. Extra? Is that what you call those you deem an inferior? Byu wasn't intimidated, nor was she afraid. No one has the right to look down on anyone, and that includes you. I don't care if people support your antagonistic behavior, but it's disgusting and needs to stop. Bakugo was noted by what she was saying to him. What gives an extra like you the right to tell me what to do? His tone was low. At this point Hitoshi stepped in, standing at her side. She can say whatever she wants, and frankly speaking, someone should have told you off a long time ago. Huh. I've seen your type before. You think just because you have a quirk that looks good for being a hero in the future that gives you the right to do whatever you want? Hitoshi frowned. Want me to tell you what I see? It's not a future hero, but a spoiled brat who throws temper tantrums when he doesn't get his way. Steam was coming out of Bakugo's palms at this point as he was getting annoyed and angry by their words. You shitty. Enough. Not wanting to see his sister and best friend get hurt, Izuku took a step forward. Having just now noticed his presence, Bakugo's eyes widened for a moment before narrowing in pure anger at seeing him. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Byu and Hitoshi looked ready to throttle Bakugo should he try to do anything against Izuku. Daigi was standing behind them, but there was a subtle tension in his muscles. I don't know who you've mistaken me for, but my name is Izuku. Izuku's tone was distant as he had let his friendship with Bakugo fade a long time ago. His tone and attitude didn't sit well with Bakugo, evident when steam began to come out from his palms. Don't get cocky, you nerd. Who the hell do you think you are just showing up here? And with a quirk. Small popping sounds were heard. You pull that shitty disappearing act then just show up and think you're hot stuff? Like I said, Izuku wasn't impressed with Bakugo losing his temper. I don't know who you're confusing me with, but as far as I'm concerned, someone like you deserves to know nothing about me. Sheer anger flashed through Bakugo's eyes, palms gearing up for a big explosion. Students around them looked on nervously as they knew what was coming next. Biyu and Hitoshi were about to intervene as they sensed what Bakugo was about to do. Shitty nerd. A gust of wind blasts him backwards just as he was about to let loose an explosion from his palms. Bakugo was sent on the other side of the hall, disoriented from the sudden air blast. Stunned into silence, the students around them all looked over to see who sent Bakugo flying away. Standing in front of Izuku, arms outstretched and palms out, was Daigi. Having sensed what Bakugo was about to do, he'd gotten into a stance before blowing him away from his friend. Holy shit, one of the bullies muttered. He sent Bakugo flying. I thought he had a weak air quirk, but what he did just now was strong as hell, the other chimed in. Daigi stood tall, his face serious and posture relaxed. Bakugo, I've put up with your bullying since the beginning of the year. I couldn't understand why you felt the need to come after me the way you did, and get everyone in this school to side with you. Izuku eyes the students around them with anger, prompting them to look away. He then eyed Bakugo with a frown. Even after all these years, his former friend was still acting like he was superior to others. And of course, no one stopped him, but encouraged such behavior. It never fails. He could feel his old memories trying to claw their way back up from the darkest pit of his mind. But he was unwilling to let that happen, so he shoved them back down where they belonged. Locked away and buried deep within his mind. But I do now, Daigi continued. All your life you've been told that you're superior and that you had the makings of a great hero. He closed his eyes. I may not know that much about heroes, but one thing I do know is this: a hero would never harm others simply because they can. The gathered students around them fell silent at his declaration. While it didn't show on their faces, it did in their eyes. They all know that he was right, that Bakugo's actions were that more of a bully than someone who wanted to be a pro-hero in the near future. All of them knew this, but decided to ignore it in favor of skinning up to the explosive boy and wanting to be his friend and bragging rights. Hitoshi shook his head at them all. This school is seriously disgusting. And the people who run it are even more sickening. Izuku places a hand on Daiji's shoulder. Come on, let's go. Daigi didn't protest as he followed the group, not even sparing Bakugo a glance. Bakugo meanwhile glared as he watched them leave. Not only did that wimp finally decide to use his quirk to fight back, but then Deku just shows up out of nowhere and thinks he can just pretend not to know him. Deku, what the hell happened to you? Bakugo thinks. If only he knew. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. With what happened back at the school behind them for now, Daigi decides to walk with the group and tell them everything that happened. Starting from when he first transferred to the school, having to move there because of his father's work. After being transferred to Bakugo's class, he was immediately singled out. The reason for this was because of his arrow, and him not being interested in showing off his quirk, or wanting to show it off unless he had no choice but to. Bakugo was his frequent tormentor and ringleader of the bullies. Daigi explained that in Bakugo's eyes he was inferior and targeted because of that ill belief. Izuku was both angry and disappointed because his former childhood friend hasn't changed in the least. Still believing he was above others, and hurting the innocent. Part of him hoped that the boy did change, that he would learn and understand that no one is above anyone. That's what he hoped. But his hopes were dashed. I won't even bother to ask why the school hasn't done anything because it's painfully obvious. Hitoshi frowned, already having a hint as to what goes on in that school. Horribly deplorable, Biyu commented. Daigi, you can't keep going to that school anymore. It is a toxic environment that'll only poison you in the end. Daigi contemplated it before eventually deciding that Biyu was right. He hasn't even told his parents about the bullying, not wanting to worry them, but maybe he should tell them about it. By the way, I noticed Bakugo called you Deku after he saw you, Daigi said to Izuku. Did the two of you know each other in the past? Izuku was silent for a moment at the innocent question. Did they know each other? A long time ago, maybe? Boom. His whole body tensed as he sensed the location of the explosion. An explosion? Daigi exclaimed. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed. That sounded really close. He saw some people running in the direction of said explosion like a bunch of idiots, and there goes the mindless morons running towards the danger instead of away from it. People can be truly foolish. Bayong sighed. Quickly standing out of his chair, Izuku walks away. Let's go. The three didn't even question his sudden change in demeanor, for they already know. Tashanori Yagi cursed as he let the villain get away while he was distracted. Capturing the villain was easy enough. Even putting the sludge villain in the bottle was simple, and yet he had still gotten distracted and dropped said bottle. Now, not only was the sludge villain out on the loose again, but he had taken a young, innocent boy as a hostage. Even going so far as to use the boy's quirk. Damn it, that was careless of me. He cursed. How could I let myself get distracted for even a moment? Now a young boy's life is being held as leverage. And transforming in front of all these people wouldn't be a very good idea, but he had to do something. Hey, wait, isn't that? Someone in the crowd said. Tashanori snapped out of his self-loathing episode in favor of paying attention to the sludge villain and saw him. Bayong Izuku was calmly approaching. He looked around to see the other heroes on the scene: Kamui Woods, Death Arms, Empty Lady, and Backdraft not even attempt to stop him. He can understand why. A few days ago, Bayong Izuku had stopped another villain once before, Firestarter as the called himself. The young man had assisted Hawks, despite only being a civilian, and engaged the villain. Walking calmly without an ounce of fear, just like he was doing right now. Despite feeling worried about what might happen, Tashanori opted to simply wait and see what would happen. When they arrived at the scene and saw some of the heroes, with the exception of Backdraft not doing their job properly, they were not impressed. If this is how pro-heroes act, then it was a wonder no one was seriously hurt at this point. What really caught Izuku's attention was the person being taken hostage by the villain. It was Bakugo. Izuku doesn't know how the boy got captured by the villain and didn't care at this point. His only focus now was saving him and incapacitating the sludge villain. The sludge villain grinned in his direction. Well, what's this? Another brat for me to use. Such a slimy voice, it makes his skin crawl a little, but that won't stop him. Bakugo's red eyes glare at him from his position inside the sludge villain. However, Izuku pays him no mind either. Stupid idea to just come walking up to me, kid. Sludge tendrils head at Izuku. The crowd waited with bated breaths as they waited to see what would happen. Needless to say, they were not disappointed when a blast of air prevented the tendrils from touching him. Surprised, the villain saw Izuku's outstretched arm, palm facing the villain directly. Cheap trick, kid. Let's see how you like this. Another sludge tendril was shot at him, but once again, Izuku prevented it from touching him with another palm move. What the hell? An air quirk? If you want to think that. Izuku commented before doing a few more palm moves in the villain's direction to catch it off guard. This tactic worked as having air being blown in the villain's face made it difficult to try and attack him again. Getting in a wide stance, Izuku then moved both palms out as hard as he could, with the results of the sludge villain being forced to release Bakugo. Moving both hands in Bakugo's direction, he created a mini air tornado underneath him and moved the explosive boy in the direction of the crowd. With him out of harm's way, Izuku can now go all out. Moving his arms about to gather more wind, he created another tornado underneath the villain so he couldn't escape. He made sure the villain was able to breathe, though, as the villain was floating in the air now. Izuku was still moving his arms in a circular motion, and when he determined the villain could take no more, he shrunk the tornado and the villain slowly descended to the ground. Unconscious. Izuku comes to a resting stance as the villain was no longer conscious. Letting out a small sigh, he wasn't expecting the crowd behind him to suddenly start clapping and cheering for him. Seeing this made him look away before shaking his head as he walked away from the villain and letting the heroes finally deal with it. And the hero to come and deal with the villain was none other than All Might himself. All Might got here pretty quickly, but then again he shouldn't really be all that surprised. The man wasn't the first-ranked hero for nothing. Unbeknownst to him, though, said first-ranked hero's eyes were focused on his retreating back. Yes, I saw. Bayong Izuku intervened yet again and stopped another villain. A mammal was sitting in a chair and talking with all might at the famous high school UA. The mammal in question that was in the middle of speaking to the hero was the principal of the school himself, Nizu. I figured you saw it on the news. Tashanori comments, taking a sip from his tea. Nizu eyed the man critically. So, what has you so concerned about the young lad? From what I've seen and heard, he's prime hero material. Do you disagree? No, I don't deny the boy is indeed the embodiment of a hero, but Tashanori still had this lingering feeling about him. Having another quirk isn't unheard of. There are SME who have dual quirks, but there was only one person he knew of to have multiple. That man. You believe he may have some connection to your former enemy? I find that very hard to believe. Nizu deduced the man's thoughts without even having to ask. As do I, but part of me can't help but feel there's more to the young lad that meets the eye. Tashanori doesn't know why he feels this way, but for some reason he just couldn't let it go. Nizu leaned back against his chair. If I recall, there is a member of the Bayong family that's with the police force. Perhaps you could find out more about Bayong Izuku through his sibling. Tashanori sat up straight. That would be good. He didn't know one of the boy's relatives was with the police force, but it was indeed a good place to start. Unknown to Tashanori at the time, the Bayong family are always prepared to protect their own. That night a strong wind was blowing. Izuku could feel it. As he stood outside in his green night robes and barefooted, he could sense there was a change in the wind. And not a good one. As the wind blew against his face and hair, he stared up at the night sky. What an ominous wind. Ominous indeed. Nut and bolt, hard metal nut and bolt. Hello all, here is my updated story schedule, and I am going in alphabetical order here. AO3 and fanfiction. Boku no Hero Academia. Avatar, The Legacy of Izuku, 20 chapters. Burn Like a Phoenix, 20 chapters. Delphic, 20 chapters. Descendants of the Intona, 20 chapters. Electro-Vector and Gravity Manipulator, 20 chapters. Ghost in the Human Shell, 20 chapters. In Between, 20 chapters. Irregularity, 20 chapters. Linked, 20 chapters. Omega, 20 chapters. Operation, 20 chapters. Phantasm, 20 chapters. Reincarnated as the Villainous Knight, 20 chapters. Watching Operation, 20 chapters. Why Tomorrow Will Come, 20 chapters. Banana Fish. Freedom, 20 chapters. Greyman. Didimo, 20 chapters. Grey, 20 chapters. Exorcists in Earthland, 20 chapters. Digimon. An Adventure to Remember, 20 chapters. Fairy Tale. Celestial Being, 20 chapters. Modern Day Dragon and Princess, 20 chapters. The Adventures of Fairy Tale, 20 chapters. Watching The Adventures of Fairy Tale, 20 chapters. Ghost Hunt. Inevitable Fate, 20 chapters. Jujutsu Kaisen. Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Irregular Magician and Sky Prince, 20 chapters. Spiritual Sky, 20 chapters. The Third Hiwajima Brother, 20 chapters. The Sky's Wind Guardian, 20 chapters. Naruto. Energy of Life, 20 chapters. Heart of Iron, 20 chapters. Legend of the Blind Ninja Remake, 20 chapters. Return of the Sage, 20 chapters. Road to Peace, 20 chapters. Sovereign, 20 chapters. Pokemon. Adventure to the Orange Islands, 20 chapters. Shingeki no Kyojin. Bright Dane Flugel Us, 20 chapters. Sound of Your Voice, 20 chapters. Shingeki no High School, 20 chapters. Toaru Majitsu no Index. A Certain Powerful Level 0, 20 chapters. Tsukachi Naomasa is a hard-working detective. Not only hard-working but earnest too. It's because of these qualities he earned the right to be a close friend of All Might's. The blonde hero even went so far as to entrust him with the secret of his quirk. Deep down he felt honored to be entrusted with such a secret, and vowed to never breathe a word of it to anyone. And he's kept that vow. Tashanori would often visit him and help out with investigations under the guise of being All Might's most trusted secretary. No one in the department was all the wiser, so this arrangement worked out. Now here he was talking to his friend about something he's never expected. You want to speak with Detective Bayong? Tsukachi questioned, bewildered by the request. The two were sitting in their usual family restaurant, the same where Tashanori told him the truth about his quirk and that man. Tsukachi learned to expect to discuss serious topics when they always met here, but he wasn't expecting this. Yes, I was wondering if you could somehow introduce me to him, Tashanori then elaborated. There's something I'd like to ask him. Something to ask? About what? What exactly is this about, Tashanori? Detective Bayong was highly respected within the department, and also his partner. Not only highly respected within the department, but the man was surprisingly down to earth. Sure, there were some on the force that expected him to be stuck up and arrogant, but he was none of those. When he was first introduced as a new detective, the first thing he did was greet them humbly, even bowing to them in a respectful manner. 2 weeks after his introduction, Tsukachi found out the two would be partners. He was worried Bayong would have a hard time with the whole partner situation, but it was the complete opposite. He couldn't have asked for a better partner. It's nothing bad, I assure you, Tashanori quickly assured him. I simply wish to talk to him, that's all. Tsukachi feels it's just more than a mere talk, but ultimately decides that it would be okay for the two to meet. Hopefully it'll be a peaceful meeting. Water wave mountain fire tornado. Bayong stood tall with slim, yet muscular physique. His hair was dark brown, tied in a low ponytail to contain his long hair, bangs that covered his forehead, 2 strands on either side of his face, and forest green eyes. Tashanori sensed great strength from the man standing before him. Though his posture appeared to be relaxed, he could tell the man was ready to react should this turn physical. Hopefully it won't come to that. Greetings, I'm Tashanori Yagi. Tashanori politely greeted the man and held out his hand. There was an every silence as the Bayong stood there for a moment, staring at his hand with a blank expression. Slowly, the man grabbed the hand and began to shake it, but didn't say anything to acknowledge the greeting. Tsukachi understood what was doing even though Tashanori didn't. His partner was studying his friend very carefully, trying to sense for anything that would appear hostile. He liked to believe he knew his partner very well after working together for quite some time. So far, was only observing Tashanori very carefully and nothing else. Okay, so maybe this meeting will go well after all, right? All three sat down with 3 cups of tea settled in front of them. There was only a small tension present in the air as no one had spoken a single word yet. Well, there was no need to get these two to forcefully talk to each other. The two were probably in the middle of trying to figure out what to say. I asked Tsukachi to meet with you today so that I could discuss something about a relative of yours. Tashanori started off saying. So he was going to start things off first, huh? Calmly, his partner sipped some of his tea, eyes never leaving the top-ranked hero in all of Japan. One thing he could say about the Bayong was that his calm demeanor was something he respected and felt impressed by. Even in this situation, he's as calm as a cucumber. After what felt like an eternity, finally spoke. I'm aware. Such a polite, calm, and elegant way of speaking. Tashanori was taken by surprise a little. This young man was also soft-spoken, which was another surprise, but it seemed to ease his mind a little. Tsukachi has informed me ahead of time that you wanted to see me because you wanted to discuss some things about my younger brother. The older Bayong's tone was calm and non-threatening, so that was a good sign. Yes, Tashanori coughed into his fist awkwardly. The reason I wanted to meet with you was because of my own curiosity. Such as? Inquired. Tashanori looks the man in the eye. Your younger brother, Bayong Shounen, he has multiple quirks, doesn't he? He questioned. Tsukachi blinked a couple times before looking over at his partner to see what his reaction would be. As he somewhat suspected, his partner appeared calm at Tashanori's inquiry. What was going through his mind, though, was the question as to why his friend wanted to know about his partner's younger brother. Multiple quirks are a rarity, yes, but why would Tashanori? Wait. Tsukachi gives his friend a look and thinks that after this talk was over they would be having some words of their own. Because he now knows what this meeting was really about. Yin's calm expression doesn't fade even as Tashanori inquired about his younger brother's multiple quirks, as he called it. I see, so that's the purpose of you wanting to meet with me. He said it as a statement, not a question. Yes. At his confirmation, the tension suddenly became much more thicker. Tsukachi was worried he would have to step in just in case his partner would feel the need to physically harm the disguised hero. And why do you feel as though it is any business of yours? In bluntly said, but Tsukachi could tell he was trying to hold in his anger. Well, Tashanori stammered, nervously. The older Bayong cut him off before he could say more. Let me make this clear to you right here and now, my younger brother is the kindest soul you could ever hope to meet. And despite him involving himself into situations that he clearly cannot control, he will do what needs to be done to protect those he holds dear. Tsukachi remained silent as this was the first time he'd seen his partner show such irritation. And to hear such devotion and loyalty towards his younger brother made him smile and think of his sister. No, stay focused. Right now he needs to play mediator. I don't know why you believe my brother is possibly connected to something, but I will say this. Yin's eyes never left Tashanori's. My brother carries a burden that's longer than your own Tashanori Yagi no All Might. Guessing the blonde's identity wasn't all that hard. In fact, it was quite easy if one were to have keenly observant eyes. There have only been 2 people in Japan that saw through All Might's disguise, and they were sitting at this very table. The 2 men's eyes widened as In revealed Tashanori's real identity. How did he? How? Tashanori sat there, stunned that his true identity had been exposed. The older Bayong released a soft sigh. Your power is far greater than you realize. It flows through your very veins like water. Even those with a keen eye and sharp intellect can tell. Tsukachi still wondered how he was able to recognize Tashanori in his deflated form. Maybe he was part of the keen intellect category. Can you sense quirks? Tashanori questioned after calming down a little. I sense their energy, he replied. The energy quirks give off reveal everything about the individual. So from the moment he laid eyes on Tashanori, the strong energy his quirk gave off signified who the blonde truly was. An impressive skill that's very useful and explains how he's able to locate criminals so quickly when they were out in the field together. I won't ask the nature of your quirk or why it has such a high energy, for it is not my place to know. He said, coming to a stand. Our conversation is over. Tashanori scrambled to stand as well. Wait. Bayong, he struggled to get the words out. Revealing who you are holds no purpose for me. In interrupted the hero before he could say anything. After all, he turns his head a little in the hero's direction. We all hold secrets that others shouldn't know. Having the last word, he leaves the 2 men behind with their own thoughts and feelings. About a few minutes later, after the older Bayong had left, the 2 friends decided to have a discussion of their own. So the real reason you wanted me to arrange this meeting, Tsukachi did not look amused with his friend for not telling him everything, was so that you could get information about his younger brother. Yes, I'm sorry for putting you in such a situation. Tashanori had the decency to look guilty at least, so the detective decided to forgive him. When you asked him about his brother having elemental quirks, were you thinking he might have a possible connection too? He had a hunch as to why Tashanori was questioning his partner about his younger brother's quirk. Tashanori was silent for a moment. I don't fully believe he knows anything about my former enemy. In fact, it was more of his latent paranoia getting the better of him, but he just couldn't shake this feeling. But I still have this feeling when it comes to Bayong Shounen, nothing bad, mind you. He quickly said, I feel there's more to him that meets the eye. Tsukachi could understand what he meant. He got the same feeling from In when they first met. There was something about the older man, but he didn't know what that feeling was. Instead of being cautious or suspicious about it, he simply accepted his partner without judgment. Tashanori, I can see why you would think Izuku may have some connection to your former enemy, Tsukachi gently said. However, I can honestly say without question that neither he nor his family know anything about that monster. Tashanori had his final clash with his archenemy years ago, and got a painful reminder that will forever be carved within both his memory and skin. It was a miracle his friend was even still alive. From the way he told him of their final fight, it was not only brutal, but would have determined who would survive between them. A short sigh escaped the blonde's lips. I agree, and what his brother said is also true. What secrets their household holds is of no business of mine or anyone else's. And he was foolish to believe he had a right to know. At least you understand? Tsukachi smiled. Even though Izuku is a young powerhouse amongst his generation, I've heard that he's not interested in being a hero. He doesn't. Tashanori was surprised by this new information. Shaking his head, the detective explained, No, from what Yin's told me, Izuku did want to become a hero when he was younger. Unfortunately, he decided to give up on being one after suffering from a traumatic incident that still hasn't faded. His tone was solemn and sympathetic as he wondered what sort of childhood trauma the young boy must have experienced. I see, such a shame really, but if he doesn't feel comfortable then there's no reason to force him into it. Tashanori wondered if the young man would rethink his position about becoming a hero, but that may never happen anytime soon. Or so he thought. You're going to what? He practically shrieked. After his meeting with older Bayong ended, he headed back over to the high school. His intention was to tell Nizu what happened before leaving for home. That was all. But this. And Nizu? The terrifying little mammal just sat there with that smile. A knowing smile that always puts him on edge. I'm going to recommend Bayong Izuku to take the UA entrance exams next month. Nizu repeated cheerfully, Did I not make that clear? No, you have undoubtedly made that clear. Tashanori waved his hands in front of him. I'm just confused as to why you would recommend him. The young lad has made it very clear he doesn't want to become a hero. Yes, I know, Nizu said smoothly, but you and I both know that his actions the past few weeks have proven otherwise. To let such promising potential like his go to waste would be unfortunate. Pressing his palms together, he sported a serious expression. Besides, the Heroes Commission are ready to deem him as someone who should be monitored and brought in. What? Tashanori exclaimed, standing from his chair. Why? Is it because he involved himself in different incidents? That's not something he could help. I know. Tashanori was furious but tried to calm down. Are they threatening to label him a vigilante and order him to be brought in? He never liked the Hero Commission and their way of doing things. While he agreed that civilians should not involve themselves in the affairs of heroes, it wasn't as though the young man was trying to get involved. Not yet. Nizu said grimly. But this only confirmed Tashanori's words. The blonde plops back into his chair. So that's why you want to recommend him to take the UA entrance exams? To protect him. That, and also to protect him from those that lurk in the shadows. Nizu said cryptically. Tashanori's blue eyes narrowed. Nizu hopped out of his chair and walked towards the window, gazing down at the people below them that were going about their normal day without a care in the world. Such a peaceful time won't last forever. He could feel it. Both me and Tsukachi will pay a visit to the Bayong household and tell them personally, Nizu informed. I'm sure this will not be a pleasant meeting in any way, but this is necessary. Tashanori was silent. There are unseen threats out there that already know of his existence, and I'm positive they're already making their move. Then we have the Hero Commission to deal with in the near future. Powerful as the Bayongs may be, even they don't have influence over them. Nizu explained. Very well, Tashanori lamented. I'll let you handle it. Nothing else he can do now, he just hopes Tsukachi won't be too angry with this. Then there's his partner, who he knows for sure won't be very pleased, and hopes the backlash that follows won't fall on his friend. Water wave mountain fire tornado. Such a hectic week. Izuku's gang had made all the necessary arrangements to move Daigi from his previous junior high to theirs. What made the process hectic was the young airbender had to tell his father and mother about the bullying he had endured. Daigi explained that he didn't really want to say anything and worry them, so he endured all the animosity directed towards him by his classmates and some faculty. Daiji's father was furious, and if not for his wife and other children stopping him, he would have tore the school building asunder with his air bending. The man not only ripped a new one into the principal and faculty for letting this happen, but also Bakugo's parents. Just what kind of child are you raising for him to act this way? He shouted at the parents. I will not allow you to just brush this off and claim it was just child's play. And he didn't. Bakugo had been suspended and his accomplices were also punished and their parents informed. The teachers who knew about the bullying but did nothing to stop it were also punished, their teaching licenses permanently revoked. Even the principal was given a warning, though he should have been suspended or fired. It is what it is, plus it was something. Daigi didn't even bother to say farewell to his former classmates and simply left. Izuku still believed he just imagined it, but he thought he saw some looks of regret flash through their eyes. Then there was Bakugo. During the screaming match Daiji's father had with Bakugo's, they didn't see, but heard it from outside the door. He could feel red eyes boring into his skull the whole time. Izuku ignored him, of course, and even when everything had been settled and walked away from the office, he could still feel those very same eyes. His parents tried calling out to him, too, but both Bayong and Hitoshi told him to ignore it. So he did. Daigi suddenly transferring into their school when the year was almost over was odd to some, but due to the young monk's kind and understanding personality they didn't care. What a chaotic week that had been. At least his friend had gotten justice for the unjust treatment he received for no reason. Justice that he never got until he was given a new life. Shaking his head, he leaned back against Nyo outside the greenery and just closed his eyes, relaxing. Everything felt good at this moment, the gentle breeze, calm smell, and just the peaceful atmosphere. Nothing could ruin this moment. Izuku-sama. Until now. Snapping his eyes open and feeling Nyo moving slightly, he sat up and saw Bayong running towards him, looking worried. What's going on? What's wrong? He stood up. Bayong stopped in front of him. The principal of UA High School is here. He's trying to recommend you take the entrance exams that are coming up. What? Why is the principal trying to recommend him into the school? No, more importantly, why him anyway? That's not tall. Elder brother's partner Tsukachi is also here. Bayong added. Tsukachi Naomace is here, too. Not needing to hear anything else, Izuku took off running inside the house, Bayong hot on his trail. As they were headed in the direction of the meeting room, they were stopped by the sound of their mother's voice. You dare threaten the Bayong family? Too late. Their mother's anger was already at its limit. Giving each other unsure looks, Izuku opted to stand there and simply listen to what the two were discussing about. Meanwhile, inside the room, the matriarch of the Bayong family was not happy with the mammal sitting in front of her. Tsukachi sat next to the creature, sitting stiffly and nervously in place. She could sympathize with him, truly she could, but not right now, not when she was feeling this angry. Principal Nizu, I let you in my household out of the kindness of my heart, Hien started to say, and how do you repay my kindness? By saying such nonsense. Tsukachi winced. Oh yeah, she was mad. Nizu didn't seem bothered as usual, sipping his tea in a casual manner. Some people were right, he really is a sneaky little rodent. Setting his tea down, Nizu continues to speak pleasantly. Bayong, while I understand your anger, I'm afraid your son has no choice in the matter. That's where you're wrong, you arrogant creature, Hien nearly snarled at the mammal's words. We are fully capable of dealing with the Hero Commission. Not only that, but my son's vigilante activities, as you claim, are something he does not need permission for. He's not bound to the same rules as the heroes who parade themselves around like fools. Once again, Tsukachi winced at her harsh words. Must be a Bayong trait to not hold anything back. Ma'am, please forgive Principal Nizu. It wasn't his intention to offend you. I wonder. She sneered. Taking a deep breath, Tsukachi pressed forward. Please understand, ma'am, while I'm not saying you aren't capable of holding the Hero Commission off, there's still, persistent to say the least. Hien was silent. Not only that, but because of all the attention your son has been getting lately, we fear that those in the underworld will start watching him more closely. Tsukachi was openly expressing his concern. Hien's eyes softened a little. I can see now why my older son speaks so highly of you. He wasn't expecting that. Such a kind and compassionate soul you have, and while I can understand where you're coming from, my answer will not change. Hien was firm in not letting Izuku go to UA. Uncharacteristically, Nizu looked serious. Do you truly believe you can protect your son forever? He questioned. Or are you perhaps trying to hide him from something, or someone? Hien grew a little angry at his incisive prodding. Say his real. Insolent. Mother, stop. If not for Izuku's voice stopping her just now, she would have dropped this house right down on the little rat's head. All three adults turned to the entrance to see both Izuku and Bayong standing there. Bayong was glaring at Nizu, while Izuku frowned. Izuku takes a step inside the room. I'll take the UA entrance exam, he said. Izuku-ni-sama. Both mother and daughter said in unison. He paid them no mind, his eyes locked firmly on Nizu. This was really unexpected, but he somehow had a feeling that the reason for the principal's presence here had something to do with him. Over the past week his actions had garnered attention, and this was the consequence. So the Hero Commission had their eyes on him, did they? Concerning, but like his mother told them, they're fully capable of dealing with them. But he has a feeling that Nizu won't listen, nor understand just how truly terrifying their family is. Ah, the guest of honor shows himself. Nizu pressed his paws together, ignoring the glares from Hien and Bayong. Beifong is Zuho, I presume? Principal Nizu, though you may be a guest, it doesn't give you the right to upset my mother, Izuku said in a neutral tone. He doesn't know much about the mammal, but he's heard about some things here and there. Nizu smiles at him, but there's a hidden agenda behind that smile of his. My apologies, it was not my intent to cause any sort of disturbance. Liar. Tsukachi, Hien, and Bayong think simultaneously. An obvious lie, Izuku retorts. That being said, the last thing I want is to cause trouble for my family. His green eyes were firmly locked on the mammal. I'm going to say this only once, he warned. I'll go to your school, but being a hero is something I will never be. The reactions to his words were mixed. Hien closed her eyes, expression saddened. Bayong also expressed sadness, and Tsukachi gave him a sympathetic look. Just what happened in this boy's past to make him say such a thing? I will go as well, Bayong said firmly, taking a step forward and standing next to her brother. I don't want Izuku-sama to be alone. Bayong. Izuku was a little surprised by her decision, but appreciated it. At this moment though, he was cursing himself for not being more careful with his actions, but it was too late to have any regrets now. He's going to a high school that trains young minds and helps them become respected heroes. But this changes nothing. They can force him to attend UA, but they can't force him to be a hero. Are you serious right now? Hitoshi asked in disbelief. After the meeting with Nizu and Tsukachi was over and done with, Izuku had phoned up Hitoshi and told him what happened. Next thing he knew, his best friend was already on his way over here in a hurry. Izuku lets out a long sigh. Unfortunately, and my mother isn't happy, but understands why I agreed to it in the end. Honestly speaking, dealing with the Hero Commission really won't be that much of a problem. But they will be a headache to deal with later. Another problem would be all the attention he set himself up for, but again that's something he couldn't help. Who knows what sort of people lurk in the shadows, and waiting to pounce on him. Say for example, no, while the records don't specifically say if there were more members hiding or not. It's better safe to assume that they might still be active even in this new era. Izuku isn't one to speculate, but the possibility of a certain organization still being active till this day wasn't impossible. Though them being disbanded for good would be a good thing. Izuku. He snaps back to reality and looks at his best friend. Hitoshi was staring at him, but he had that look in his eyes. It looks like he's made up his mind about something. I know you've told me that being a hero isn't something you see yourself doing in the future, Hitoshi began to say, and I know you wanted to go anywhere other than UA, but you won't be alone. We'll be there with you. By we, he means both himself and Bayong. Izuku couldn't stop the smile that showed on his face. How did he ever get so lucky to have a friend like Hitoshi, and a loving, supportive family? Who cares about becoming a hero when he has such a strong support system? There wasn't anything else he could ask for than this. Time seemed to go by very quickly. During those many weeks the three of them trained as usual. Izuku and Bayong didn't know anything about the exam for students who would be taking the same exam as them, but they were prepared. Daigi told them he was also training for the upcoming entrance exams, just not the one for students who were taking the recommendation portion. His mother and brothers were still cursing Nizu for forcing him into this situation, but he assured them that while the mammal may have forced his hand, the decision to still go was his. They no longer made a fuss, but still cursed the little rat, as his mother liked to call him. Days went by, and before he knew it, the time to take the entrance exams had come. UA Recommendation Exam Entrance. Well, here we are, Byu said, looking over at Izuku. Nervous? Not really, what about you? He was wearing a dark green jogging suit, while his sister was sporting a light green one. There were other students mulling around them, all from different middle schools, and all of them had numbers on the front of their chest. Izuku's number was 20, and Byu's was 52. I guess we'll just stand here since no one else is doing anything, Izuku said. Byu was looking around, so many different faces and not a single familiar one. It wasn't like she was expecting to see anyone familiar, but still. Maybe, Izuku started to say. Nice to meet you. A booming voice greeted the siblings, making them jump a little in place. Glancing behind them, they just see it was another student with a number on his chest that read 41. His head was shaved and sported a light blue jogging suit. Who is this boy? My name is Yorashi Inasa. Let's do our best. Inasa exclaimed in excitement. Yes, same to you. Izuku responded, unsurely. Likewise. Byu's response was more calm, though she was still confused as to why this boy suddenly just showed up out of nowhere like this. Inasa didn't seem to understand his sudden arrival, made the siblings a little wary, and continued, You two look so hot-blooded. Who are you? He's just now asking us for our names? Izuku thought, dryly. What an interesting guy, if not a little eccentric. I'm Beifong Izuku, and this is my sister Beifong Byu. Izuku introduced them both. Byu nods to him with a smile. Inasa's eyes light up. Oh, you're the famous Beifong kid that's been trending a lot online. His face starts getting a little too close. The way you beat that sludge villain with your wind quirk was amazing. Thanks for saying so. Izuku really didn't know what else to say. Anyway, why don't we do our best to pass this exam? Yeah. Inasa shouted out of excitement. Beifong. Recognizing a familiar voice, Izuku addressed the person, Todoroki-kun, I had a feeling I'd see you here. Honestly, he was happy to see a familiar face. I'm surprised, Todoroki said. I didn't think I'd see you here. What surprised him even more was the reaction he got from the green-haired teen. Yes, some unfortunate. His face contorted slightly like he'd eaten something sour. Circumstances forced me into coming here today. Todoroki blinked, curious to know what could have happened to make him come here, but didn't bother to ask as it wasn't any of his business. I see, sorry to hear that, Todoroki said, bluntly. Izuku huffed, smiling a little. Thank you for your concern. You remember my sister, right? He gestured towards Byu. Yeah. Todoroki glanced at her. Nice to see you again, Todoroki-san. Byu bowed in an elegant manner. Likewise. Todoroki greeted, briskly. And this is Yorashi Inasa, we just met him today. Izuku then gestured in the boisterous boy's direction. Inasa didn't say any sort of greeting this time, and instead did something else. Todoroki Shoto, so you're Endeavor's son. That was the wrong thing to say. The reason why is because no sooner had he said the forbidden word, which is Endeavor, the air around Todoroki changed from calm to hostile in an instant. The two siblings saw the hate-filled look in his eyes and just knew. There was more to Endeavor that the public doesn't know about. Thinking quickly, Izuku placed his hands on both shoulders. We should head inside right about now. Everyone else is already heading inside the building. He turned the other boy around, moving him away from the energetic Inasa. Byu walked next to them, while a confused Inasa followed closely behind. I'm sorry for acting impulsively like this, Izuku whispered in the red and white-haired boy's ear, but you looked like you needed help. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly before settling back into their neutral gaze. Thanks. And he meant that. Izuku recognized the hero-present Mike as he was standing there with a grin plastered on his face. Apparently he was the one in charge of their exam, and the first part of said exam was the written portion. It was fairly easy as the questions weren't all that hard to answer when they're based on the history of heroics. He, his sister, and certain other individuals got done rather quickly. About an hour and a half, Present Mike announced the written exam was over and to go outside to hear what they would be doing for the second portion. When everyone was gathered around outside, Izuku took the chance to see the faces more clearly around him. There was his sister, of course, Todoroki, Inesa, and some others he's not familiar with. "Hey there, little listeners." Present Mike greeted with his trademark grin. "For this practical exam, 6 of you will be put in a group. Once you meet up with your new team, wait for further instructions by our very own Principal Nizu." At the emotion of the principal, the two siblings couldn't contain their irritation. So the little rat was going to be the one speaking, huh? Figures. When it came to finding their team members for the second portion, it was easy. Present Mike was the one to announce who will be teamed together. They had quite the unique team. Todoroki Shoto, Yaoyorozu Momo, Hananuki Juzo, Yarashi Inesa, Bayong Izuku, Bayong Biu. Was this a coincidence or a setup by the principal? It was more leaning towards a setup rather than coincidence. Out of those who were in their group, they only knew 2 of them, Todoroki Shoto and Yarashi Inesa. Wonder how this will play out? None of them opted to start conversing with each other, but that didn't stop Inesa from trying. His target was of course Todoroki, not all that surprising since he's the son of Endeavor. Izuku acted as a barrier by getting in the middle of them and moving Todoroki away while Biu stepped in and conversed with the tall boy. Todoroki's eyes showed gratitude, which Izuku can understand why, because it looked like he was about to snap at Inesa if the boy kept trying to talk to him when he wasn't in the mood. Finally, the principal showed up in his trademark suit and smile. Izuku grabbed his sister's hand so she wouldn't be impulsive and tried to attack the small mammal. He's being cautious because he knows that given the chance she'll try to attack him with a small rock she earthbended, throwing it through him and making it look like an accident. Terrifying. "Greetings, promising young youths," Nizu greeted. "For this part of the exam, you and those on your team will have to work together to rescue captured heroes who are our very own staff here at our school." "Oh, a search and rescue, huh? Interesting. You may utilize your quirks in any way you wish, but the goal is simple. Find the heroes and rescue them, and do be careful of any potential enemies you may encounter." He said the last part with a mischievous grin. Of course he'd say that. Nothing is ever easy, is it? You will all be transferred to one of our training areas, ground gamma. Do your best, and remember, Nizu's grin grew wider, go beyond plus ultra. If that was supposed to be his way of encouraging them, then Izuku really wasn't impressed. Ground gamma. Impressive. No other word would best describe what he was seeing before them. Ground gamma was certainly an impressive sight to see. The training ground consists of an industrial site compiled by many factories that form a labyrinth. The labyrinth contains tons of heavy machinery, including cranes and pipelines. This would be difficult for those who don't think critically and able to use their quirk that could help them in this endless labyrinth. Izuku had a feeling they would be fine though. "Excuse me," the silence between them was cut sharply by the soft voice of Yaoyorozu Momo. Her hand was raised as she stood there, waiting to see if she had their undivided attention. "Before we begin, I believe it's only fair we introduce ourselves and explain our quirks. That way we won't be taken by surprise and will know what to expect from the other." Giving an introduction as a way of getting comfortable with each other and forming trust among them. Very clever. I think we can all agree to that, but why not introduce yourself first since you were the one to suggest it? Izuku replied. Yaoyorozu smiled. "Of course, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. My quirk is called Creation. I'm very pleased to meet you all." She bowed. Creation, so that means she can create anything. That's a useful quirk to have. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Yarashi Inesa. The name of my quirk is Whirlwind." Inesa went next, grinning with excitement. Izuku eyed him out of the corner of his eye when he said the name of his quirk. Strangely, his quirk fits his personality. "Hananuki Juzo. The name of my quirk is Softening." Juzo introduced himself next. Though he has a somewhat rough appearance, his voice is surprisingly soft-spoken. Standing next to Hananuki was a familiar white and red-haired teenager. Todoroki was giving them all a cold expression, which Izuku suspects has something to do with his quirk. "Todoroki Shoto, I have a dual quirk and will only use my right side," His eyes narrowed at them. I refuse to use my left side. The look on his face was saying, that's all you need to know, so don't ask for anything else. Izuku has an unsettling feeling there's a story behind the reason for not wanting to use his left side, but says nothing. Thankfully, no one else in their group was forcing him to elaborate why he refused to use it. I am Beifong Biyu, my quirk is Earth. Biyu decided to ease the uncomfortable tension Todoroki created by going next. The two agreed that she would name her quirk Earth, which is appropriate since both of them are earthbenders. Beifong is Izuku, and my quirk is Elements. Technically not a lie since he's the avatar and can use all 4 elements, but he can't come out and say that. Biyu clapped her hands together. Before we begin, there's the problem of selecting a leader. Would anyone like to volunteer? She quickly said before anyone could start grilling him about his quirk. Inesa crossed his arms with a hum. Being the leader doesn't seem all that passionate to me. Guess that means he has no interest, then. I'll pass too, Juzo piped up. I'm not that confident to act as a leader. Being humble really is a good thing. I'm not interested, Todoroki said. Not surprising. I wouldn't be very good either, Izuku added his own 2 cents, but I believe Yaoyorozu would be a good fit. She does seem to be the type of person people would follow. And me? Yaoyorozu pointed to herself, taken by surprise a little by the nomination. Well, you were the one to first suggest we get to know each other first by saying our names and quirks so that there'd be no surprises. It was also a way to build up trust among us too. Izuku explained his reasons for why she would be a good fit. For some reason her cheeks turned pink at his compliment, but otherwise didn't try to deny being the leader. Suddenly the alarm gen blaring, signaling it was time to start the second portion of the exam. They begin running straight, which is a good way to start. This will give them some time to think up a game plan. Yaoyorozu didn't disappoint when it came to team leader and took charge rather quickly, despite still having some self-doubt about her new position. A few minutes passed before they stopped. First thing we need to do is try to find out where the kidnapped heroes are being held. How do you think we should go about doing this? Juzo questioned. About that, Izuku answered, I'd like to try something if you'd not mind. Yes, go ahead, she said. Taking a step forward, Izuku slams his foot against the ground. In an instant he's able to sense the vibrations within the ground and the metal around them. Closing his eyes, he concentrated before finally picking up something. I can sense 2 people, he reported. One of their energies feels like cement, while the other is an animal? Wait, can you sense people? Inesa exclaimed, astounded and impressed. It wasn't just him, the other 3 were also impressed. He's even able to sense their energy. Yeah, both are in different directions though. Izuku stands upright. One energy is to the left while the other to the right. Then we'll split up here, 3 of us to the left while the other 3 investigate right. Yaoyorozu suggested. Okay, then I think Inesa, Juzo, and Yaoyorozu should head left. While me, Biyu, and Todoroki go right, is that okay? Izuku questioned Yaoyorozu. Yes, that's fine. Yaoyorozu agreed. Then let's go. Splitting up into 3, their group goes right where the animal energy is. It has to be a staff member since they were the only ones here right now. Izuku was taking the lead because he was the only one able to see where the kidnapped hero was. There, he's behind those doors. Izuku announced, Todoroki, can you use your ice to freeze it? Ah. Todoroki quickly got to work and froze the door solid. Biyu. Yes. Stretching her arms out, she clenched her fists, making some part of the metal come off and cover her fists. Acting as fighting gloves, she got in a stance before punching the ice door, shattering it to pieces. Todoroki blinked, bewildered by the sheer power of a girl her size. Anyone who underestimates her should be prepared to pay for their ignorance later on when she displays her true strength. You found me first. The staff member they found first had the appearance of a dog, possibly due to his quirk. He has a scruffy mane of blonde hair sticking straight out behind his head. He also wears a muzzle over his slightly pointed snout in his hero costume. And you are? Biyu inquired. Guidance Counselor Hound Dog. Hound Dog answered, Good job finding me, kids. He thanks them. You're welcome. Izuku replied. After getting him to the safe zone, they met up with the rest of their group and saw Cementos also got to the safe zone. With the 2 kidnapped heroes secured, it was time to find the other 4. Robots incoming, Juzo said. Inesa zips past them with a grin. I've got this. Stretching his arm out, a tornado of wind appeared in the palm of his hand. Blow away. Whipping his arm out front, he sent the mini tornado at the robots, sending them flying and slamming into the metal poles, exploding on impact. Izuku was impressed with Inesa's quirk. From his point of view, it looks like an advanced control of air bending. They found the other 2 teachers easily, with Yaoyorozu and Juzo showing off their talents with their unique quirks. Yaoyorozu created a cannon to make the door explode, while Juzo made the ground soften to stop the robots from advancing forward. The group were impressed with Izuku Adbuyu's display of their bending ability. What seemed to impress them the most was the various movements they did when activating their quirks. Using them as an extension of their own body seemed to make it more powerful. Having found all the kidnapped heroes, their group made it to the finish line. 5 minutes after they passed the line, the buzzer went off, which signaled the end of the second portion. Present Mike was standing there for a moment before looking down to see what time Izuku's group completed it and gaped like a fish. 1 minute and 15 seconds? Present Mike exclaimed inwardly, that's the fastest anyone's completed this portion so fast. These kids are something else. That was actually kind of fun, don't you think? Byu said. Izuku thought about it for a moment, a little, but this had meaning. He has to remind himself that he's not here to be a hero. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the alarm starts blaring, sounding off that something was very wrong. Present Mike had his phone to his ear to hear what was going on and got the report. What? The 0-pointer's gone berserk. 0-pointer? Is it from another part of the school where they're holding the entrance exams for the other students? If that's the case, then Hitoshi. His body moved faster than anyone has ever seen. Izuku could faintly hear Byu calling out his name, but he didn't have time to waste and needed to hurry. UA entrance exam. Damn it, how the hell did it end up like this? Hitoshi growled with a huff. He was currently running away from a demon giant robot that's gone berserk. Oh, and he had some brown-haired girl on his back too, so yeah. He couldn't just leave her there to get crushed to death by the DMN thing. Daigi was trying to keep it at bay with his air bending, but that could only do so much. No matter what I do, it just keeps on coming, Daigi said, running next to him, but at least some other examinees were able to evacuate. That's because the cowards got a head start. Hitoshi was still a little irritated by that, especially since some of them saw this girl needed help and didn't do shit. You know, now's a really good time for Izuku to show up. Something fast whizzed past him. Speak of the devil. He smirked, stopping to see what was going to happen. Guess he found out and decided to help. Daigi also stopped to see what was about to unfold. What are you two talking about? But more importantly, why did you stop? Is something going to happen? The brown-haired girl was confused as to why these two were so calm all of it. Sudden. Hitoshi just continued to smirk. Oh, you'll see. And so will the rest of the so-called wannabe heroes who ran away. He mocked. They're about to witness. Izuku's eyes glowed as he entered into the avatar state and was floating right in front of the giant robot. What a real hero looks like. Stretching his arms out at the 0-pointer, it stops moving, only struggling just a little. The rest of the examinees and teachers who were watching this unfold from a secret location within the school. Legend of Korra OST. Destroy the Colossus. Pulling his arm back, he yanked off the 0-pointer's left arm with ease. After that, he had it hover above him before shaping it to be sharp with a pointed edge at the end. Finally, with a swipe of his arm, he sliced it in half like it was nothing. Floating down, he turns and walks away from the 0-pointer, and everyone's jaws literally drop to the ground when they witness the top half of the robot begin to fall along with the rest of its body. Izuku paid it no mind as he was more interested to see if Hitoshi and Daigi are okay. Legend of Korra OST. Destroy the Colossus. Indy. Are you guys okay? He asked. Hitoshi snorted. Yeah, way better than okay, actually. You got here quickly. He set the girl down gently, being mindful of her injured ankle. Present Mike started freaking out when he got a call about the zero-pointer suddenly losing its mind. Izuku explained. I wonder what happened to make it go berserk like that? Daigi hoped it wasn't on purpose. Who knows, it could have been on purpose or an accident. Guess we'll never know now. Hitoshi wondered if it really could have been on purpose to make the thing lose its mind like that, but shakes his head on that. Izuku finally noticed the brown-haired girl, who was gaping at him. Who is she? He asked. Oh, Uraraka Ochako. She got hurt when running away from the zero-pointer, but ended up falling and spraining her ankle. Hitoshi answered. I see. Izuku bends down to inspect her ankle and sees it's red and swollen. She really hurt it bad. How bad is the pain? He asked. Ochako blinked before realizing he was talking to her and blushed out of sheer embarrassment. Ah, it only hurts a little. But I still can't move it properly without flinching. Izuku began to think, since he doesn't have any water on his right now, there isn't really much he can do. Izuku Nai-sama. Biu calls out to him, running in their direction, followed by Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Inesa, and Juzo. Todoroki, of course. Todoroki, I need you to make some ice. A small amount. Izuku told him. Confused by the odd request, the other shrugged and made the ice anyway. He made a small amount in the palm of his hands, but that was just enough for Izuku. Creating a small fireball, he flicks it at the other's palm, watching the ice melt quickly before using water bending to make it come over to him and cover his whole hand. They witness his hand begin to glow and bring it down on Ochako's swollen ankle. She winced at the cool touch, but soon relaxed when it started to feel good. It was only a few minutes, but it felt like hours when he finally removed his hand from her ankle. They were stunned to see her swollen ankle had healed. There, try to stand on it now, then try walking afterwards. Izuku instructed her. Still looking dumbfounded, she slowly stood to her feet and was amazed when she felt no sort of pain at all. Then she started walking around a little, becoming even more amazed when he was able to walk without limping. Wow, you healed me. She smiled at him with appreciation. Thank you. She thanked him. You're welcome. Izuku stood back up and noticed the looks he was getting from those around him, with the exception of Hitoshi and Daigi. Is something wrong? Hitoshi just snickers at him with Daigi chuckling. You are just something else sometimes, I swear. Hitoshi said. Izuku blinked, confused. It was safe to say that this was the most unique entrance exam in the history of UA, and nobody will be forgetting about it anytime soon. Collision chaotic first day and blast from the past collision. He got in. With the highest score on the written test, and setting an all-time record on the second portion of the recommendation exam, he was accepted into the most prestigious school in all of Japan. And he wasn't all that happy about it. There's no way he would be, and the reason being is because he was forced into taking it. Now there was no turning back. He'll now be forced to confront his old ambition and desire. Izuku's eyes were focused on the full moon with Nyo laying down by his feet outside the back porch. He wasn't the only one, as Biu also got her acceptance letter, the same with Hitoshi and Daigi. Their mother was still furious at Nizu and hated how his hand was forced into becoming something he no longer wanted to be. But he made it clear to her that he alone made the decision, and that Nizu may have forced his hand, but what he does from now on will be of his own free will. She was satisfied with his words and left it at that. Tomorrow is a new day, he thinks. Leaning down, he rubs the top of Nyo's head with a small smile on his face. Tomorrow is another day. He just hopes nothing else happens, but something tells him otherwise. UA High School. Such long hallways. Biu comments, walking down said long hallway. Izuku, Biu, Hitoshi, and Daigi arrive at UA a little early. Not because they were trying to be model students, it just seems more practical to be on time. Not surprising considering this is UA. Hitoshi said, dryly. Do you guys know the name of your class? Daigi questioned. Izuku took out a piece of paper. I'm in class 1A, and I think Hitoshi is in the same class as me. The two discussed how nice it was to be together again. That's great, I'm happy for you guys. Daigi flinched at the dark aura around Biu. I guess you're not in the same class as them, huh? That would explain why she was acting like this. Bayu grit her teeth, irritating rat. He placed me in class 1B. He did that on purpose, in fact she was sure of it. How dare that rodent place me in a different classroom than my brother? He will pay. Maybe she should bury him alive, or use her earth bending to create a ditch he can't escape from. Both were very good options. Really? Me too. Daigi grinned, ignorant of her growing dark aura that if it were visible would have devoured the school and everyone in it. Hitoshi gives the air nomad a dry expression. You know, I wonder if being an airbender turned him into an airhead, or if he's like that normally. He'd often wondered if the elements a person bends reflect their personality. No, airbenders just have their own unique way of seeing the world around them. Izuku explained a little, that also includes people. A wry grin appeared on Hitoshi's face, almost feel sorry for class 1B. Would you rather he be with us? Izuku teased. Pass, was Hitoshi's immediate reply. Izuku and Hitoshi decided to drop Bayu and Daigi off to their classroom first before heading to their own. Both were headed to class 1A, and Hitoshi had finally achieved his dream of getting into the hero course. He never would have made it this far had it not been for the training he does frequently at the Beifong dojo. That also means he owes Izuku for helping him in getting this far. Sure, if he wasn't able to get in the first time he could have gone to general education and worked his way up that way. Trying to use his abilities against the robots would have been useless, but with his physical strength better than what it once was he had nothing to worry about. Here it is. He snaps out of his inner musings when Izuku announces they've arrived at their destination. The door was large and intimidating, but he wasn't going to let that stop him or scare him off. This is it. His starting point begins here. You ready? Izuku asked. Snorting, Hitoshi retorts back. Are you? His best friend may have been blackmailed into coming here, that doesn't mean he won't try his best. Ready as I'll ever be. He responded, shrugging his shoulders. No more words were needed to be said as Hitoshi slid the door open and ready to take the first step to being a hero. You are disrespecting the public property of UA. Remove your feet from the desk at once. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do, Megan Extra. Megan? How rude. On second thought he wondered if it was too late to try and transfer to another school. Looking over at Izuku, he sees the same blank face. They were both thinking the same thing. Being in this class was going to be a colossal pain in the butt. Knowing that it was pointless to delay the inevitable, Hitoshi with great reluctance slid the door open and was met with the same glasses JRK from the entrance exams arguing with Bakugo. He's honestly surprised they let this ash-haired blonde in UA. Were they desperate to get more students in here or just didn't bother to do any background checks? They're still arguing. Hitoshi stated the obvious. Izuku let out a small snort. If you call yelling at each other arguing, then I agree with you. It was almost embarrassing really as there were a few people in the class already and were just watching the two act like fools. Not much of a first impression. Hitoshi tried to shut the door quietly, but failed as it got both their attention and those who were in class. It should have been quieter. Ignoring Sparky's glare that was directed at both of them, but more so Izuku than him, his gaze was more focused on Glasses who was marching right towards him. Oh great. Izuku tensed next to him, he could feel it. Overprotective as always, but his friend didn't have to worry about him anymore. He can stand on his own 2 feet now, and fight for himself. Greetings, I am Ida Tenya, former student of Somei Junior High School. Tenya greeted them, moving his arm up and down. Ida Tenya? He must be related to Tensei, then. Come to think of it, Tensei did mention his brother at that party he and Bayu attended. This must be him. Now that Izuku's got a good look at him, he can see the two resemble each other greatly. Definitely brothers. Yeah, nice to meet you. Hitoshi greeted, neutrally. Call him petty, but he was still a little irked by the way this guy suddenly called both him and Daigi out during the practical part of the entrance exam. Poor Daigi looked like a deer in headlights at the sudden, uncalled-for reprimand from this Ida guy. Ever since the whole Aldera incident, the three of them decided to look out for the young air nomad. That means Hitoshi stepped up and told Glasses to back off before dragging Daigi closer up to the front of the crowd. What started it in the first place was because Glasses here thought Daigi was trying to sabotage the brown-haired girl, when in truth he just wanted to cheer her up and calm her nerves, not try to sabotage her. Not only did the JRK call Daigi out for no reason and make the other examinees judge him, but still hadn't apologized. So, yeah, call him petty all you want, but he had a good reason to be. In fact, just as he was about to call the guy out, he did something unexpected. Tenya suddenly bowed to Hitoshi. I apologize for my rude behavior back at the exams. It was inexcusable to accuse your friend of trying to sabotage another. Okay. He was not expecting that. From the look on Izuku's face, he could tell he wasn't expecting it either. The guy looks so sincere that all of the pettiness Hitoshi held on to just vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Just had to be the sincere type. Thanks for apologizing, but the person you should really apologize to is Daigi, Hitoshi told him, and something tells me he'll forgive you since your apology is sincere. Tenya stood upright. Yes. I shall do just that. His eyes then focused on Izuku. And you, I must admit that what you did to the zero-pointer was simply no words can express it. Izuku blinked a couple of times, surprised by the compliment, but otherwise didn't try to dismiss it. There's really no need for you to compliment me in such a way. Once I heard the zero-pointer had gone out of control, my body moved on its own. My friends and everyone there were in danger, which is why I acted, and I'd do it again. There was no way he was going to just stand there and allow that giant robot to lose control and end up killing his friends. There was a beat of silence as those in the class were silent at Izuku's firm declaration of what he did during the exam. Dude, that was so manly. A spiky red-head boy with fang teeth whispered in awe. Before a confused Izuku could question that, Tenya had once again spoken up. Such a bold and firm statement. You truly are a hero. Now that took Izuku by surprise. No, I'm not. Saying what he said didn't make him a hero at all. He did what he did to save his friends, and that's all. Hey, it's you guys. All three turned to the door and saw the same brown-haired girl from the exams. There was a bounce in her step as she approached them with a smile. Looks like we all ended up in the same class. I'm so glad. Yeah? You said your name was Uraraka, right? Hitoshi amazed himself by even remembering her name during all that chaos that went down. How's your ankle feeling? Call me Ochako and it feels great. Ochako grinned, moving her once swollen ankle to show them. I still don't feel any pain, thanks for that. She thanked Izuku. You're welcome. Izuku replied. By the way, did you know that you've been followed by a yellow sleeping bag? The blank look she gave them told them, no, as she didn't even hear it, let alone notice. Slowly looking behind her, she did indeed see a yellow sleeping bag. The person inside it moved to show their face. Facing them was a person who looked like an undead zombie. Ochako yelped before hiding behind Tenya, only peeking out for a little bit. Just who is this person and where did he come from? But she was more curious to know how Izuku was able to sense him in the first place. 6 seconds, the man said, getting confused looks from the other students. That's how long it took for you all to notice me. If I were a real villain, you'd all be dead right now. At his words, the tension began to rise in the classroom. Izuku sensed him come in after Ochako, following closely behind her like a shadow. Such quiet and precise movements could only mean he's an underground hero. Underground heroes are known for being quiet and sneaky, only remaining within the shadows, hence why they're called underground heroes. Sticking to fighting in the dark rather than the light. Getting out of the yellow sleeping bag, Izuku was finally able to get a better look at the man. This person is a slender and tall pale-skinned man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hangs in front of his face and often half-opened black eyes. He has a worn-out appearance, or fatigue, one calls it. His facial hair remains unkempt, and his eyes look tired and flat. His outfit was another curious observation. The outfit was a ragged black outfit that consisted of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He also wears a utility belt and a scarf. That's scarf and belt, so that's who you are. Izuku instantly recognized just who this man is, but opted to keep it to himself for now. I'll be your homeroom teacher. My name is Aizawa Shoda. Aizawa introduced himself in a lazy manner. I know this is sudden, But grab your gym clothes and meet me outside." He turned to leave the classroom. "Don't be late," he said, closing the door. Even though he said that, no one made any sudden moves to go grab the gym clothes their teacher left on the desk. The only two that actually moved to take their gym clothes were Izuku and Hitoshi. They then walked out of the class, and only then did the others get up from their seats and follow the other two out. Boys' locker room. "I'm just saying, man, why is he making us put on our gym clothes? I mean, are we taking a physical exam or something?" A boy with spiky blonde hair questioned, while putting on his jacket. The same red-haired boy from earlier shrugged. "Probably, it's no big deal if that's what he really wants us to do." "Yes, but I must admit that this is highly unusual for a teacher to do." Tenya added himself into the conversation. Izuku was quiet the whole time they'd been discussing their strange teacher. If the older man really was doing a physical exam, then he shouldn't be surprised since this is the hero course. Beifong. There's only one person who addresses like that. Izuku smiles at an approaching Todoroki. "First we end up taking the same exam and now we're in the same class? Fate really does have a weird sense of humor. More like an odd one." "Yeah, what do you think he has planned for us?" Shoto questioned. Perhaps it was his instincts, but he'd learned long ago to listen to them. And right now they were telling him that Izuku may have inkling as to what they were really doing. His instincts were correct in this case, too. Izuku did indeed have a guess as to what their teacher had planned for them. Asking them to put their gym clothes on could only mean one thing in his mind. Him telling us to put on our gym clothes means that he has something in mind for us. Izuku began to explain his theory. "My theory is this: he wants us to see just how committed we are to being here." Shoto was quiet for a moment before seeing the logic in testing their commitment. Either you want to be here or not, but that also made him wonder about Beifong. He made it clear that he does not see himself becoming a hero, so what will happen? The feeling of someone placing their hand in his shoulder made him stop thinking about his inner musings. Beifong gave him a look before walking out of the changing room, along with the purple-haired kid. So many questions, and yet he doesn't have a single answer to said questions. Beifong Izuku was such a mystery to him that he found himself wanting to know more. "Back then, being a hero and saving people was all I wanted. It was my dream." He thinks back to their conversation back at that party. But now that innocent dream is nothing more than that. Staring back at him were eyes that filled with so much sorrow. It reminded him of his mother before she. No need to dwell on the past. He's already made his decision a long time ago, and nothing will ever make him break his vow. Nothing. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. Izuku blinked a couple of times at what Aizawa just told them. Apparently they were going to be doing a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa explained that they would be getting their quirks judged by him, and since they weren't allowed to use them in middle school, they can now. Unorthodox, sure, but again Izuku can see what he's trying to do. By having them do this test, he's trying to determine their commitment. This reminds him of his training with both the White Lotus and his family. Though his family were much more strict in part of his training to make sure he understood, and why it was important for him to take his training seriously. Aizawa pulls out a baseball. "As I've already explained to you earlier, you'll be using your quirks, and I'll give you an example." He eyed Bakugo. "You placed first in the entrance exams, so show us what you can do with that quirk of yours." Grinning viciously, Bakugo obliged and stepped towards Aizawa and caught the baseball tossed in his direction. Crimson-red eyes lock onto green ones, as if he were sending him a message through his look alone. Their little stare down was broken by Hitoshi, who stood halfway in front of his best friend and sent a warning glare. Scoffing at the action, Bakugo used his quirk to send the baseball flying. "Die!" he yelled. With looks of disbelief, some of Izuku's classmates muttered, "Die." He couldn't really blame them for reacting this way. Unfortunately for them, they'll be getting to know more of Bakugo's personality soon. Aizawa hummed before revealing what their classmate got. 703.5 is red. Impressive. One of his classmates, Ashido he thinks her name is, made the fatal mistake in saying she thought it looked fun. Big mistake. She realized her mistake too late when Aizawa stated that the person who gets last place will be expelled. Now that got a bigger reaction from his classmates. Playtime is over because the real test begins now. Number 1 test, 50-meter dash. Run for 50 meters with the use of their quirks to help improve their previous scores from middle school. Seems simple enough, Izuku mused. Even though it was just the first test, there were already some standouts. First there was Tenya Ida, Mina Ishido. All the younger Ida had to do was use his quirk that were in his legs, and Ishido using hers to be creative by sliding on the acid she made as though she were skating. Very clever. Hitoshi was also a standout in his own unique way. He'd done something that Izuku had never seen him do before he brainwashed himself. Now, he had a theory that if he was able to brainwash others, then he should be able to use it on himself. And it worked. Finally, it was his turn, and by some unseen force he had been paired up with Bakugo. Why the universe seemed so eager to put them together, he'll never understand. Izuku pointedly ignored the boy next to him as he did his routine stretches. No point in trying to strike up a conversation with someone who once wished you were gone. Hey, Deku. Unless said person decides to try and talk to you first. I don't know what he wants to say, but it's best to just ignore him. Besides, whatever he had to say couldn't be pleasant. Don't ignore me, you demon nerd. Izuku still paid him no mind. Always having a short temper, Bakugo looked ready to snap. But luckily the timer went off to signal them to begin. Flames licked underneath Izuku's feet as he shot off like a fast-moving meteor. This was even better than the first time he did this. He can remember, or fondly, it was just a sudden thought that came to him one day when he was training. It took everyone by surprise, but he was satisfied when he was able to shoot flames from his feet. He'd reached the finish line before he knew it. That was much more satisfying than last time. 2.04 seconds. Okay, he had to beam with pride when it announced his time. Ignoring the seething glare being directed behind his head, he went over by Hitoshi, who smirked and gave him a high five. Number 2 test, 50 grip strength. This one was pretty easy too. All Izuku had to do was use earthbending to get a strong grip. Clenching his fist, a chunk of the ground underneath him wrapped around his whole hand. Getting a feel for it first, he proceeded to grip the device and saw it dent a little. And then he broke it. Oops, well hopefully their teacher won't make him try to pay for it. 930.2 kilograms. Holy shit. Izuku's sentiments exactly. The standouts for this one were definitely him and another student with duplicate arms. Everything else was a breeze after that. Izuku reminds himself he's not trying to get a high ranking. In fact, getting in the middle, say 5th or 10th place, would have suited him just fine. As he stood there watching Ochako toss the ball in the air, it was already decided she was the standout. Then it was finally his turn. During the whole testing, he could feel their teacher's eyes were on him with an intense focus he'd only seen during training. Why was this man's gaze only linked firmly on him and not on the other students? Izuku opted to simply ignore the strange behavior and focus on throwing the ball. Gathering the air around his throwing arm, he wound up before practically sending it flying through the air. He felt pretty good about it too. Deku. Hostility is something Izuku has come to easily sense, which is to be expected considering his past. Before he had the chance to defend himself, someone else was already ahead of him. In the form of Hitoshi. Bakugo never knew what hit him literally. Hitoshi was already on him, kicking the ash-haired blonde's feet from underneath him before pinning him to the ground. Both arms behind his back, Hitoshi was making sure Bakugo couldn't move an inch. Looks like those sparring sessions are really helping. Get off, insomniac. Bakugo grunted, trying to wiggle free but didn't try to use his quirk. Hitoshi had him in a position where even if he did use his quirk he'd risk injuring himself. Impressive reaction time. Aizawa-sensei actually sounded a little proud of his best friend's quick reflexes. Being aware of your surroundings can prevent you from getting killed. Also, Bakugo, tired eyes glow red, even his hair was floating above him. Attempted assault on another student is not tolerated here, try it again and you're done. His tone let them all know it was no empty threat. He meant what he said. Ceasing all struggle, Bakugo just glared at the man without saying a word. Hitoshi got off him carefully, but kept his eyes on the explosive blonde just in case he tried anything. Luckily nothing else happened as the rest of the tests went on without any problems. And as for the final results, By the will of the divine universes that be, he ended placing first after all. Oh well, Izuku mused, no use crying over spilled milk. Hitoshi managed to place in the top 10 by placing 9th, and everyone else did well, with the exception of one. In last place was the boy with grape-like hair Mineta Minoru. While he did do well in some of the tests like the sidesteps and long jump, he did poorly on the rest. Aizawa looked at Mineta, "Get your things and leave the school." It was straight to the point and left no room for any arguments. Izuku gave the boy a sympathetic look as he was literally shaking in place and crying. Some of his other classmates were shocked that he was serious about expelling someone on the first day of class. The girl with the ponytail, Yaoyorozu, he thinks her name is, was just as shocked as everyone else, for she thought he was joking. Only him, Hitoshi, Todoroki, and Bakugo weren't all that surprised. Well, in Todoroki's case, he was indifferent, while Bakugo couldn't care less. "You can't just kick me out because Izuku was." Curious if Mineta was going to plead his case. Mineta lifted his head, tears and snot mixed together that it was disgusting to the eyes, "Because I won't be able to ogle and feel up all the CC girls." He bellowed without an ounce of shame. "Dude, that's just..." Kaminari shuddered and backed away a little. "So unmanly." Kirishima frowned down at Mineta. "Unacceptable!" Tenya exclaimed, glaring angrily down at Mineta. "Are you telling me that your only purpose in coming here was for something indecent as that? Have you no shame?" "Apparently not." Hitoshi sneered at Mineta with disgust. Ashido leaned far away. "I thought someone was leering at me. Was that you?" "Ew. Now that you mention it, I felt someone touch my butt earlier." "You sick pervert." Hagakure's expression may not be visible, but she was glaring down at the perverted grape. "Scum." Kyoka spat out. "Vulgar." Yaoyorozu added. "Pervert." Ochako also added her 2 cents. Mineta didn't appreciate the negativity he was receiving and clapped back. "Shut up. I love the feeling of rubbing against slender legs and fnbh." And it was at that point Izuku had heard enough and used earthbending to send the little creep flying far away. And should he happen to land somewhere painfully, then that wasn't his problem. "Nice form, and you sent him pretty far with that one." Hitoshi complimented, impressed by how far the little grape pervert was sent flying. "Not my best work, but it's something for now." Izuku comments, not at all bothered that he practically catapulted a human being. Todoroki blinked at the display but was impressed. Being able to do that by just slamming your foot on the ground is impressive. "Thanks." Izuku smiled. Aizawa was rubbing his temples while the rest of the class were impressed, with the exception of Bakugo, with what he did. This class was going to be a handful, but the most troublesome one was going to be Bayong. There was something about his quirk that bothered him. For one, when he tried to erase his quirk during the ball throw, it didn't work. Almost as if he doesn't really have one, and that was troubling. He'll have to discuss that with Nizu at some point, but not right now. Class dismissed. Water wave mountain fire tornado. Interesting first day. Izuku comments, waiting outside the auditorium, plenty of interesting moments. Hitoshi snorts, like how you sent that living energy flying halfway across the school? Just seeing the grape go flying away literally made him laugh on the inside. Maybe. Izuku didn't feel bad about it one bit. In fact, he was proud of it. Perhaps he was doing the school a favor by doing what he did, and Aizawa certainly helped by expelling him. Just the thought of him being a hero was a disaster waiting to happen. Literally. By the way, Hitoshi looks to his left at the 2 new add-ons. "There a reason you 2 decided to come here with us?" Ochako blushed a little. "Well, I didn't really get to thank Deku-kun properly for healing my ankle, so..." Izuku's eyebrow twitched at the name, Deku, but no one saw that. "That's not my name, please don't call me by it," he said to her in a polite way. That name brought back memories he had no interest in wanting to remember. "Oh, I'm sorry." Ochako was waving her hands in front of her nervously. "That Bakugo guy called you that, so I thought." "He has me confused with someone else." Izuku cut her off, but not in a rude way. "We have no relationship or any relation to each other in any way." Ochako flinched a little but seemed to get the point. "Oh, I'm sorry," she apologized. Izuku shakes his head. No, I shouldn't have come off so rude to you. Some negative feelings about Bakugo still remain even after all these years. Maybe he's not over it as he thought. You can just call me Izuku, and you really don't have to thank me for healing your ankle. He tells her, kind of. Her face lights back up at the suggestion and she beams with a happy smile. Then, I'll call you Izuku. Izuku smiled, grateful she didn't have a negative image of him. I must admit that having a member of the Bayong family here is frankly very surprising. Tenya admitted. At the end of the test when their last names were shown on screen they were shocked when Izuku's last name revealed he was a Bayong. Everyone knows about the well-distinguished Bayong family. They have some pull in the world, making some afraid of them, but it was their down-to-earth natures that made them approachable. Hitoshi smirked. You and everyone else in our class. His sister goes here to... She's in class 1B. Really? What's she like? Ochako wanted to know out of pure curiosity. Oh, you'll see in 3, 2, 1. Hitoshi counted down, much to the other two's confusion. Izuku and I-sama. Both heads snapped their heads in the same direction of the pure excited voice that caught them off guard. Running in their direction was a beautiful girl. Following behind her was a boy with a visible blue arrow shown on his forehead. Ochako thought she was really pretty, while Tenya had a visible blush on his face. Call him a little slow, but this was truly the first time he's ever truly admired another female. Biyu's focus was more on her brother than the two standing by his side. She practically slammed into him full force, squeezing him tightly. The impact nearly knocked the wind out of him, but he wrapped his arms around his sister anyway. You act like you haven't seen me in a long time. Too long. She pouted. You're exaggerating, it wasn't that long. He said, rolling his eyes. Too long. She repeated. Hitoshi rolled his eyes at his antics before addressing Ochako and Tenya. Just so you know, this is normal. This is his sister, Bayong Biyu. I see. Tenya could respect close sibling relationships because he has a close bond with his older brother. Daigi bowed to Ochako and Tenya. Pleasure to meet you both. My name's Nakamura Daigi and I'm part of Class 1B. Tenya followed suit by bowing to Daigi. Likewise, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm Ida Tenya. And I'm Uraraka Ochako. It's nice to meet you both. Ochako introduced herself. Biyu was eyeing them intensely, making them stand stiff at attention. She's far different from Izuku, who was more welcoming with a hint of caution. This girl was evaluating them with a critical eye. Judging them with her eyes alone, they were enough to pierce through their very souls. She smiled. I see you two are good-hearted. Perhaps letting you be friends with my brother will be a good thing. Her brother was in good hands here. Thank you? Ochako didn't know what just happened, but it looks like she just got approval somehow. Your words are very kind. Tenya said to her. Biyu continued to smile at them. I'm starting to like you two even more now. Be good friends to my brother from now on. Ochako beamed at her. Of course. We're also friends, right? I'd like that very much. Biyu said. Me too, hopefully you don't mind being friends with me. Daigi said, hopefully. Any friend of Izuku-kun and Shinso-kun are friends of ours, Tenya said, smiling at him. I hope to get along with you from now on. Same here. Daigi grinned. Hitoshi and Izuku watched the interactions with satisfied smiles. Looks like they had nothing to worry about for they all seemed to get along just fine. Feel better? Hitoshi asked. Much better, Izuku nodded. You know us better than anyone, and understand that it isn't easy for us to make friends so easily. The only kind of people that reached their hands out to us were only after one thing. Prestige and recognition of being friends with the Bayong siblings. After seeing this, the siblings vowed to stay away from others. But Hitoshi was different. For he didn't choose them. They chose him. A gentle breeze swayed against him, moving his hair against the wind as his gaze was focused on the clear blue sky. What sort of events will tomorrow bring, he wondered. So many possibilities. The next day would indeed be more interesting than the first day. Aside from him sending Mineta flying away, who they found by the way dangling from a school tree branch, some of Izuku's classmates were interested in his quirk. Ochako still wanted to repay him somehow for healing her ankle, but he repeated what he said yesterday, that there was no need. Some of the teachers here are pro-heroes, but they were quite conventional. Their homeroom teacher is a good prime example. He always comes in looking tired and always wrapped inside his sleeping bag. Izuku's starting to worry about his health. Hitoshi was slowly beginning to open up too. The most persistent was Kaminari, and no matter how hard Hitoshi tried resisting, the electric quirk user's positive aura was too contagious to keep away. Todoroki opted to only converse with Izuku every once in a while since he's more comfortable around him the most. Their conversations were always about mundane things, such as the weather, class, and other things. His classmates were eager to know more about him, though there was an exception. Bakugo Katsuki. The disinterest on his part didn't bother Izuku like it would have in the past. If he preferred to ignore him for the rest of their high school days, then that sat just fine with him. What made today interesting had come walking through the front door of the classroom, a familiar face that everyone should know came strolling in with his trademark grin. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Standing before them was the all-smiling All Might. Izuku winced a little as some in the class became hyped at the mere sight of the number one hero. Had he still been the same hero fanboy, then he would probably be joining them. All Might instructed them to grab their silver suitcases, change into their costumes, and head to Ground Beta for their hero basic training class. So they'll be using their hero gear this time, it seems. Ground Beta. Izuku, your costume looks so cool, Buchako said, complimenting his attire. Izuku's outfit design was heavily based on his ancestor Toph's, the same outfit she was wearing during the Rift arc in the comic. The only differences are him not wearing the headband and having 2 metal fans that Kiyoshi had. Really? Thanks, I like yours too, he said. She didn't share his sentiments. You think so? I think this looks a little embarrassing though. Maybe I should have given the designers more details about my outfit. Well, she had a point there. Her gear left more than to be desired. Maybe after class ends you can ask them to change some things, he suggested. Ochako thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Yeah, I can do that, I'll definitely do it. Good. His eyes then landed on Hitoshi, although I think your costume outranks everyone. Hitoshi smirked underneath his black voice mask, capture scarf wrapped around his neck. The rest of his costume looked equally amazing. He was sporting black boots with metal soles, black pants, and matching long-sleeved, black shirt. But that wasn't all. On both hands were gray gloves that held a secret weapon inside them. Thanks, but it took me a hell of a long time to decide what I wanted it to look like. Hitoshi sighed, glad he got the final designs out in time. I would hate to have you as an opponent. Izuku joked. Hitoshi smirked at him. I'm your worst nightmare. Izuku snorted. All Might then began to explain what they would be doing, which was a battle trial. Each of them will have a partner and have to go up against another pair. One pair will play the heroes, while the other will play the villains. He noticed the hero was looking through some cards the whole time he was talking and believed that having Aizawa teach them for this part would be safer. The man clearly has no idea what he's doing. After finishing explaining the battle trial, all of them were selected at random of who they were going to be paired with. Turns out Izuku got to be paired with Hitoshi, but the pair they were going up against was Bakugo and Tenya. He sighed, already feeling the intense stare of the explosive hothead. Then there was Hitoshi, who looked ready to use his quirk on Bakugo already. And if that wasn't enough, the 4 of them would be going up first. Everyone else went to observe the fight, while he and Hitoshi needed to make some sort of plan. The other 2 already headed inside, but not before Bakugo sent a glare his way. So how should we do this? Hitoshi asked. I know you already have something in mind. He knows me too well. Izuku mused. I've got something in mind. He starts explaining his plan and Hitoshi smirks in anticipation. This is gonna be so much fun. Izuku had no comment, but didn't disagree with him. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. The second All Might said they could begin, Bakugo was all but flying away from Tenya in favor of going after Izuku. Tenya stood there irritated that he'd been abandoned by his partner, but found there was no point in getting upset. For now, he'll just stand guard and protect the fake bomb. They decided, or more like he decided, to place the bomb on the 4th floor. He heard footsteps coming up the stares and tensed, prepared for an ambush. Oi Megan. It's me. Bakugo? You're back already. He let his guard drop once he heard Bakugo's voice. And that was his big mistake right there. His pupils turned white and he became lost to the world. The footsteps were getting closer as the person revealed themselves. Can't believe that actually worked, but then again, Hitoshi pulled out the restraints and began tying up the speedster. This guy's an exception. Ida Tenya Shounen has been captured. Tenya snapped out of it immediately. When he came back to reality, he noticed two things. One, Hitoshi was standing right in front of him, and two, he was sitting on the ground and captured. A dark, gloomy aura appeared around him as he hung his head low. Impossible, I was captured without having realized what happened. What a depressing start to the battle trial. Showing some sympathy, Hitoshi placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't feel too bad. Had your partner not abandoned you to begin with, then things would have ended differently. Moved by his words, Tenya perked back up and decided to see the positive side of his loss. You're right. This is another teaching experience that will help me move forward and strive to be a great hero. Hitoshi couldn't help but be impressed by his positive attitude. Man, your positivity is just too dim and bright. Izuku could hear him easily. Everything was going according to plan. He hypothesized that Bakugo would abandon his partner in favor of wanting to end this quickly, or just come after him only. And he was right. Bakugo did indeed abandon Tenya, leaving him vulnerable for an ambush. Hitoshi played his part well. And now it was his turn. He was sitting in the middle of one of the rooms as he waited for his opponent to arrive, which wasn't long. Bakugo's loud footsteps and explosions made it easy to hear where he was coming from. Sitting in a lotus position on the ground, he waited. Boom. DKU. Half the wall exploded and debris were sent flying, but Izuku wasn't perturbed and remained calm. Strolling inside the room was his former childhood friend with a menacing expression plastered on his face. So this is where you decided to hide from me, huh? Bakugo spoke, sneering down at him, still a coward after all this time. Unfazed by Bakugo's harsh words, Izuku came to a stand. Standing there and looking the other boy right in the eyes. Long gone was that soft, scared little boy who felt nothing but fear and pain from the person standing before him. Right here and now he will finally put his past to rest. Irritated by the lack of response, Bakugo glared, "Say something, you nerd." The moment he moved, Izuku already knew what his first move was going to be. In the air, Bakugo aimed at Izuku with his right hook. But the other was prepared for that as Izuku calmly sidestepped out of range before grabbing his opponent's arm and sending him crashing to the ground and on his back. While a little dazed by the sudden counterattack, Bakugo was right back on his feet and engaged Izuku again. This time by using his quirk, but Izuku saw through this too. Stomping his foot on the ground, he created a wall that was able to block the explosion. Not giving his opponent the chance to counterattack, Izuku leapt in the air before roundhouse kicking Bakugo in the face was still in mid-air. Without letting up, Izuku moved both palms forward and sent a gust of air in the ash-haired boy's face, sending him flying and hitting his back against the wall. Izuku used this chance again to maintain the upper hand by using earthbending to pull a chunk of the wall out, reshaping it in order to pin his opponent to the wall. And he did just that, much to the astonishment of the class. Bakugo was successfully pinned against the wall, and just as he was prepared to use his quirk, Izuku was already in front of him. With a swift palm strike to the gut, Bakugo was knocked out cold. Seeing his opponent was no longer able to fight, Izuku freed his defeated opponent before tying him up with the binding tape. The battle was over quickly. In the distance he could hear All Might announcing Bakugo's capture before declaring their team the winners. But even though their team was the winner in the end, Izuku felt no satisfaction in having been the one to defeat Bakugo. He doubts anything will change between them after this, but that wasn't a concern for him anymore. For he had overcome a hurdle from his past with no intention of looking back. Only forwards. Mountain Aftermath Nut and Bolt. Team A had come out on top. Those who were watching from the observation room were stunned by how quickly and efficiently both Izuku and Shinso had incapacitated Bakugo and Ida. All Might himself was impressed by their teamwork. The two worked well together and defeated their opponents with ease. An impressive duo, for sure, more impressive than any other hero duo that he's seen in the past. Shinso Shounin's use of his quirk was impressive and very clever. He didn't notice it before, but he can clearly see a small voice changer on the side of the boy's mask. Using that to change his voice to match Bakugo's and trick Ida into responding, with him believing it truly was his teammate and letting his guard down to reply. Truly, it was very clever of Shinso that he couldn't help but be impressed. And then there was Bayong. Another standout from the very beginning, but he proved that he was more than just his elemental quirk. After he and his partner split up, he opted to wait in one of the rooms before sitting on the ground in a lotus pose. This action confused all of those watching as they wondered why he would just sit there and wait instead of trying to find Bakugo first. All Might understood why his actions, even though the others did not. Bayong was waiting for Bakugo to come to him instead of it being the other way around. He did not need to wait for long for Bakugo to appear with a trail of explosions behind him. The explosive male tried to get a reaction out of his opponent by being aggressive, only for it not to work and be defeated with ease. None of the other students seemed to notice, but Bayong had easily predicted what his opponent was going to do and reacted. All in all, Team A had a swift victory. That was a truly spectacular showing. All Might said to the two as they came to the room, with Tenya and Bakugo trailing behind them. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his head. You know, I really thought this was going to be a real pain, but it all worked out in the end. Sort of reminds you of the sparring matches we have back at the dojo. Right, Hikken? Izuku said, teasing the other boy a little. Hitoshi grimaced at the reminder of their sparring matches. Every time the two of them sparred together, he has never won once. Getting his butt kicked one time too many actually helped him in the end. He could now hold his own in a straight-up fight should his quirk end up failing him when he needs it most. Shut up, he muttered tiredly. Izuku didn't let up. Don't be like that, Hikken, he cooed. Stop that. Hitoshi leaned away irritably. Just hearing you trying to act all cute is creepy as hell. But you make it so much fun to mess with you. Izuku enjoyed messing with him way too much. Hitoshi's eyebrow twitched. You infuriating brat, he said. Yes. Izuku countered. Even now the two were showing just how close they are by showing off this little banter of theirs. No bond runs deeper than the one these two have together. Getting back on track, All Might turns to the students who were watching. As for the rest of you, who can tell me the MVP for this battle? Yaoyorozu was the first one to raise her hand. I believe the MVPs are both Bayong-san and Shinso-san. While they did split up in the beginning, it did not become a hindrance to them as they were able quickly and efficiently incapacitate both Bakugo-san and Ida-san. She finished explaining. Couldn't have said it better myself. All Might finally said with a nervous grin. But you didn't. Hitoshi thinks dryly. He may be the #1 hero, but when it comes to teaching he lacks common sense. Izuku wondered why he was even teaching here in the first place, but decided not to think any more about it. Izuku takes a seat after All Might calls the next pair to come up. This time it was Todoroki's team. This should be interesting. Tenya was sitting on his right, while Hitoshi to his left. Tenya saw his error with the battle trial and vowed to make some improvements, and believed this was a good teaching experience. For every mistake you make, there's always a chance to correct said mistakes by learning from them. Learn from your mistakes. Life is about the ups and downs. Everyone makes mistakes, for they are only human and it is in our nature to not be perfect. But for every mistake one makes, there is always improvement. A faint smile showed on Izuku's face as he remembered the word of the ever-wise guide that helped him when he was younger. It's been a long time, maybe I should go visit him after school's over. As he was thinking about visiting an old friend, his attention was drawn to the screen. Even before he turned his attention to the screen, he heard a bunch of gasps coming from his classmates. And he can see why they had such a reaction. Todoroki had done something no one expected him to do, and that was to freeze the whole inside of the building. Amazing! This is almost like an upgraded version of the breath of ice technique. Such fine and precise control. If he could do something of that caliber with his ice, just imagine what he could do with his fire. With a gaze of interest, he watches as Todoroki calmly walks towards Ojiro, who at that point recognized it was pointless to try and fight the other boy, especially with his legs frozen. Touching the bomb, All Might declared their team to be the victors. Todoroki's a lot more than he lets on, it seems. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could see Bakugo was also looking up at the screen. Stunned by Todoroki's raw power that he wasn't able to say a word. He was probably still in shock that he'd lost, but his current emotion problems didn't mean a thing right now. And it probably never will. Izuku, tell me honestly how you feel about going to that school. Hien asked her son. His second day of UA ended with the battle trials, and All Might suddenly taking off to who knows where. Izuku stayed behind a little bit to talk more with his classmates. They were all so eager to become pro-heroes after they graduated, and he supported them and their endeavors. But he wasn't one of them. All of them were impressed by how quickly he took care of Bakugo, and complimented the way he used his quirk. Such honest praise was still a foreign concept to him, for even before he had even met his new family, no one bothered to give him such praise. A quirkless kid didn't deserve such a thing in their eyes. Bayong was constantly asking him questions about his classmates, and wanted to know if they were treating him well. Izuku assured her that he was fine and proceeded to ask both her and Daigi the same thing. Smiling, she answered that her classmates treat her with such kindness that it honestly overwhelmed her at first. Daigi expressed the same feelings, as he wasn't used to being treated kindly by his classmates, either. Class 1B seems to be very interesting, but he's a little bit worried about the animosity some of them have for Class 1A, even though the school year just started. If it gets too bad, then it'll need to be addressed with eventually. You really isn't what I was expecting it to be, he admits. As for my classmates, well, they're a lot different from what I first imagined. Hien took his words into consideration. From what I can tell by your words and tone, you've taken a liking to them. I won't deny that. This feels so strange. For the first time in my life I can go to school and not feel, he trailed off, different. Because he was considered quirkless back then, no one wanted to be near him. He was tested like a diseased parasite, no, even worse than that. Such cruel treatment wasn't directed just towards him, but others who were quirkless too. How many of them have faced such harsh discrimination and prejudice for simply not having a quirk? Powers don't make you special, because you already are. What makes a person special is taking pride in who they are, regardless of what others say. If he could go back in time somehow, he'd tell his younger self this: love yourself and accept who you are. Izuku. The calling of his name made him turn his attention to the look on his mother's face. She was smiling at him this time. Back then, when I found you all alone in the forest with those sad and lonely eyes, she could recall it so clearly even now. He was so small and scared, but look at him now, and on that very same day, I made a vow that I'd protect and nurture you, and become the mother that will support and be there whenever I'm needed. Mom, just hearing her say this was more than enough. He didn't need her to be the best mother in the world, for she already was in his eyes. On that day when she found him in the forest marked the start of his new beginning, and it never would have happened had it not been for her. Placing his hand on top of hers, a gentle look that was full of love. You've done more than enough, Mom. No one has ever shown me any sort of kindness and compassion the way you have. He has a caring mother, siblings, and a family. What else could he possibly ask for? Nothing. No matter what anyone says, you will always be my true mother. He said with conviction. Hien's mouth parted before a smile graced her lips at the kind words of her son. What did I ever do to deserve a son like you? She whispered, softly. By being there, he wanted to say, but decided to keep it to himself. She doesn't need to be anything else but his mother. Now then, suddenly, the tender atmosphere in the air changed drastically. Oh no, what happened now? What's this I hear about you being in the same class as that boy? Hien asked in a sweet tone, but the expression on her face told a different story. By that boy, does she mean? He knew exactly who she was talking about. Do you mean? Her smile widened. Bayong tells me Bakugo Katsuki is in your class. I should have known. Izuku thinks, dryly. This was going to be a long conversation. Water wave, mountain fire, tornado. Today's lesson was different from yesterday. Aizawa-sensei gave Bakugo a lecture about acting recklessly and for abandoning his partner. In other words, he was given an earful that made him go silent and not attempt to say anything to defend his actions. Back to today's lesson plan, Aizawa wanted them to utilize their quirks more. To be more specific, he wanted them to show just how much control they have over their quirks. Simple enough. So they were all brought to Gym Gamma so they have enough room. Aizawa was there to observe them, along with Cementos. Everyone either split up or paired up to help each other. Izuku and Hitoshi decided to pair up with each other like they've always done in the past, but, so you guys are joining us too? Hitoshi questioned. If that's okay with the two of you. Tenya inquired. Hitoshi shrugged, I'm cool with it. Same here, so how do you want to do this? Izuku questioned. Do what? Ochako tilts her head slightly. Izuku looks at them both. The point of this lesson plan is to show just how much control we have over our quirks. But how do you want to demonstrate? By sparring or just simply showing? Oh, that's what you meant. Well, I wouldn't mind some tips for not throwing up when using my quirk. Ochako admitted, feeling a little embarrassed. So throwing up is your drawback? Are you subconsciously afraid of heights? Izuku asked. Being afraid of heights would explain her fears of nausea and ultimate vomiting. Kind of, but it's mostly having too many objects under the influence of my quirk, she starts to explain. Trying to keep them afloat puts a lot of strain on me, and the longer I try just makes me sick. Interesting. Does the same thing happen when you use it on yourself? Izuku inquired out of curiosity. Yeah, her shoulders slumped, answering his question. Quirk drawbacks are normal. Overusage can get so bad that sometimes the person will suffer from a severe backlash. Hitoshi saw the thoughtful look on his friend's face. You think of something? Izuku looked at him. Her weakness sounds similar to yours. Are you saying Shinsokuin and Uraraka-san both have similar drawbacks? Tenya questioned. Nodding his head, he begins to explain. Both of their quirks are mentally taxing for different reasons. I'll use Hitoshi as an example while his quirk lets him brainwash those who verbally respond to him. Hitoshi was nodding to everything Izuku was saying about his quirk. He can make the person he's brainwashing to respond to his commands, but there's a drawback, Izuku continued. So long as the person stays silent, he can't put them under the influence of his quirk, and brainwashing multiple targets puts a lot of mental strain on him. Ochako and Tenya both turn to Hitoshi, who shrugs. He's right. In fact, they tried to have him use his quirk in the dojo by letting him try to brainwash Izuku's mother and other family members. Unfortunately, he could only control 4 of them, and the effect didn't last for very long due to him getting a severe headache. Then, you have Ochako's quirk. As she already explained, the more she focuses on keeping the objects afloat, she becomes nauseous. Izuku kept talking. Everything has a weakness, that's true, but you don't have to let it control you. Control? Tenya questioned. What do you mean? Ochako asked. Instead of answering right away, Izuku lights his palm with fire and brings it closer for them to see. This flame in my hand, looking at it like this doesn't seem to be so harmful. It's because I'm in control, but the more I try to make it stay like this, the flame began to grow slightly as the light grew brighter, my control begins to slip. Just like with my quirk. Ochako began to understand. That's right. Don't succumb to your weakness, but accept and overcome it. Izuku recites. He was told the same words years ago that still stay with him. Don't succumb, but overcome it. Ochako repeated. Tenya had a thoughtful expression. Is it possible for us to overcome our drawbacks? I practice with my quirk every day, and sometimes meditation helps too. Izuku explained. If you like, we can start now. What the hell? Kaminari's loud exclamation of shock made them jolt in surprise. What is it? Ochako asked him, trying to slow down her racing heart. Outside. Look. Kaminari pointed out the window. While they couldn't really see what was really going on because of the high position of the window, they were able to catch a glimpse of water. Water? Ochako stared. Did a student lose control of their quirk, perhaps? Tenya wondered before a gust of wind passed by him quickly. Hitoshi just shook his head, smirking a little. Come on. Might as well see what he'll do this time, he said, walking past them. Ochako and Tenya were curious and followed behind him. The rest of their classmates also followed their lead. Aizawa saw what was going on and cursed under his breath, "That demon kid." Rushing past all his students and grabbing hold of his capture weapon in case it was a villain attack, he came outside and prepared himself for a fight. Only there wasn't any need to. Being an underground hero means knowing to keep oneself calm and stoic in any situation. But he lost a bit of composure when he saw something that baffled even him. Standing and holding the large quantity of water at bay was his green-haired student. Just how in the hell was he able to hold the water back like this, he wondered before shaking his head, and remembered that this is the very same boy that stopped a tsunami. Izuku paid no mind to his classmates or teacher, having stopped the water wave by holding both hands out. With that done, he proceeded to take a big inhale before exhaling, causing the water wave to freeze over completely. Sighing in relief, he got in a resting stance. That was close. Good thing Kaminari was able to spot it. Izuku didn't dwell on what caused the water wave for long though. He freaking froze the water just by breathing on it. That familiar screech got his attention as he now focused all of it on his stunned classmates and teacher. The only person not looking all that surprised was Hitoshi. In fact, he looked more amused by the situation. "Guess we can use this as a new slide for a little while, thanks," he joked. The corner of Izuku's lips twitched a little as he was trying not to laugh. Well, even he had to admit this would be a very good slide. Just a little. Volcano Confrontation of Darkness Volcano. Hien is a calm, yet stern individual. She has always seen herself that way. Other people have even commented about it. Their words did not bother her one bit, nor did she really care what anyone thought of her either. Her kids were a different story. All of them loved her for who she is and didn't expect her to be anything else. Don't get her wrong though, for there were times where she lost her composure for only just a moment. The first individual to almost invoke her wrath was Todoroki Enji and her brazen comments about her son Izuku. Arrogant fool. How dare he question what her son wanted to do with his life? Flaming Bacon had no right to anything her son does, and should he truly be that arrogant and entitled to believe so? Well, there's a reason she was known and feared as the Rock Queen. Perhaps Todoroki Enji would like a taste of her power himself in the upcoming future. Better watch his words from now on. As for the other individual to almost have a whole roof come caving down on their heads was that thing. Principal Nizu. Despicable, manipulative, calculating, and mischievous little rodent pushed all of her buttons. Had her children not come in to stop her when they did, Nizu would have been crushed to death. For as mad as she is, this oversight was still her fault. She let her guard down and didn't even stop to think that Nizu would make his move first. Then again, she really should have seen that coming. Of course, the silent moves of the Hero Commission were already known to her. Their silent movements started after her son stopped that tsunami, and they've kept their eyes on him ever since. Having them make the first move wouldn't surprise her one bit, but Nizu beat them to the punch, so to speak. Still, that little rat had no business digging into Izuku's past like that. No more importantly, how was he even able to find out about it in the first place? No one should have access to his past records because they seized all of them and promptly destroyed them. So how? Did he perhaps get a hold of those in Izuku's past and interrogate them for information? I wouldn't put it past him to do such a thing. While she severely dislikes the mouse with great intensity, even she had to give them credit where it was due. But what's bothering her the most is the principal's insistence on Izuku going to UA instead of a normal high school. Is it possible that he somehow knows? Madam, you're making such a terrifying expression. Her train of thought was interrupted as Fai gracefully stepped inside the meditation room. Were you perhaps thinking about something that would stir up such negative feelings inside you? His eyes softened. Nizu, perhaps? Hien let out a soft but irritated huff. Was it obvious? Her age must really be showing if she's letting that rat get her this riled up. Afraid so. Fai set out some tea for her. I must say, though, that Nizu character is more than the rumors make him out to be. He may not have been there when the confrontation went down, but he could feel it throughout the house. Letting out a tired sigh, she gently takes the tea he made for her. For me to get so worked up like this, my age is starting to show. She calmly states, sipping her tea. Nonsense. Your age has nothing to do with it, FAI denied. If anything, you held in your true feelings quite well. Perhaps, putting the cup down, her expression became serious. More importantly, what is the matter concerning what we talked about? I'm assuming the real reason you came here was to inform me about that, yes? FAI's expression was equally serious. Without saying a word, he takes out an envelope and hands it over to her. Hien opens it, pulling out the files inside. Her eyes narrowed at what she was reading. So, they've finally made their move. Even in this new era they still remain. So much for remaining as nothing but a fallen memory, Hien comments. I think it's time we permanently pluck those red petals of theirs. Clenching his closed fists that test on his knees, FAI spoke in a solemn, yet determined tone, yes. If the tainted lotus refuses to wilt, then they will be crushed beneath the earth. Water wave mountain fire tornado. Turns out the water wave wasn't caused by someone losing control of their quirk, nor was it a villain trying their luck in attacking the school. But a simple pipe main break, that's all it was. Luckily it was spotted by Kaminari, and frozen in place by Izuku. Hitoshi's joke about keeping it as a slide was rejected harshly, but tiredly from Aizawa-sensei. Lessons resumed, and just like any other normal high school they were taught the basic subjects. It was all so normal that Izuku had forgotten UA wasn't just a school for heroes, but a high school too. Hitoshi was still trying to get used to the fact that his classmates actually wanted to get to know him. The most persistent of the bunch was Kaminari. It was amusing to see Hitoshi look so uncomfortable around the other boy and try to gravitate away from him, only for it to fail. Izuku thinks the two would be good friends provided Hitoshi would allow his walls to finally crumble. Only time will tell. Eat faster and you'll choke, Hitoshi said to Izuku in a dry tone. Currently it was lunchtime and the cafeteria was packed with students. BU and Daigi had joined their group for lunch and wanted to let them know what they were up to in Class 1B. Our lesson plans are mostly the same as yours with the exception of our teacher trying to push some foolish rivalry onto us. BU huffed, irritated. Vlad King decided that Class 1A were rivals, with a member of her class taking it too seriously. Utterly foolish. I know that sometimes rivalries can be good and help encourage improvement, but if it ends up becoming toxic in the end, then what's the point? Daigi really wasn't a big fan of the forced rivalry their teacher is trying to impose on them. Izuku frowned. It sounds to me like your teacher has an unresolved rivalry of his own. Possibly with Aizawa-sensei. Which was probably one-sided since their teacher most definitely has zero interest in responding to it. Anyway, tell us about your classmates. What are they like? Izuku decided to change the topic since the whole class rivalry was bothering them. At the topic of their classmates, BU looked all too happy to tell them, I like them. I've already gotten close with 2 people in my class. Same with me, Daigi said. There's this one boy in our class that's always excited, but he's really fun to be around. He smiled. So everything's okay then, good. I'm glad to hear you both are getting along well with your classmates. Tenya smiled. Interacting with others can help open you up and make connections. I think so too. Daigi agreed, smiling. Ochako was staring at Tenya with a suspicious look. Now that I think about it, you sure do speak politely, Ida-kun. Tenya stilled in his seat at the mention of his proper speech. You know what? He does sound prim and proper. Hitoshi decided to get in on this too. Izuku almost laughed at how nervous Tenya was getting. No matter how hard one tries, you can never really hide your upbringing. You must be a rich boy, Ochako deduced, pointing a finger that was close to his face. Ga! Tenya yelped. Hitoshi snorted, Ga? What the hell is that? He said, trying hard not to laugh. I knew who you were the second I heard your last name. Your brother Tensei was really nice, Izuku said, remembering the elder sibling. He was pleasant to be around, unlike that unmannered burning charcoal. BU added, burning charcoal? Ochako and Daigi both questioned with a tilt of their heads. She means endeavor. Hitoshi informed them. Oh, they both said. Tenya nearly choked on his own spit. Why you actually call endeavor such a thing? He asked, scandalized. Yes. She simply said. You can't just call him that. It's rude. Then it shouldn't be much of a problem because he's just as rude. She countered. Even so, that man is a boorish, muscle-brained, pig-headed, arrogant. You shouldn't be. Self-centered, stubborn, unruly. Tenya actually wilted from the many derogatory names she had for Endeavor, and didn't have the nerve to try to dissuade her. Scum, Neanderthal, coward. I think they get it already. After listening to her list off more insulting words from the man, Hitoshi finally cut her off. Biu had the nerve to look innocent, but I wasn't done. She blinked. No, you are, she said dryly. Izuku was amused by the many insults Biu had for Endeavor. While their meeting back at the party was brief, he agrees that the flame hero wasn't all he appeared to be. Endeavor is aggressive and sometimes goes overboard in his fights, causing property damage and almost getting innocent civilians involved. What bothered him the most about the man was the sheer negativity directed at him by his own son. Just what is Endeavor doing to make his own son loathe his very existence? Suddenly, the school alarm started going off. This freaked out most of the students as this was the first time the alarm had gone off. What the hell? Hitoshi had to grab hold of Daiji's arm to keep him from getting lost in the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. Biu's shoulder was knocked into by another student, almost sending her to the floor, but luckily Izuku grabbed her in time. Pulling her against his chest, he surveyed his surroundings and frowned when he noticed a flood of reporters coming through the gate. Strange, this school has very high security yet these reporters somehow manage to get through? There's a really low chance of one of them being responsible for actually getting through the barrier somehow. Something about this doesn't feel right, but I'll think more about it later. Right now he needs to find some way to get everyone to calm down before there are unnecessary injuries. His eyes scanned around the panicking students and spotted both Uraraka and Tenya, and an idea popped in his head. Ochako, make Tenya float. Izuku yelled, getting their attention. She didn't understand why he would ask her to do that. No villains infiltrated the school, it's just the press. Izuku explained, making her eyes widen in understanding. Reaching her hand out towards Tenya, who reciprocated, she grabbed his hand and activated her quirk to make the engine user float. Good, move him closer to the exit sign. It's the highest place in the cafeteria. He instructed her. Okay. She maneuvered Tenya over to the exit sign, letting the boy land on top of it and making a strange pose. Everyone, everything's fine. Tenya's voice bellowed to gain the attention of the panicking students. His efforts succeeded as the students settled down somewhat, but were still scared. The intruders are just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. He assures them, shaking the whole time as he was trying to keep his balance on the exit sign. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. Amongst the now relieved students were Kirishima and Kaminari. Both boys breathed a sigh of relief. Ochako was also relieved. Hitoshi sighed as he found this whole thing to be a real pain, and Daigi smiled as calm returned. Biu was impressed with Tenya's ability to take charge when the situation called for it. Keeping calm in the middle of chaos is no easy thing to do. Anyone can lose their nerve and panic. But Tenya found it within himself to remain calm and really assess the situation. Her opinion of him has gone up a bit more. She turned to Izuku and paused when she saw he was looking out the window, but his expression was serious. Something's wrong. What is it? She asked him. Izuku shook his head and answered, nothing. So he would like to think, but this ominous feeling he feels isn't going away. It stays persistent, gnawing at his suspicion. And worry. Was this really just an accident, or is this a case of the calm before the storm? The latter sounded more accurate. Back in Class 1A, it was decided unanimously that Tenya would be named class president with Yaoyorozu acting as vice president. Tenya seemed surprised by the nomination since the class voted for Izuku to take the position, but the green-haired youth made a sound argument about how Tenya was able to handle the chaos in the cafeteria in a way that no one could refute him. Tenya felt touched by the words of support. While the rest of the class were busy congratulating Tenya on his new position as class president, Izuku was still thinking about what happened in the cafeteria. He just couldn't shake off this feeling that things weren't as they seemed. Today was a sign, a warning, a declaration. The voice in the back of his head was telling he was right. Water wave mountain fire tornado. PM 050. You? High school, Class 1A. For today's basic hero training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Aizawa explained. Izuku didn't miss what Aizawa said. Turned into? Is today a special lesson plan, or something else? Out of the corner of his eye, he spots Hitoshi giving him the side eye. Looks like he noticed it too. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. Aizawa held up a card with the word rescue on it. It's rescue training. The class became excited with the exception of a select few. Izuku actually prefers this part of the lesson since it involves what to do in a situation where civilians need help. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Aizawa said, Huh, so they can wear their costumes for this? Sounds reasonable. Once everyone got their costumes on, they were sitting outside and waiting to board the bus. Izuku sat on a bench with Hitoshi. Both boys were discussing what happened while their classmates were getting excited about the rescue lesson. You think what happened in the cafeteria was planned? Hitoshi questioned. That's what it feels like, and something tells me I'm not wrong. The students already got over what happened as the reporters that went through the gate were fined by the police for trespassing. Izuku was still bothered by it. None of the reporters seemed bold enough to force themselves through the gate by using their quirk. Which means an outsider used the reporters as a cover and could slip in during all the chaos. Does that mean they were after something in particular? Information perhaps? That would make sense, but information about what? The faculty? Every faculty member here is a pro hero, so it wouldn't be all that surprising, but it feels like there's more to it than that. Izuku was deep in thought about this. Something was stirring in the shadows, and he didn't like it. I know that look. You don't think this was just some random act of the media taking it too far? Izuku smiled. That obvious? He teased. You don't exactly have a good poker face. Hitoshi stated, bluntly. Fair, Izuku shrugged, but in all seriousness, this doesn't feel right. Discreetly looking around them, he leaned in and whispered, Is it an avatar thing? Something like that. But this feels different, like a sense of dread. None of this feels right at all. Even with them leaving the school, it still doesn't feel right. Hitoshi could see his friend was serious and sighed a little. I know by now to trust your words when it comes to a situation like this. Don't worry too much. Trying to convince me everything will be okay? Izuku joked. Thanks, I do feel a bit better now. Hitoshi gives Izuku a pat on the back as a means of assuring him before they join the rest of the class in getting on the bus. The anxiety Izuku feels hasn't gone away, but right now, he's never let more at ease. Man, this bus is comfortable. Kaminari sighed in content, leaning back against the seat. Sure is, but Kirishima shifted his attention towards Tenya. You okay, Ida? He asked. Tenya didn't. Hear him though as his head was hanging low with a dejected expression. Shoot. I didn't think it'd be this type of bus. He was referring to how the seats were arranged on the bus. Ashido grinned from her spot next to him. There was no point, huh? Better luck next time. Ajui was watching the exchange blankly then spoke. I say whatever comes to mind. Beifeng-chan oh. She stopped to see that the boy had his legs crossed and eyes closed. Is he seriously meditating right now? Kaminari looks at their classmate in disbelief. Who actually does that on a bus? Their classmate apparently. Don't bother him, he does that to keep himself calm and focused. Hitoshi explained. This wouldn't be the first time Izuku randomly meditated out of nowhere. He lost count of how many times people would look at them side-eyed. Seeing his best friend meditating is putting him at ease because that means he's calmed down. Kirishima turned to him. So this is normal? He asked. You got it. I've gotten so used to it now that it doesn't surprise me anymore. Hitoshi replied. Ashido leaned forward. Oh, he's really concentrating. Ojiro hummed in thought for a moment. I wonder if he meditated before the start of his match during the tournament? Oh, you watched it too? His fight against that guy was freaking hilarious. Shiro chuckled as he remembered the look on the opponent's face when Izuku made the guy do the splits. Ochako didn't understand what they were talking about though. What tournament are you guys talking about? Yaoyorozu decided to fill her in, the International Juniors Martial Arts Tournament. Each country selects their strongest fighter for the purpose of showing why they were selected. Oh, but who picks them? Ochako asked. Tenya answered this time. There are many ways in which each country selects the fighter to represent them. They usually select fighters from prominent martial arts families like Bayong, or previous tournament winners and individuals they've already had their eyes on. Wow, so that's how they do it. Cool. Kaminari said. It only looks that way from an outsider's point of view, Izuku said, uncrossing his legs. But the reason they hold it every year is to assess which country has the strongest fighter. After the way you stopped that tsunami like a real badass, I'd say you won it for Japan. Hitoshi smirked. Kirishima grinned. I saw that on the news. What you did was epic and cool. Makes me wish my hardening quirk could be used for something other than hardening my skin. Emphasized his point by hardening his arm. You really think so? I think your quirk will be very useful for both offense and defense. Flashy quirks aren't all that impressive. Izuku said bluntly. That's true. Azui agreed. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but if we're talking about flashy quirks, Bayong, Bakugo, and Todoroki are the three prime candidates, right? Kirishima said. Bakugo's personality isn't what anyone would call very heroic, so I don't see him being very popular. Azui stated. Naturally, her comment set him off. What the hell? You won a fight. He got up from his seat and yelled. See? She pointed at him, emphasizing her point. Izuku decided to add his own 2 cents. If anything, I'd say he'd appeal to the narrow-minded category of individuals who favor quirks over morals. But then again, even they wouldn't want to deal with his bratty behavior. If he were his old self, there's no way he'd be saying this. Things really have changed. Hitoshi nodded his head. He said. Ashido and Rikido snorted, trying to hold in their laughter at the shade both of their classmates just threw at Bakugo. Kaminari decided to throw his hat in the ring too. We haven't known you for very long, but it's amazing how everyone already knows that his personality is crap steeped in sewage. What's with your vocabulary, you bastard? I'll kill you. Bakugo blew up at Kaminari. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. The same age as us and he's acting like a 5-year-old, and he wants to be a hero? God help us all. Help all of humanity. Izuku corrected. Ashido and Rikido busted out laughing at Bakugo's increasing red face as he got angrier. Before any more teasing could continue, Aizawa announced they had arrived at their destination. Unforeseen simulation joint. Meeting the pro hero 13 for the first time felt nice. She was a pro hero that focused more on rescue, and lectured them on how their quirks can be very dangerous if misused. Not only that, but she also cautioned them that any type of quirk can be used to either rescue or kill. Izuku took her lecture to heart as he remembered hearing similar words from his teachers who trained him in mastering the elements. The power you wield is far greater than any human could ever hope to claim for themselves. Use it not for heinous purposes, but for the good of both yourself and the world. Those were the words his air-bending teacher told him, and till this day he's kept those words close to his heart. Because of the power he wields as the Avatar, there's a responsibility to use it wisely. Looking around and seeing the various faces of his classmates, they also seemed to understand 13's words. All right, then, Aizawa-sensei started to say. Suddenly, the lights above them started to spark with electricity and blew out. The class looked up, confused as to why the lights suddenly went out. Then the water fountain started acting strange as well. Izuku reacted before Aizawa or 13 did. Izuku! Hitoshi called out with urgency. Izuku didn't even hesitate. Just as a purple swirling portable appeared in front of the water fountain, he got in front of Aizawa-sensei and started shooting flames right in the center. Hitoshi came up to his side and got ready, but what took them by surprise was that Todoroki was on Izuku's other side, but right now they weren't really focused on that. Aizawa made a move as well. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. He was taken by surprise by how quick both Hitoshi and Bayong reacted once they sensed danger. Thankfully, neither student tried to engage into a fight when some suspicious individuals walked out of the portal. One such individual was tall with light blue hair and covered in hands. More individuals started walking out behind him. What? Is this part of the exercise? Kirishima questioned, leaning forward to get closer. No, Izuku replied to his question, while keeping his eyes firmly on the enemy. Those are villains. But what is this sickening feeling he's getting from the tall, blue-haired one? Out of all the villains that came out of the purple portal, he's the only one that set the hairs on the back of his neck standing. This was no longer a lesson in rescuing. It was now a lesson on staying alive. Volcano Confrontation of Darkness Part 2 Volcano. This S6. Hitoshi couldn't help but grumble in his head. Just how in the hell did villains, yes freaking villains, get here? This isn't funny. Aside from looking menacing, these guys are leaking bloodlust. The most vicious one has to be the tall one with blue hair with hands all over him. Seriously, who in their right mind would use hands for accessories? That alone right there tells you this guy has a few screws loose. What stops him from panicking outright was the few villains Izuku managed to burn with his surprise fire attack. 10 of them were down already, which was good news for them. It may not seem like much, but 10 down is better than none. All they have to do now is not get killed. He just hopes all of his training kicks in and keeps him alive. Don't tense up, Hicken. Izuku's calm voice helped ease his tension just a little. Remember your training and try to stay calm. Try to stay calm, huh? Easier said than done. But at least you managed to knock out 10 of them, so that's a plus side. Hitoshi said, honestly. It may be a small number compared to how many villains are gathered here, but it's something. Are we fighting them? Todoroki asked. Green and purple eyes stare at him for a moment. Oh yeah, he had reacted right along with them, didn't he? Having an extra set of hands would certainly help. Hold it, Aizawa cut in before the three of them could do anything. What do you three think you're planning to do? He questioned them. Nothing yet. Izuku answered. He was waiting to see what the villains would do first before acting, and so far they were doing nothing. They haven't moved yet. Are they waiting for something? Izuku thought. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The warp gate began to vanish and morphed into a person with a purple mist body and yellow eyes. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said All Might was also supposed to be here. Hitoshi and Izuku make eye contact, so it really wasn't a coincidence like Izuku said. That trespassing was planned and led up to this. Using the chaos and diversion of the faculty, they slipped past their eyes to obtain what they needed. And in doing so, used it to come here. Looks like they were expecting All Might to be here, but due to the recent influx of villain activity, he wasn't here. Aizawa already got his yellow goggles on, so the trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? He said. Down below, the blue-haired villain spoke up. Where is All Might? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd too. The villains moved forward menacingly. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. The villain tilted his head. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids? Like I'd let you. Before the green-haired youth could attack again, Aizawa's scarf moved as he was getting ready to fight the villains down himself. Those are really villains down there? There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima tried to deny them being here. What about the trespasser sensors? Yaoyorozu questioned. 13 replied to her question. We have them of course, but... She trailed off. If they aren't going off right now, that means they've been disabled. Izuku said. Eraserhead stepped forward. 13, get the students to safety. Bayong, Shinso, Todoroki, get back. Leave this to the teachers. Without so sparing his 3 students a glance, he jumped down to confront the villains. Sensei, don't let your guard down and be careful. Izuku warned him. Aizawa grabs his capture weapon. Don't panic. Not all heroes are one-trick ponies. He finished saying as he wrapped his weapon around 2 villains and bashed their heads together. Seeing this, the green-haired teen felt assured and followed behind 13 as she told the students to run in the direction of the exit. Everyone stay together. 13 instructed as she led the students to the exit. They were almost there until their path was abruptly blocked by a purple mist. Hitoshi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Dean should have known this wouldn't be so easy. Nothing in life is ever easy. Izuku quoted. So not the time right now. Hitoshi's eyebrow twitched. The purple mist cleared as glowing yellow eyes stared into the students' very souls. Greetings to you all. I am Kurogiri, and I am a member of the League of Villains. We have come here to kill All Might. Kaminari flinched at the villain's words. Kill All Might? He stuttered. Izuku frowned. So that's their goal. His quirk is too dangerous to just make any sudden moves against him. So long as none of his classmates get any funny ideas to suddenly attack Kurogiri. Bakugo and Kirishima both leapt in the air at the same time and did just that. What the hell are you morons doing? Hitoshi yelled at them. Being stupid and attacking the warp villain. Izuku responded mentally. Of course, both of their attacks were proven useless against Kurogiri. And to add insult to injury, he soon found himself surrounded by darkness along with his classmates. Before being transported to God knows where, his thoughts were this. Bakugo and Kirishima are both morons. Izuku didn't need to be a genius to know the warp dropped him off at the water zone. A very stupid thing of the villains to do for a good reason. Moving his arms around in front of him, the water below him took shape. He used it as a platform to stand on so he wouldn't hit the water. It worked, thankfully. Now all he has to do now is focus on finding the rest of his classmates. Maybe he should start with this area first. Hitoshi should be here too, actually, but so far there's no sign of him. Did he land somewhere else? It's possible. Lowering himself into the water, he started gliding. His guard was up though. He's not stupid enough to lower it, not with there being villains all over the place. But what has his mind occupied was not just the villains, but what that villain said earlier. Their goal is to kill All Might. Killing the symbol of peace would throw everything into chaos. That's what they want. But there are two things wrong about this. Izuku had been thinking about how this wasn't planned well. First thing, All Might isn't here like they were supposedly informed. Instead, they see Eraserhead and 13. Second thing, there's a strong possibility they know nothing about the students of Class 1 as Quirks. That's useful information they can use to their advantage. But that doesn't mean anything to him since he doesn't even have a quirk. Which can only mean they don't know about him being the Avatar. Sure, the Avatar seemed to fade into history, but there was still always a chance of organizations finding out about him and making an attempt to secure and use the Avatar for their own personal gain. His predecessor went through something like that. A splashing sound snapped him out of his inner thoughts. On his right, speeding towards him was a villain with a shark quirk of some kind. I don't have anything against you, but see ya, the villain declared. What kind of villain says something like that and expects the other person to understand? Izuku thinks, okay, these guys must not be very smart, so instead they were hired as extra muscle to help try to kill them. Izuku swiftly turns sharply and charges at the approaching villain. This action took the enemy by surprise because they weren't expecting it. Unfortunately for the villain, Izuku would protect himself from anything and anyone. Twisting in the water, he created a tornado that drew the villain in as they were both brought up to the surface. Without mercy, he sent the villain plunging back into the water. When he floated back up, he was unconscious. Landing on a solid surface, he was about to start looking for his best friend when Hitoshi found him first. And he wasn't alone either. There you are. Hitoshi has never in his life been so DMN happy to see Izuku right now. I almost started panicking when we couldn't find you. Walking next to him was Azui, who looked to be okay too. Thank goodness both of them are safe. Were there any other villains sent here besides the one I defeated? He asked. We were able to take care of them. Azui replied. Hitoshi-chan was really amazing. Hitoshi blushed, then noticed an unconscious villain floating in the water. You didn't kill him, did you? The guy looked like he was just knocked out, but Izuku can be brutal sometimes. Of course not. All I did was drown him in the water a little. He's fine. Izuku casually said. Hitoshi gave him a dry expression. The way you said that sounded so wrong, but whatever. Izuku pouted but decided it wasn't really important right now. Anyway, we should make getting help our top priority. Avoiding the central plaza as we head towards the exit seems to be the most rational choice to me. True. Aizawa-sensei's drawn most of the villains' attention over in that direction. Azui agreed. Hitoshi frowned, but there's too many of them. I'm pretty sure our sensei can take care of himself, but still, there's also that hand villain guy too. He's overexerted himself by taking on those crowds of villains in order to protect us. Izuku finished. There's also his quirk they have to take into account. No matter how powerful it may be, every quirk has a limit and weakness that can be exploited. In their sensei's case, there's his eraser quirk that gives him dry eye every time he uses it. You're thinking we should head over there to try and lessen the burden off his shoulders, right? Hitoshi asked even though he already knew. Izuku smiled at him. We were planning on doing that from the start before Aizawa-sensei volunteered to take them on. That's true. Hitoshi smirked. Azui blinked at them. Did these two forget she's still here? Are you two planning on fighting with him? She asked. Izuku replied, we're not planning on getting in his way. But if we can somehow find an opening, then we can lessen the numbers just a little bit more. Which, judging by the look on your face, you've already got something in mind. Hitoshi knows Izuku like the back of his hand. His friend has something up his sleeve and knows that now is the time to utilize it. Whatever secret weapon you've got hidden up your sleeve, I'll support in any way I can. Hitoshi vowed as his friend and fighting partner. Landslide zone. Todoroki let out a puff of cold air. Scatter and kill you, huh? He repeated the words Kurogiri said to them before they all got separated. Like his classmates, he was warped someplace else, far away from where he was originally. I hate to say this, he said to the villains he'd frozen the moment they showed up, but you just look like guys with quirks they didn't know what to do with. Actually, he was a little annoyed right now. Because of Bakugo and Kirishima, all of them had been separated to different locations where villains were already waiting for them. But what really annoyed him was the fact that he didn't warp here with Bayong and Shinso. Those two were prepared to watch and see what Kurogiri was about to do before attacking. But then those two messed it all up. So yes, he was very, very irritated right now. What the hell? This instant this brat warped here, one of the frozen villains spoke, but it hurt him to do so because of the ice. Is he really a kid and not some monster? It hurts. Todoroki paid them no mind and was more focused on analyzing the current situation. These lesser villains sent here are just pawns prepared for them and nothing more. In other words, a bunch of ragtime thugs that were found off the street. He froze two more villains that tried to get the jump on him and thought about the most dangerous of the bunch. There are more likely only 3 truly dangerous people among these villains. One of which was the hand guy, Kurogiri, and that grotesque monster. In that case, the next step I should take would be to meet up Bayong and Shinso. If anything, those two are more prepared to deal with this. Todoroki would have to get some information first. He eyed the last frozen villain, who flinched. Hey, at this rate, you'll end up freezing to death. The two villains looked terrified at the thought of freezing to death here of all places. I would like to avoid being cruel if possible. Todoroki approached one of the villains and raised his hand close to the other's face, frost covering his hand. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? What's your plan? He demanded. The sound of someone clapping their hands snapped Todoroki and the villain out of it. Yes, there's no need for you to interrogate him, Todoroki-kun. Izuku said, smiling, I've already taken care of that. Bayong. Todoroki was a little surprised to see him, and he wasn't alone either. Shinso and Azui were also with him. How did they even know he was here? I sensed you were a little closer to us than everyone else, so here we are. Izuku answered the silent question Todoroki had in his mind. Oh, come to think of it, he had done the same thing during the recommendation exam when he found the teacher. Hitoshi raised a brow and looked around them, and here I thought Izuku was brutal, but you turned out to be more vicious. Not like they didn't deserve it anyway. Make sure you unfreeze them though. Having them die wouldn't look too good on your record, Karo. Azui said. Todoroki removed his hand from the villain's face. You said you've already taken care of it. Did you interrogate a villain? I did. Honestly, I wasn't expecting him to tell me, but he fully cooperated without any problems. Izuku replied. If someone threatened to drown me in another whirlpool just to see how long I'd last, then I'd want to talk too. Hitoshi said in a dry tone. Izuku rolled his eyes. I didn't threaten him. More like showed him what would happen if he didn't tell us what we wanted to know. So it was more like a negotiation. That's called threatening. There's nothing negotiating about it. Hitoshi shot back. Todoroki felt like he missed something and turned to Azui, but she just shook her head. In other words, don't ask. Getting back on topic. They were told All Might was going to be killed by the leader, Shigaraki. Izuku started to explain. Shigaraki? Todoroki questioned. The hand villain one. Hitoshi identified. Shigaraki told them about a secret weapon that could easily overpower and kill him. I think it's that monster with the exposed brain they were talking about. Izuku knew that monstrosity played a huge part in all this, and something told him he was right in his assumption. Todoroki frowned. So it really is that monster. And the hand villain? He's also a threat, right? Izuku had to think about that. He is, but in a different way compared to Kurojiiri and that monster. Shigaraki seemed a little unstable to him, and that's a bad combination. We were thinking about heading back to where Aizawa-sensei is and giving him a hand. He'll get overwhelmed eventually. Azui told Todoroki their plan. Bayong sensed you were nearby and figured you'd want to come along. I do. Then it's settled. Izuku smiled, relieved. Let's head there now. I'm getting a bad feeling. He was already walking in the direction where their sensei was. The others quickly followed behind him. Oh, the villains. Azui almost forgot about them after she told Todoroki not to forget. Whoosh. A torrent of flames from Izuku instantly melted the ice from the villains. Some of them have burn marks in them, but that's better than them slowly dying. They'll probably have some minor burns, but otherwise they should be fine. Izuku assured them with a smile. Hitoshi sighed, these Diamond siblings, and he thought Izuku's sister was the SDST in the family. Let's go. Izuku led them away from the landslide zone. His bad feeling persisted the closer they got to where their sensei is. Once they finally arrived, his bad feeling was once again right. That monstrosity had their teacher pinned to the ground, with one of his arms broken like a twig. Izuku reacted. Jumping down from their hiding spot, he sent a torrent of flames from fists at the monster. It shrieked in pain and let Aizawa-sensei go. Azui used that opportunity to grab their teacher, using her tongue to wrap around his torso and move him away. Hitoshi and Todoroki also leaped down to help Izuku. Now that Aizawa was safe and out of harm's way, for the most part, they can focus on the enemy. Why is that warp guy here? You think he got to the others and came back here to report? Hitoshi hoped that wasn't the case. No, I have a feeling our classmates are okay. If not, then Shigaraki wouldn't be releasing so much bloodlust right now. Izuku could practically see it coming off Shigaraki. There's nothing but hatred festering inside this person's soul. And emptiness. Todoroki frowned. I can feel something. So that's what it is. Azui protectively held their unconscious teacher. She knew this was a fight where her quirk wouldn't be much help. But that's okay, leaving everything up to them will be fine too. Shigaraki was more annoyed now than he was before. Where the hell did these brats come from? HM? Wait a minute. Shigaraki was looking at Izuku carefully. The same brat from before, I see. You took out some of our players before the game even began. Game? He thinks all this is a game? Is that how you see this? As nothing more than a game. Izuku questioned, frowning. Shigaraki tilted his head like a curious child. Isn't that obvious? What is it? Is the future hero trying to make me into a good guy? I'm not trying to be a future hero. Izuku corrected Shigaraki's error. I just don't plan on letting my classmates and teacher get killed. His words confused Shigaraki. Huh? What the hell is that? If you're not trying to be a hero, then why come to this school? He sounded genuinely confused by Izuku's denouncement of being a hero in the near future. I'm in high school, so naturally I came here to learn. It's my choice to do what I want after graduating. Izuku replied. Silence descended upon them before Shigaraki laughed hysterically, putting them on edge. I see. So that's how it is. These guys are forcing you to be here, huh? Well, he's not wrong, but there's no way I'll admit to it. Izuku was more worried about this guy's mental state than anything else. He's like a man-child that's extremely dangerous when things don't go his way. Nomu. Izuku's eyes widened as he used airbending to jump in the air as that monster moved faster than he anticipated, nearly colliding against him. So fast. I didn't think something this big could move this quickly. Izuku saw Todoroki and shielded both Hitoshi and Azui with his ice so the monster wouldn't get them either. Not bad. Shigaraki laughed. You moved pretty fast. I like you, brat. Now that's unsettling. Being liked by a villain is not exactly comforting. Izuku was more concerned about this Nomu that moved so fast he barely managed to get out of the way in time. Getting in a stance, Izuku kept his eyes on the monster. Nomu, capture the green-haired kid. Shigaraki ordered. Closing his eyes, Izuku felt the vibrations of the monster when it moved to grab him again. Like before, it shot at him in a burst of speed, but he was prepared this time. Stomping his foot down, the Nomo found itself impaled on an earth spike. Todoroki blinked at the action. Just now, Beifong closed his eyes before attacking the Nomu. Why? So he can see its movements more clearly. Hitoshi explained, granted he can do the same thing with his eyes open, but in this case, he's being more cautious. Understandable, Todoroki could see the logic in that. It's obvious there's a lot more to this monster and they need to be on their guard. Despite their worries, Izuku seemed to be holding his own against the monster though. But what worried them was when the Nomu's body kept regenerating. Just how many quirks does this thing even have? Izuku noticed it too. You like Nomu's ability to regenerate? No matter what kind of damage it takes, its body always regenerates. Shigaraki bragged. So that's how it is, huh? Izuku knew he'd have to use that ace in the hole for this, otherwise. Let's make this more interesting, shall we? Shigaraki said, gleefully. His red eyes trail over to where Azui and Aizawa were. Izuku felt his malicious intent start spiking again. Tsuyu-san, move. Izuku managed to get out. Nomu, kill those two. Shigaraki ordered. Nomu went right past Izuku, but Todoroki and Hitoshi were prepared to stop it. The red and white-haired teen created an ice pillar in order to keep it away, while Hitoshi aimed at its pressure points. Neither attempt seemed to work as it barreled through them to get to Azui and Aizawa. Izuku was too far away to get to them. They were going to be killed. Or at least that's what would have happened. Die! Bakugo came out of nowhere and used his explosion quirk on the Nomu to send it flying away from Azui and Aizawa. Where the hell did he come from? Hitoshi wondered. Kirishima was standing before Azui and their teacher, his skin already hardened. Are you guys okay? Hitoshi sighed. We're fine, but we would have been better if you two morons hadn't acted before thinking and getting us in this mess in the first place. Call him petty, but he was still set off at these two for getting all of them separated in the first place. I'm sorry. Kirishima apologized, bowing. You better be. Hitoshi huffed. Izuku reached them, relieved that none of them were hurt. You got here just in time, good timing. He said to Kirishima. Oi, de. What the hell is going on here? Bakugo demanded an answer. Did you meet anyone else on your way here? Izuku asked Kirishima, ignoring Bakugo. Don't ignore me, you busy. Bakugo blew up at him. Hitoshi looked ready to strangle him. Will you shut the hell up and focus on the current situation, you walking disaster. Now is not the time to be acting like a dumbass. That seems to be beyond his capabilities. Todoroki comments. Clearly. Hitoshi wasn't denying that. Screw you. Bakugo yelled at them. Izuku sighed before facing Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu. Glad you guys showed up when you did. We're gonna need all the help we can get right now. Shigaraki was smiling behind the hand on his face. The 5 students looked serious now as they were ready to start fighting for the sake of surviving this ordeal. The fight continues. Volcano Confrontation of Darkness Final Part Volcano.